and outreach supports to over 100 individuals with autism across counties Cork and Kerry. We have 2 large centres in County Cork and 2 offices in the city centre itself. We currently employ approximately 90 staff. The CAA was established by parents of children with autism. At the time, they were told that the best option for their children was a placement in a psychiatric unit or in a generic intellectual disability service provider. Both of these options, in the eyes of those parents, would be wholly unsuitable in meeting the challenges that their autistic children faced. Another key area of concern for those parents was the lack of true and meaningful engagement from service providers at that time. This proved immensely disempowering for those seeking supports and led to many years of lobbying for their children's rights, oftentimes leading them to feel isolated and stigmatised further. Regrettably, many of those obstacles that they faced 30 years ago remain just as relevant for younger families today. That is why the CAA is committed fully to alleviating and wherever possible eliminating some of the difficulties that current and future generations of families may be confronted with. Our organisation has successfully merged the 2 key issues of advocacy and service provision, and in the process offers high quality, truly person-centred supports based upon the individual's ability, aspirations and vision for the future that they desire. The CAA is firmly rooted in the social model of disability. Our supports are provided in a homely, non-clinical environment. All of our staff have Garda clearance and the vast majority of them have a degree or honours degree in social care or psychology. They receive autism-specific training on an ongoing basis, and we also provide autism training to other organisations, community groups and to schools. All of our residents have their own bedrooms and en-suites. Some have their own cottages and vehicles. Wherever possible, we use people carriers rather than minibuses, as most of the general population, as I'm sure you agree, don't drive a minibus. Our day service activities include numeracy and literacy, comprehension skills, money skills training, speech and language training packs, comprehension skills, computer skills, PECS training, independent daily living skills training, pottery, woodwork, art therapy, horticulture, swimming, horse riding, PE, dance, yoga, relaxation and massage, as well as social inclusion programmes. The CAA Respite Service currently provides regular respite support to 26 individuals and their families. The focus here is on recreational activities, an opportunity for individuals to mix with their peers, whilst allowing the rest of the family some time out with the peace of mind that all is well. Our outreach programme for those with Asperger's syndrome, which reaches out to those living across counties Cork and Kerry, has proven to be a real success. This programme is now recognised as an innovative and refreshing approach to those whom were previously at worst ignored and at best misplaced. The focus here is upon linking individuals into housing, education, training, social networks and so on. Whilst we are an adult service providing supports to those aged 16 years and older, I am firmly of the belief that all parents should be aware of all of the options in the years to come. It is my view that a fundamental flaw in a historical sense has been to categorise supports on offer into children's and adult services. Whilst this may have been proven useful from an administrative, funding and governance perspective, unfortunately it has at times resulted in compounding difficulties for the individual availing of services. It has contributed to the difficulties experienced during times of transition and has encouraged a culture whereby families tend to think understandably in the short term, only out of a necessity to survive rather than flourish. The National Review of Autism Services, past, present and way forward, emphasises the requirement for a lifespan approach. It is crucial that in future the individual with autism be viewed in a holistic manner and that their life course be viewed in its entirety when planning the necessary supports. I have sat in the sitting rooms or at the kitchen tables of many mothers and fathers and listened to your frustration over the lack of information being made available at crucial times in the lives of your autistic children. My advice to individuals, parents and families is to take a proactive approach to consider all of the potential supports available, to research, visit and review all of the services available so that you are aware of the options in the years ahead. It makes sense to me that parents should be thinking consistently ahead and making informed decisions based upon the quality of supports and the evidence available. I urge all of you to plan today for the years ahead. At a wider level, until such time as the HSE, other state bodies and the voluntary sector embraces this concept, there shall remain a lack of information and options provided to individuals and their families at key times in their lives. An inconsistency of approach from one setting to the next, and an inequity in terms of resource allocation. Difficulties experienced by the individual with autism and their family may be compounded by the failure of sectors, departments and agencies to work collaboratively. The Vision for Change report from 2006 states that the needs of children with autism are diverse and require significant inputs from the educational system in addition to health. Since that original task force report, there remains regrettably a lack of cohesion between the Department of Education and Science, the National Council on Special Education and the HSE. These deficits can only be addressed through a focused and dedicated commitment from all stakeholders, not only in terms of the sectors traditionally associated with those with special needs, but also from sectors considered to be mainstream and to date disengaged from the autistic population. For the parents of the young child with autism, the Disability Act of 2005 and the legislative right and entitlement to an early assessment was a significant landmark. The failure of the state to meet the deadlines as set out for the commencement and completion of assessments is worrying, to say the least. In part, this is due to the lack of funding for the necessary multidisciplinary staff required to carry out these same assessments. There is a requirement for today's new government to prioritise these young children and ensure that adequate resources are provided. Local HSE offices are working under extreme pressure as they attempt to share what are currently inadequate resources apportioned nationally throughout a rapidly growing autistic population in localised regions. However, there is also a requirement to review the way in which the current system is operating. Approximately 40% of children referred for suspected autism subsequently are found not to have it. The Autism Act 2009 in the UK emphasises the need for an increase in awareness and understanding of autism among frontline professionals and staff in the public service and developing specialist training for staff in the health and social care sector. A similar exercise should be rolled out in Ireland. This perhaps may assist in reducing the likelihood of children mistakenly being referred for a diagnosis of autism, leading to better outcomes for all stakeholders. Through greater education and awareness from those making the initial referral, it may be possible to use the multidisciplinary teams for autism more effectively, targeting resources to those who may benefit from it to the greatest extent. The review of the operation of Disability Act 2005 completed last year stated that there is an uneven implementation of and a lack of consistent approach in the assessments of need process. It also highlighted the fact that the quality of the subsequent service statement issued differed across different LHO areas. There needs to be equity of service and support regardless of geographic location. To put it bluntly, the quality of the supports that you require should not be reliant on your address. However, just as significant in my eyes is the failure of the government to enact a piece of legislation whereby the entitlement to early assessment is available for children aged 5 to 18 years. This is having a detrimental effect upon many young people with autism, not to mention their circle of supports. Without the diagnosis, they cannot receive the support they require and valuable time is lost. The National Review of Autism Services highlights the significant shortage of multidisciplinary staff to manage the size of the caseloads for both diagnosis and intervention. Also, the growing emphasis by HSE upon targeted funding in order to put in place such multidisciplinary supports for children has resulted in a lack of recognition for the needs of adults with autism over 18 years of age. We must ensure that this population does not, in effect, become a lost generation. The CAA is working constantly to ensure that this is not the case. The new government's manifesto on disability is keen to allow for the ratification of the UN Convention of Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This is welcomed, particularly when even today, in March 2011, individuals with autism cannot access something as basic as dental care when it is required. It is essential that these rights are embraced and that real and tangible outcomes result as a consequence. The amount of new funding available for school-leaving children transitioning into adult services this year has been cut by more than 50% when compared to 2010. This is wholly insufficient in meeting the needs of those with autism in this country. We regularly hear the mantra that we must protect the most vulnerable in society. What is required now is action at a leadership level to make this the societal norm. What we now require is a commitment from government to multi-annual funding to those with autism. Funding within health and social services that is ring-fenced for those with autism should in no way be used to shore up deficits in other health service areas. Service providers such as the CEA could work more effectively, efficiently and more economically if they could plan 3, 4 or 5 years in advance in confidence, which is not possible at present, with core budgets being reduced year on year since 2008. The National Intellectual Disability Database, or NIDD, is the current tool for which approximately 70% of yearly funding is allocated. There are two difficulties with this. The NIDD research shows clearly that there shall be an enormous demand for residential day and respite supports over the next 2 years. The actual levels of funding being made available for this anticipated demand is only a fraction of what is truly required. It is clear now that there will be a significant level of unmet need. This beggars the question of what is the point of the NIDD if those in government in recent years have not had the political will to allocate the required resources to meet the emerging need. The new government cannot ignore these statistics. The second issue in respect of the NIDD is the fact that many individuals with autism are simply not on it, either through a lack of awareness of its very existence or out of a fear of stigmatisation of being placed on such a database. The danger is that their needs may not be captured through this research and subsequently not planned for in a budgetary way. On a more positive note, the imminent auditing of service providers by the Health Information and Quality Authority, or HIQA, is a welcome development, and I know that this has been welcomed by all service providers, including the CAA. This will ensure that quality-assured, person-centred supports become the norm into the future. Similarly, the recently completed review of adult day services in this country and the subsequent New Directions initiative is another positive step forward for those school-leaving children entering adult day services. This will involve a significant cultural shift for many organisations, ensuring flexible, outcome-driven supports and enabling individuals to choose the life that they want to lead. This new model is based upon a framework of 12 key personal supports, including support for making choices and plans, maximising independence, meaningful social rules and influencing service policy and practice. In essence, a more individualised model of service delivery. The recently completed review of disability policy is potentially a landmark report. This report points a path towards a new way in which those with autism may be supported in this country. A shift away from compliance with rules to an attainment of outcome based upon standards and a demonstrated commitment to continuous quality improvement. The provision of integrated services whereby supports are delivered through professionals, non-professionals and service user representatives together without protectionism, elitism or exclusion. Each person with autism will have an assessment of needs shaping that individual support plan. In turn, this will be used to identify an individualised budget that is effectively attached to the person, and they will have an input into how this resource is used to meet their needs. It may be called direct payments or brokerage or other labels. The result, regardless of label, is greater empowerment for the individual with autism. This could be revolutionary if implemented effectively. The CEA welcomes such a development. We pride ourselves on our standards of service provision, the individualised person-centred supports and the close working relationship that we have with families that use our service is viewed as one of our core strengths. Some 50% of those that use CEA supports chose of their own volition to transfer from their previous service provider to our organisation because of the unique model that we offer. The proposed new system, as outlined in the recent review of disability policy, should promote individual choice and effectively transform the individual from a passive recipient of care to an empowered customer seeking quality and recognition of individuality. This is a model in keeping with the principle of the founding members of the CAA and something we have been advocating for many years. In addition, the upcoming launch of the National Advocacy Services for People with Disabilities is another positive development. This will contribute further to the voices of those with autism being heard and influential in terms of policy development and resource allocation. I can point to many positives from a CEA perspective. There are more than 100 individuals and families availing of our supports, real, meaningful and effective supports that offer hope, improve the quality of life not only for the individual with autism, but so too for their circle of supports. The expansion of our services with the development of our residential, respite and day service over the last 6 years in particular, has resulted in many individuals' lives effectively being transformed for the better. 3 new day service buildings, a 3-bedroomed apartment and a 4-bedroomed home, all developed in the last 4 years, are indicative of our commitment to supporting more individuals and families with autism. The ability to communicate one's needs, to use public transport, to be recognised as a unique and respected citizen of this state should not be taken for granted. Through collaborative working with individuals and their families, we have enabled those with autism to achieve significant milestones. However, we cannot become complacent. Every week, we speak to new individuals and families that require support and services. The challenge that lies ahead is the continued good work that has been carried out in what will be an extremely challenging next few years. To embrace the positive policy changes that I've outlined previously and to ensure that they result in real and measurable and tangible results for those with autism. I believe that despite the current economic crisis, that there is a real opportunity to embark upon new ways of thinking when it comes to autism. And I look forward to working with individuals, families and all stakeholders in achieving quality outcomes in the years ahead. We are resilient, we are determined, and together we shall continue to ensure that those with autism receive the first-class services and supports that they deserve. Thank you. Thanks, Mary.
Thanks very much, Joe. That was excellent. Thanks for that. Now, can I introduce you to our next speakers, please? We now have Jennifer Dennehy, who is the Occupational Therapy Manager at the Stepping Ahead Clinic, and I'm sure lots of you know her already. And she has with her a wonderful person, a lovely girl called Kirsten Greig, and I'll let Jennifer introduce her to you now. Thank you.
Apologies, I'm not very computer literate. So. There we go. Okay. Hello everybody, my name is Jennifer Dennehy. It's a pleasure to be here and to be invited here today to speak with you. My purpose, I suppose, of being here today is one, to introduce to you, or those who are unfamiliar with, just very briefly, the role of occupational therapy and I suppose what we do with children or infants or young adults presenting with Asperger's syndrome or autism. Secondly, of most importance though, is to introduce you to Kirsten Greig, which I will do in a minute. She's asked me to speak first. I'm the manager, as I said, at the Stepping Ahead Clinic. We're an independent service based on the Old Mallow Road in Cork. We were founded in 2005 and moved to a purpose-built clinic in 2007, where we provide multidisciplinary services such as OT, speech and language therapy, counselling, fitness instruction, and there's an art therapist due to start with us soon. So primarily we work with infants, basically from birth, children, adolescents and young adults as well. And what we do, I suppose, is one, we would look at assessment of children presenting with query of Asperger's syndrome, query of maybe dyspraxia, coordination difficulties, of sensory difficulties, or perhaps just handwriting or social needs. With those assessments, again, working with children, we would be recognised by the Department of Education, and recommendations such as support for special needs assistant, resource teaching, laptop assistive technology or specialist equipment would also be recognised. From a diagnostic perspective, we would diagnose conditions such as dyspraxia or developmental coordination disorder, or be part of a team assessment when there is a query of Asperger's or autism. Looking at individual intervention with children, that can take place within a clinic basis, within a school, or alternatively within a child's home, looking at home programmes, teacher training, I'll talk to you about that in a minute, and particularly looking at group sessions and group interventions, which is significantly important for our children because, again, from a peer interaction, developing social skills, developing, listening and attention, trying to mirror what the child is doing within school, within a group session as well. So looking, I suppose, at infants and toddlers, and this is going to be very, very brief today, okay? But I suppose the first thing we know is that children or toddlers or infants, they explore their environment through play. So if a child has a delay in their play skills, then there may be, I suppose, there may be less opportunity for the child to engage or explore in their environment, and hence, I suppose, from learning experiences, that can be of concern. So again, from a play skill, it would be learning the imaginary play to enhance and develop that social engagement. Sensory integration is a big topic, and that's going to be covered later by Julie O'Sullivan. With occupational therapy and the role with infants and toddlers, I suppose it's about connecting the child to the environment around them. If the child is under-responsive, again, they're missing out on that social interaction, the development of language even, or physical skills, that mimicking that you see children doing, particularly the mimicking that you don't want them to do, they always learn, like the pinching or the slapping. Sorry, I'm talking about my own children here, maybe not yours. Okay. But again, it's that engagement and being able to watch out for those things. Helping the child to be able to regulate is so important. Again, for the child to be able to alert when they need to be able to listen and attend, and the child to be able to calm so they can sleep, so they can sit, so they can listen. Developing tolerance to the sensory experiences which we were talking about, such as taste, such as touch, such as movement. And again, a lot of the work will be about preparation and support for play school or Montessori school. With school-age children, I suppose one of the key concerns is the child is able to listen and to attend in school so they can learn academically. They can demonstrate their true intelligence. And a lot of children I would meet on the with Asperger's syndrome, sometimes their true potential isn't being met. So it's like, well, they're doing fine. But I'm saying, well, this child is a very bright child. They should be doing much better. Okay, and again, that's going back to the training. And Joe, you mentioned it earlier about training people to understand what Asperger's is or what autism is. And again, I know with a lot of the work I do is about training teachers, so they're not looking at everything from a behavioural perspective, because behaviour it's a cognitive thing, isn't it? So, you know, somebody might say, well, they're doing it on purpose. But often the child, when they're moving or they're fidgeting or they're talking constantly, when we look at it from a sensory perspective, the child is needing this, and it's a very unconscious thing. So it comes across behaviourally, but it's not. And I think often when teachers understand this, then how they present and how they teach the child can be altered. So again, the child has full opportunity to present their true potential. Another aspect of the school age would be developing physical and motor skills, particularly the handwriting, the fine motor skills, the cutting, etc. as well. A huge part of primary school is about learning to write print and then cursive. And again, the expectation, particularly when you're looking at second class, often it's quite obvious, or fifth class again, the volume of the work increases significantly. So if a child has difficulty with handwriting, again, the difficulty and the challenge will be them not being able to demonstrate their actual intelligence. Not being able to take the homework down quick enough, so when they're home, the frustration is, I see heads nodding like mad there, that, well, do they have the right homework done? And then as a parent, you're getting frustrated because on top of that now you're trying to ring somebody else. Are the child's going into school and being given out to for not having the correct homework done? And I suppose it's that vicious cycle. Looking within schools as well, typically we are actually currently working within schools where the schools themselves, and I'm not sure where they get the funding from, but we are working within autistic units within the mainstream schools, and we'll be working in there weekly, providing the individual intervention for the child. Another key component would be about establishing sensory rooms within the school, so when the child needs sensory breaks or sensory diets, that they have the specific equipment there as well. Again, that's something we would do in the home or housing adaptations as well. Moving on to the teenage years, for anybody here who remembers or who is a teenager currently, it was the time to fit in. I'm sure people would agree. Or stand out. It's the same thing, fitting in, standing out, yeah? You remember those days? Gee? Okay. I saw a hand going up there, okay. Again, you know, it was the stage of fitting in, be it whatever you wanted to fit in for. And I remember Kirsten talking to me about her teenage years and looking back and saying that she remembers looking at a photograph and she was wearing her friend's dad's jumper and a big pair of cords. And she was saying, oh my God, if you saw me. And I said, but what was the purpose of picking those clothes? And she said, well, I wouldn't be naked. Okay, and that was literally the function of clothes. And yet then as an adult looking back now, it's saying, and I'm going to quote Kirsten a lot here, is that when I met Kirsten first, she came in a hoodie and baggy trousers and trainers, and she sank down into the couch, you know, couldn't maintain any eye contact with me, couldn't engage on a one-on-one. So can you imagine standing here now in front of probably 150 people, how nerve-wracking that is. But at that level, and a few months down the line, coming in a pair of pink trainers, and I was saying, God, your trainers are pretty cool. And she said, now I know I can choose to stand out when I want to. That's why I bought pink trainers. But when I want to fit in, I can choose to fit in. And that's something in a teenage years where that natural developmental stage of wanting to fit in on some level is very challenging often for somebody with Asperger's if they don't have the insight into, well, what is fitting in? What is social engagement? What is the hobbies or interests, like you were saying yesterday, your stepsister saying, God, can't you just be a normal teenager? Because Kirsten was into classical music. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that, but I think what it is teaching teenagers that when they want to fit in, it's their choice, okay, and giving them, I suppose, the skill to do that. Another key component, I suppose, with the teenage stage where an OT would work with a teenager would be on those organisational skills. I know for anybody who is primary school teachers here, you probably spend a lot of the time doing that organising for your child. But again, moving on to secondary school, you know, in secondary school, a child spends most of their week there, realistically. I mean, they're 5 days a week till probably 4 o'clock most days. So the need for the skill of being able to organise, getting to places on time, getting work in on time, finding your way around as such, remembering to bring the correct things home is a really, really valuable and important skill. I suppose it promotes then independence for a teenager, which in turn then will promote the whole self-confidence and self-esteem. And we do know, even for ourselves, is that the more confident we feel, the easier life is for us. Again, the last thing would be around preparing the teenager for third level. So there is applications for DARE, I don't know if people heard of that, to get into places like UCC, vocational work, identifying, I suppose, what does the teenager want to do? Because any teenager struggles to choose that. Sometimes a child with Asperger's struggles a little bit more. And identifying, I suppose, the work of an occupational therapist, the role working with adults who have autism or Asperger's. We are currently working with your colleague Pat Nelligan for the CORK and the Kerry Asperger's support group services, and they contract us in to work with them on a fortnightly basis, and we would see a number of young adults through this service. Again, I suppose with a lot of the adults that we would meet, some have maybe had very late diagnoses, some would never have had any therapeutic intervention, which they've said, you know, makes them extremely angry and annoyed that they were missed. They may not have had any understanding what sensory integration is and how it's impacted on their functioning. They may have secondary diagnoses of dyspraxia, which is like a coordination difficulties, which again from a functional perspective has impacted the individual significantly. And a lot of the work we would do, I suppose, again, is about identifying, well, you know, is there difficulties with your sensory system? Are you presenting with secondary diagnosis? What is it? And understanding what it is, you know, is sometimes just, that's it, that's the solution, you know. I think it helps the person understanding that it's not their fault that they're disorganised, or that they're late, or that they've struggled every day to get to work on time. Again, I suppose it's looking at vocational work, the organisational skills. Housing adaptations is something that we haven't done before, and this year we've done a couple of them, where young adults maybe are living with their parents, they need some extra support, but again, they need their own independence. And again, funding has come through for those, you know, for the money as such to build and to extend potentially onto parents' houses and provide, I suppose, the sensory rooms or the independent living that the person needs. Again, I suppose relationships is a significant part, but we'll be talking about that, and also parenting. So I'm just going to throw on a couple, rather than going to sensory integration, which I planned today, I have a much more interesting, excuse me, I'll just take that out here. I have a much more interesting topic. In my experience of working, excuse me, I'll just throw these on in the background. In my experience of working with parents who either have had a diagnosis for their child of autism or Asperger's, or for parents that we are querying whether their child is presenting with these difficulties, the key questions parents will always say to me is, will my child get married? Will my child have a child and be a parent? Will my child get a job or go to university? Will my child be able to drive? It always comes in there, the driving, for some reason. And there is huge fear. And I know parents today, because I know some of the parents here today, and I know their questions probably they themselves asked me. And today, I suppose, that's why I've asked Kirsten to come along and tell her story Because as a professional, I suppose, I've been inspired very much so by Kirsten Gregg. I met her 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago now, and she was referred to me through the UCC disability officer with a query of dyspraxia, which is basically a coordination difficulty. They couldn't understand why somebody with a superior intelligence in university couldn't, get into lectures, couldn't get exams done, why she'd failed first year exams and had to repeat it. They couldn't understand this. So when I met with Kirsten, and like I said, she came in with her hoodie on, her baggy trousers and her trainers, and she sat down on a couch, and if she could have gone through the couch, okay, she would have. Isn't that right? Yeah. Kirsten couldn't engage with me with eye contact, couldn't engage really in conversation, significantly lacked self-confidence, and was highly, highly anxious. And without a doubt, she was presenting with secondary dyspraxia, and at quite a significant level, which was impacting on her on a functional and daily basis in all activities of her daily living. Typically, I wouldn't do this, but 30 minutes into the assessment, I asked her had she heard of Asperger's syndrome. And we looked it up on the internet, and one of your sites showed all the different criteria, and Kirsten went away and researched it and came back and subsequently got a diagnosis. 5 months later, after intervention, and I'm reading you this because I think it's very important, I suppose, to build a picture of Kirsten, because Kirsten's anxiety about coming here today was, I don't want to come here today and people to look at me and go, there's nothing really wrong with me. Okay, and a significant amount of time with college, starting off in university with the work we were doing, I was going to support Kirsten. She couldn't get in the door. She couldn't walk through these doors here for the lectures. Okay, she couldn't email the lectures. She couldn't speak with the lecturers. And now, what some of the lecturers are saying is, do you really have that? Is that really there? Is it really impacting on you? And again, isn't that a double-edged sword? So you work really hard and you drive yourself, and now it's like, sure, is it really there? Okay. But I suppose 5 months after meeting Kirsten, the girl who had, no confidence and significant functional difficulties, which she'll tell you about, she wrote me an email and I've kept it from September 2009. I think for many professionals here, I think it's very inspiring anyway. But part of it, and she's told me to read it, said, she wrote, there has been a substantial drop in my stress level since I first met you, because I can now recognise that everything I need to achieve is just really a sequence of steps. I now have the skill to break a task down into smaller steps and tackle each one. This applies to everything from getting Alex, her son, ready for bed, or getting myself dressed in the morning, to completing an entire course module. I just wanted to emphasise what a huge difference developing this skill has made to me. Not only has my level of overall frustration dropped, but my productivity level has increased as well. I can now achieve many simple, everyday things that were completely beyond me less than a year ago. I have read that some people with Asperger's syndrome find themselves just walking around aimlessly, or sitting down all day because they simply cannot plan. That is what months of my life have been like, and it is soul-destroying. To have this newfound clarity in my day, life is nothing short of a revelation. This is the nice bit for me. She told me to read. I suppose that I want you to realise that it is your help and guidance that has helped me achieve this, and that if you were not so astute in your observation, that could be still walking around in an autistic fog. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present an amazing lady.
Okay, as you know, my name is Kirsten Gregg, and I'm 25, and I'm currently a postgraduate student here in UCC. And I'm actually doing a master's right now in applied linguistics, and within this, I'm conducting research into how people with AS deal with second language learning. But I'm not here to talk about that, obviously. I'm here to tell you a bit about how getting my diagnosis has changed my life and how I'm coping now that I've had a lot of occupational therapy. And so I love my course now, and I'm coping much better with life as a university student. And just to kind of give you an idea how much better I'm coping now, I'm actually involved in a mentoring scheme here in UCC, where now there's a group of us that mentor students that are coming in with mental health difficulties. And I'm actually there now supporting someone who's come in with Asperger's syndrome and kind of helping them through college. So, I've gone from not having a clue what I'm doing, walking around UCC, not handing in essays, to actually helping somebody else, which I think is great. And that's one of the things I just want to say about UCC now, is that it's becoming much more ASD friendly, and the disability support service here is kind of developing programs to support people with Asperger's syndrome. So if you have children now, like, you know, things are a lot better than they were even 5-10 years ago, that if your children are coming up into UCC, there will actually be support there for you. I suppose Jennifer's mentioned there about the problems I was having when I first met her. I had huge problems in school, and teachers were always saying, you know, I was lazy, or, you know, pay attention, stop fidgeting, and that kind of thing. And I actually had to leave school at the age of 15 because I was having such problems, you know, socially and that kind of thing. So I ended up in UCC anyway after going back to school and getting my leaving cert.
You want me? Kirsten asked me to fill in, so I'm not filling in as she is going along to key components. I think one of the commendable things, and I think it's worth acknowledging, and Kirsten asked me to do this, was that when she finished school at 15, she decided herself off her own back to go back and to do her leaving cert at 19, hasn't it? Put on a uniform for a week, hasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Put on, went back at 19, and you know, and basically taught you, but taught yourself a lot of the subjects within that year at home. So going from, you know, 15 with significant difficulties, and I think you asked me to remind you this as well, that in school one of the key things was the misunderstanding teachers had of you, and you said yourself of the anger you now feel towards school, for the teachers not recognising, overall, you know, the majority of teachers not recognising the difficulties you were having, not supporting you from a social perspective. And even I think it's interesting, if there's any teachers here, remember you were saying about the quiz, you know, and that feeling of being wronged and how it would wind teachers up. Do you want to?
Oh, well, it's just an example of the literal understanding. We were asked in a quiz, we were asked, what's the closest star to Earth? So I was like, oh, it's the sun, because the sun's a star, but the answer was Alpha Centauri, which is actually technically incorrect. But, you know, I ended up having a fight with the teacher over this. So I was like, you know, like, I'm right, you're wrong, like, why can't you admit this? So, you know, I suppose if you've got kids, you've probably heard stories from your children coming back and saying, but I'm right, I don't understand why, you know, people don't kind of get that. But now I know just to kind of go, oh yeah, grand, you know.
Do you?
Just about, yeah, not all the time, but I know when to fight my battles now, so. That's
the impression of school as a teenager.
My impression of school? Well, you know, I liked school because of the academic side of it, but I hated it because, you know, there's this whole complex social interaction with people, especially with girls. Like, girls had their own little cliques and stuff, and I was just, what does that mean? Like, so school probably wasn't the most enjoyable for me, but I think if I'd had my diagnosis of Asperger's when I was younger, then maybe I could have dealt with it better, and, you know, maybe even other kids would have realised, well, maybe that's expecting too much of teenagers. But if there was more awareness of it, I think life would have been a lot easier, especially if teachers knew that, you know, I wasn't being awkward on purpose, or, you know, fighting with them just to be a brat, rather than not actually understanding that, you know, just to leave it rather than keep arguing.
They should have left it, you mean?
Yeah.
They should have been taught. Is there any teachers here today? Gone to university. Sorry. Yeah, actually, Kirsten was saying that as well. Rather than her presenting the whole thing, if people want to ask questions as she's going along, that she said that she would find this much more comfortable to be able to answer specific questions. And I'll write them down and remind Kirsten or interpret them if she wants.
Does anyone have questions?
Want to ask anything about school?
I've got a question, Kirsten. I've got a 12-year-old daughter. She's just been recently diagnosed as being Asperger's. And just been listening to what you've been saying. Claire definitely went through what you went through in junior school, where she was not understood. How would you maybe help Claire going forward now? Like she has now been told that she probably has got Asperger's, although it's not a definite. How would you say to Claire, this is the best way of going forward, like in secondary school?
Well, the first thing that I did that I found really helpful was read about it and find out what it actually was and what it meant. And there's actually a really good book called Asperger's and Girls. I don't know if you've heard of that, but Tony Attwood was involved in it, and that book was brilliant. And it's more kind of angled towards girls, because I think, and you think as well, that a lot of the literature is kind of from a boy's point of view, because it's like a ratio of 4 to 1, isn't it? But they're not sure now if that's just, like Tony Attwood is really into this at the minute, that maybe the diagnostic criteria isn't picking up girls, or we have different expectations of girls, and that's why they're kind of slipping through the net. So the fact that she has a diagnosis, or, you know, that it's a query at her age, I think is really good. If she reads that book, that would probably give us some insight. Her teachers being aware of, you know, possible issues, and not to kind of punish her if she, you know, has questions or that kind of thing, because I think a lot of teachers think that you'll pick up on the signals, like, you know, shaking the head or starting to get cross, or like I'd be completely oblivious that, you know, the other kids will kind of start settling down because they know that the teacher is getting angry, whereas I just keep talking, and, you know, I wouldn't pick up on those signals that I think a lot of neurotypical people would kind of take for granted. But that's what it is, you know, that's a part of it, is that you can't read people's kind of subtle, you know, body language and that kind of thing. Can you
Which
think
makes it even hard, because interestingly we were sitting here and I just said, oh God, I'm so nervous. And Kirsten said, I said, can you see? And she goes, sure, I can't read you at all. I was sitting here, I said, I feel like getting sick, you know, as we were sitting there. But again, from an understanding perspective then, if you, even just two of us sitting here as adults, you know, you're feeling nervous, I'm feeling nervous, but at least I can see, you know, I can see you were nervous, you know, when you came over to us. So it's what's the word? It's consoling or something. They're comforting for me, because I go, oh, well, I'm not the only one. But again, if you look at it from an Asperger perspective, then if you can't read that, well, then are you the only one who's feeling nervous? And is that normal? And is that going to increase your anxieties? And again, I think from a school perspective, is that looking at that, you know, going from 12 into 13, that natural teenage development, it's hard enough. It's hard enough on anyone, but bloody extra hard if you're struggling in reading that non-verbal cues. And particularly girls, men will agree on this, I know they will, you know, sometimes can be ridiculously subtle. How are you? Fine? Yeah? I want to hear, yeah, your wives speak like that, yeah, girlfriends, you know, and they go, okay, you know, and you're like, well, I'm not actually, can't you tell? You know, well, no, I can't, you know. And again, you know, from that Asperger perspective, when there's these cliques and groups, you know, and you're getting, our CORK thing is, you know, I will, yeah. I think it's a very interesting one, isn't it? Well, what they're really saying is not a chance. No, I won't. So again, even from a school perspective, the language often that is used by teachers, they don't realise, and by parents, because parents will often say to me, well, look, I'm not telling them what to do. I'm just telling them if they... And I went, but you just said telling. And from a literal perspective, what is your child saying? They're saying they're sick of you telling them what to do. You're saying you're not telling them, but then you're saying, I'm just telling them too. Does that make sense? So it's about being very precise, and I really agree with Kirsten. Like, knowledge is key. I think for a parent to really understand what, say for Asperger's, what is it? And then working out how is it impacting my child, or how is it impacting, you know, an individual themselves. You know, and then, you know, I think really teaching teachers what to do, because they're not trained to be speech therapists, they're occupational therapists, they're experts in autism. They're not trained in that, and there's very, very, very little undergraduate support. So again, as a parent, if you can go in and maybe buy the book for the school, you know, and have a meeting with the teachers, you know what I mean, and train them too. And the majority of schools that we've met with are so delighted for any extra support, as is the universities, aren't they? What's your impression here, in, say, from UCC perspective?
Oh yeah, like every lecturer, well, not every lecturer, but pretty much all of the lecturers I went into, even if they had no idea what Asperger's syndrome was, they were quite happy to sit down and, you know, I'd give them a little sheet and be like, you read that now. And, you know, they'd really try and help me. And, I mean, at the start it must have been very difficult for them, because I didn't know what kind of support I needed. So I'd go into the office and be like, oh, I don't know how to write this essay. And they'd be like, well, how do I help you? And I'm like, I don't know. But like we worked through it, and you know, after 2 years now, I got my degree, and as I said, I'm now doing a postgraduate. So you know, we must have worked something out, because I got my degree. But yeah, what was the question again?
Can I ask a question
Yeah,
actually?
yeah.
Kirsten, do you get really, really tired, or particularly maybe before your diagnosis, maybe now even, did the school day really, really tire you out?
Yeah, it really did. And when I went back to school, actually, I'd end up turning up after lunch and stuff because I couldn't get up in the mornings. I was just so wrecked from it all. And, you know, obviously that got me into trouble again because they thought I was just, you know, oh, I can't be bothered, I'll just turn up. But it was actually genuine exhaustion. And I mean, that still happens now, but, you know, like yesterday, actually, I did nothing, didn't I? When you banged me, I was like, oh, no, I thought we weren't doing the conference, so that's why I've not much done. But, yeah, like, but now I'm not so hard on myself because I know I need those days just to kind of, like, regroup. And one thing that I know would really tire me is if I had a day where I'm talking to people a lot. So if I'm having a lot of conversations, you know, at the end of it, I'm just like, oh, don't talk to me. And
Can you explain why that would be difficult?
well, like for me now, like I've done a lot of work with body language and stuff. So when I'm talking to people, I try to not to stare at them and then actually look at them as well. Because if I'm staring over there and they're talking to me, they think I'm not listening, but really I'm really concentrating on what they're saying. Like conversation, I think a lot of the time when it's conversation for the sake of conversation, which in my linguistics degree we call facet communication, but that's really technical, so I'll just leave that. It's do you know, if you meet someone in the supermarket and you're like, hey, how are you? Oh, I'm grand, yeah, blah, 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 how's the weather, blah, blah. And like, it was only when I was, 17 or something that I realised that when someone says, how are you? They're not literally asking for a description of your day and that. So I'd stand there for 5 minutes and be like, yeah, it's a terrible day and blah, blah. And I'd never even ask the other person how they were. Whereas now, because I've kind of looked at conversation and, how people enjoy conversation as a kind of, like it's a bonding tool, and now I have that awareness, I can kind of play that game, which I'm quite proud of myself sometimes. Like I'll come away from the supermarket and I'll be like, this is to my boyfriend now, well he's actually my fiance now, he's a manager in the supermarket, and I'll go up to him, I just had a conversation with someone and it went really well, and he's like, okay, he's like, what did you talk about? And I was like, oh, I just asked them how they were and I remembered about their kid and stuff, and to me that's like a little personal victory. And then there'll be other days that people are like, how are you? And I'm like, fine. And I can't even come up with the next thing to say, but that's okay because I know why now. It's not because I'm like a rubbish person or that kind of thing. Like I have that understanding now. Yeah, conversation to me is really exhausting.
And in a group situation as well, the auditory processing as well is a huge issue. And I know, Julie later is going to talk a lot about sensory integration, and that would be something we would have worked on as well, is the ability to be able to process multiple sounds, like where are they coming from, and how long do I need to process it? And if I'm thinking exactly about the words, whereas, when we're having casual conversations, we're very puny. We don't listen to every single word, whereas you would listen to every single word and then need sometimes time to process that. And would you like to give an example about when you're in a group, like even in college, where there's a group of people? Oh yeah, like chatting.
I hate going out with my friends now. There's a group of us because I actually just end up sitting there and I have no idea what people are talking about because it's very this person's this person and that. So I just end up sitting there and like, what's going on? So now, like even socialising, I just go out and meet the one friend, and then I can actually enjoy it rather than sitting there not knowing what's going on. Which I suppose for that man's daughter as well, like to kind of have a knowledge of just because you can't follow group conversations and stuff, you can still have friends. You can still socialise. You just need to be aware of how to do it on your terms, so you get some benefit out of it as well, instead of it just being a really stressful experience.
How did you decide what you wanted to do in college? Was it something you were always interested in?
I had literally no idea what I wanted to do, and I knew I always liked languages, and I actually started a degree in Spanish and English in England, but I had to drop out because of funding issues and that. I just kind of went with my gut feeling at the end of the day, and I didn't know I was going to be doing Chinese now until a couple of weeks before the term started, because it was a new module. So I ended up doing Spanish and Chinese, but all the things I could kind of gear towards Asperger's syndrome I did. So I don't think your first degree is so important in terms of what you actually do, because a lot of them you can go off in different directions afterwards. Like I'm hoping to go into research in Asperger's syndrome, but I have a language degree. But you know, that got me into applied linguistics, and now I'm doing Asperger's and second language acquisition. So after that, I want to go over to Asperger's or something else. So you know, I wouldn't freak out. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the thing. I love like the academic side so much, and that's why school was so kind of disappointing for me, because I really love learning. And
do you want to explain your challenges in learning, like when I met you at the very start, the challenges from university? Because, you know, for somebody with superior intelligence, not being able to pass your exams was one soul-destroying for you, wasn't it? And extremely frustrating. When I met you, you were very frustrated with, you had so much information, you know, I mean, you know, so much information, probably more than half the well, one of the lectures did say you actually needed more than one of them, didn't you, information-wise? But I think that, but at the time, functionally, you weren't achieving. Do you want to explain why?
well, I suppose the first thing would have been writing essays. It's just I just you know blurt out the information on the page. But I think that's another kind of social thing as well, is that recognizing that other people don't have your kind of point of view, because I think you probably know about the theory of mind with Asperger's or autism, that you don't have an idea of what the other person what their viewpoint is. So to me, I just write down what I knew and not understand that the lecturer or whoever was correcting my essay wouldn't have what I had in my head. So now I know how to present information in an essay with an introduction and kind of highlight the points, because they're not looking at it with my point of view, which was like something that I couldn't comprehend before. But because I know about Asperger's syndrome now, that you know your diagnosis kind of helps you in all aspects of university in that sense.
And it's interesting because with the essays we got into arguments about it, because Kirsten was saying, but I'm at now, I had to go down and do some Chinese, anyway, I had no idea. I mean, I was trying to teach you just structuring essays, but it was all about was it North Korea and South Korea? You know, I learnt a lot at the time. But I always remember, and I was saying, but you need an introduction. Kirsten's like, but look, there's the question. I'm obviously answering the question. Why do I need an introduction? I'm just repeating, I'm just really explaining what the title is. You know, it's there for people to read. And the same with the conclusion. And also the key element was that because Kirsten was so well read, you would go in to research the question and become so absorbed in getting more and more and more and more information that when it came to narrowing it down, you were so overwhelmed by all this information and not able to, and really wanting to express it, but not realizing that, well, you didn't need 10 points. You needed, you know, a start, 3 points and a conclusion. And it was really interesting once you did that, your grades increased significantly, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, I did a module in first year and I got 20% in my essay, which I think is actually the lowest mark they can give you apart from 0. So it was pretty bad. And then I went back and I did it again and I had a better understanding and I got 70. So I went up 50%. And obviously my intelligence didn't go up in that time. And, you know, my knowledge with the research I'd done wasn't any different. It was just I understood what people were asking from me. And you know, I think as well people don't realise how much of university and stuff is actually social interaction. And I mean, I had some fights with lecturers about handing stuff in late because they'd say to me, "Oh, it's grand. Oh yeah, don't worry about the essay." Oh, grand, so I won't worry about it. And then they'd be like, "Well, where is it?" You know, or hand it in when you can. That was my favourite one because I was like, I can't do it yet, and they'd be like, I have to hand it in. You know, it's the end of term, and you know, you said hand it in when you can. Why are you getting mad at me now because I haven't handed it in? So like I have an understanding of that now, but also now. Like that lecturer, for example, said to me the next year that, you know, she had a better understanding of what some of the people in her class that year needed because she dealt with me before, and maybe not to use terminology. And actually one of my other lecturers said to me, I said, "Oh, I'll get it in as soon as possible." And she was like, no, not as soon as possible for you, because I know what that means. And it's like, next week on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. I'm like, "Right, okay." So, yeah.
The other thing about it, I think it's a really important one about you saying as well about coming into lectures, about the, you know, the time management and stuff like that. and the, you know, when we handed out to the lecturers about, you know, not asking you direct questions, stuff like that.
Yeah, well, in my undergraduate degree, like, I was having huge problems even dealing with anxiety in coming into class, because, you know, if you walk into a lecture hall and you're late, people turn around and look at you and stuff. And, you know, if you'd said to me then I'd be stood up here talking to you, I'd be like, no way, but, you know, I'm here now as well. I forgot what I was saying now. Yeah, like, you know, it wasn't just a case of, oh, now you have to, you know, come into the lecture. I mean, some of my lecturers were like, it's okay, you don't have to come into my lecture, and I'd go and collect the work off them afterwards. And they kind of let me get used to doing stuff in my own time. So, you know, it wasn't just that I got my diagnosis. I was like, oh, this is what I have to do, and, you know, everything was fixed. It was definitely a process and trial and error and that kind of thing. What were you saying?
About the anxiety, that you had such anxiety coming into the lecture and people would stare at you, so you wouldn't come in then.
Yeah, like in my last year now, I didn't have to do any presentations in front of the class. I just do it for the lecturer, and you know, they wouldn't ask me questions on the spot, because I tend to just stop and be like, you know, I could feel my heart beating when I knew they were going to ask me a question.
So functionally, then it meant that you were confident walking into the lecture.
Yeah, like I could go in without worrying that someone's going to ask me a question. So I started going to lectures, and then, you know, that started decreasing my anxiety, because people weren't asking me questions. But I mean, now I'll stand up in front of the class and give a presentation, and, you know, so, you know, stuff does get better after a while. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Sorry, do you want to ask a question? Hi,
Hi.
Kristen, just first of all, thanks very much for coming today. I think you're really inspiring to listen to. We've just recently had our 6-year-old diagnosed, and we've given great hope for the future in relation to, you know, the future holds for him. I suppose because we're newies at this, we're just finding our way really. But I'm trying at the moment to teach him to fit in, but at the same time not compromising himself. And I'm just wondering, obviously, you know, this is huge benefits for you, and you're after coming on in leaps and bounds, you know, since intervention started for you. But is there at any point when you're in the supermarket talking to somebody, and you're trying to remember what to ask the person, do you ever feel that you're compromising who you are?
Not so much. Like, sometimes I'd be really cross because, you know, I just don't see why I have to do it some days. You know, I'm not in the mood to try and make someone else feel better through conversation kind of thing. But I don't feel that I'm compromising who I am as such. I just do the same way that you might make allowances now for your son. You might talk to him in a slightly different way. Now I feel that I'm doing that for the other person. It's not that they're, you know, like I'm trying to make myself better for them. It's actually that I'm making allowances for them not being autistic. It's just easier. It kind of gets rid of my, like, I don't feel bad about myself anymore. I'm just like, you know, if I met someone else who had autism in the supermarket, we'd probably be like talking about, you know, I don't know, something technical, and there wouldn't even be a hello, how are you? It's just like, did you see that? Yes. No. So, like, no, I don't think he's compromising himself. I think having the knowledge that you have autism lets you be yourself, because you're not, you know, comparing yourself to other people's standards. And when people make judgments on you about how you're behaving and stuff, you know, it's not that you're at fault. It's just that you're processing everything differently. So, yeah, they can't turn around to you and say that's wrong, because to you it's right. Do you know?
It's interesting what you're saying about standards as well. I mean, when I met you, Kirsten, as well, even a lot of the process of us working together was you asking me to interpret something, you know. So that the fact you got 78 in an exam, I was like, whoa, brilliant. But I didn't get 80, Jen. And I was like, but it's brilliant. It's higher than I ever got in exams, you know. And again, that expectation of yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you want to, like, how that put pressure on yourself?
Well, yeah, like in college now, like I really wanted it first, and to me, if I didn't get that, then, you know, I'd failed. But when I got my degree, and I didn't get first, by the way, but I was really happy with what I got. And looking back at it, I was like, you know, I went into lectures. That's an achievement. I finished, like, I did a dissertation, and, it was 10,000 words long, and like if you'd said to me before that I'd be able to write something that was 10,000 words long, because you remember like the planning, I was just like, how the hell am I going to write something that's this big, this structured? How am I going to break it down? But like once I'd done that, then like the sense of achievement and success that I got from that kind of spurred me on, that I could achieve stuff. So what was the question?
So what about expectations of yourself? The way that some of the expectations you'd put on yourself are unrealistic. Like, if you're failing the first year and then wanting a first class, and she got a 2-1. I mean, so it's nearly a first class. Just to say that, and the scholarship into the masters. But I think, I think that's important. Is that again, when you're viewing your from an Asperger's perspective, when you're viewing yourself and you put expectations on
it's very
yourself,
black and white.
And how can parents maybe support their child with that? In making realistic expectations. How did that? Because you changed your expectations, didn't you?
I did, yeah, but I don't know how I did it. I suppose I can't really answer that question.
Actually changed it.
Hey, well, yes, that's.
Maybe because you're less stressful now?
Well, yeah, and I don't see things in such a black and white point of view. It's not just like success and failure,
And a lot of it as well was talking it through and interpreting it, wasn't it? We used to do a lot of work on interpreting, so what is success? What is achievement? Is just getting an A, or first class honours an achievement? Or is it actually, like you said, it's being able to hold that conversation in the supermarket, and yet before the diagnosis and the understanding of Asperger's, well, having a conversation was really not top of the priority, was it?
No.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you another one there, Kirsten? Do you actually have friends or know people who have got Asperger's? And if so, how would you differ from other people who don't have it?
What, in conversation? No.
Well, I'm in the learning curve here, so
Okay.
in conversation,
Well,
even like socially getting on with them.
I've only met one other girl with Asperger's syndrome, and she's actually the girl I'm mentoring. And when I met her, we were only supposed to talk for an hour, and we ended up talking for 2.5 hours. We didn't even realise what the time was and stuff. And I was like, I'm so glad I've met you, because we didn't have to do kind of the how are you kind of thing. We just got straight into it. And it was like, this is what I'm having problems with. Great, okay, this is what we can do. And she was happy and I was happy, and to us that was great. She left smiling, I left smiling. It was a very successful kind of interaction, whereas other people might have judged it and said, she's not asking how she is, she doesn't care. And that's one of the things I said when I volunteered for the mentoring project, was please pair me with someone who has Asperger's syndrome, because if you put me with someone else, I was worried they'd be like, oh, she doesn't care, and she's not nodding, and doing all the little subtle things that people do. So, that for me was fantastic. And, I've learnt stuff from her. It's not like I sit down there and go, okay, I'm going to teach you everything I know, because she's teaching me things as well. But from a social point of view, I suppose, that book I told you about is really good from that point of view, because if you understand why, that you're not making people nervous, that if you ask how they are and stuff, that's how they cope with getting to know new people. So if you kind of know the things that you're supposed to do, then they don't kind of look at you like, why did you say that? Because I used to be very blunt, and I'd just walk and be like, I don't like that, and everyone else is like, oh my god, you can't just walk up to people and say stuff like that. You have to kind of ease yourself into conversation. I'm still not brilliant at it, but much better than I was.
And it's about understanding. I know for Kirsten from Nora the last couple of years, it's about you understanding the why. So rather than you must look at somebody in the eye and you must say, hello, how are you? Because that's a typical thing, even as a parent of a small child, you say hello, don't be rude, say hello. It is a thing. But it's the understanding of why you're doing it. So maybe you don't like it, and you don't like eating carrots either, but look, this is the rule and this is the reason. So it will make Granny feel happy if you say hello and give her a kiss, rather than the direction of just doing it. Does that make sense? And then as a teenager, yeah.
But
and then I think a relationship, what you're saying is, I think it's important to say that, Kirsten is a mum herself, and when I met you, your little baby was only about 5 months.
I think it's just a year.
Was it a year? Okay. And even just the interpretation of understanding your child and the non-verbals, and when you read something like when the ads say the follow-on milk is the only thing you should use, you know, the research behind, you know, even the advertising or the perception of people of how you should parent. So you should, you know, you read things and it all tells you what you should be doing, and some of those taking those literal rules. And I was saying, oh, don't worry about that one, or, you know, oh, I'm not taking to the playground every day, you know, or things like that. And the same, you know, who does, you know, and the same from a relationship perspective. I mean, you're getting married in a couple of months.
That's a huge thing. The work that I did with Jennifer was like I'm in a relationship and we're actually getting married in June now. We've been together for 4.5 years, but the first few years before my diagnosis was interesting. Like he just couldn't understand why I was the way I was, and he said to me, like, when we were talking about it, he always knew there was something not quite right, because the way I'd react to things, and like I was very black and white. That, do you know, in relationship advice, it's like, oh, if your boyfriend does this, then break up with him. So I'd be like, you did this, I'm breaking up with you, and he's like, what? Like, I didn't bring the bins out, you know, you can't do that. Whereas now I can kind of interpret when he says, oh, I don't care, I know that he does care, really, and then, you know. So, yeah, that was probably the most significant thing, and that was from working with Jennifer, that I'd say to her, you know, he said this, and what does this mean? And, well, there was a really good example of that, wasn't there? I can't remember now.
That's right, I can live on my own. I think
Oh,
that was
yeah.
really interesting.
Like, the whole thing I had with him at the start was kind of, I don't think I can phrase it now.
Part of it was, you know, I suppose the whole thing of it being concrete in understanding a relationship.
He's like, why aren't you upset when we break up for like the 15th time that week or whatever? And I'd be like, well, I'm fine. I can live on my own. Do you know, I didn't need him. But it was only, you know, talking to Jennifer and stuff that, to me, I'd say to him, oh, it's okay, because we had a child very early in our relationship and stuff, and I'd be there like, oh, you don't need to be here, like, it's okay if you don't want to be here. And to me, that was being really loving. I was like, you know, you don't have to be here, but
and you thought at the time it was being really nice to him to say,
like
well,
saying,
you're not under pressure.
You don't have to be here. If you want to leave, you can. And then Jennifer was explaining to me that you're telling him that you don't need him and you're pushing him away, and he's like, why are you saying this to me? And to me, like, I was being really nice. And she was explaining to me that that's actually really hurtful to have someone that you love saying, I don't need you, you know, you can leave. So, you know, now I know not to do things like that. And
sometimes you can.
Yeah. But like, I suppose having Jennifer as a kind of support person, and kind of just, she kind of reinterpret things for me. So now I can kind of do that myself, because she's kind of shown me what other people think, and now I can take things that happen to me in my life and think, okay, I think of it this way, but I mean, there is a good chance that the person didn't mean it to come across like that, or, you know, I'm interpreting it in a different way. So, you know, it's a skill that I've developed, and
you developed it really, really well.
Yeah, well, I'm getting married, so I can't be that rubbish at relationships. Yeah. Yeah.
It can be hard to explain Asperger's in simple terms. If somebody asks you, what is it? How do you explain it?
Oh, God. I don't talking for like half an hour and they'd be like, shut up. Okay, I don't need to know that. I'd say it's that you see the world in such a different way, and yeah, that it's a problem socially that you don't pick up on people's body language. How would you?
You've got to
I know, but I can't remember now because I'm on the spot. Oh, if you explain it to a child.
Well, not necessarily, because I think it applies for adults too, but especially if it's for a young person and maybe they have Asperger's, how to explain it in a way that's a good explanation, but also has maybe some of the positive aspects of it.
Yeah. Well, one of the positive things that I'd say about that, you know, maybe having Asperger's, if you go through difficult times in your life and stuff, the fact that you're not so emotionally involved with everything can be quite a good protective mechanism. So you do have advantages in that way. And
I suppose that's kind of slightly off what you were asking, but the point what Kirsten was just making there, before going back to what Kay asked, was that without going into it, I suppose some of Kirsten's personal experiences through her young life were I would say, and I haven't Asperger's, and I've said to her, I would say were quite traumatic. Kirsten, on the other hand, is saying, sure, you know, I don't want to come up here and paint a bad picture tonight, because it wasn't that bad. I don't want people to think I had an awful life or anything. You know, and yet that was one of the things I said. It's amazing, I think, because of your Asperger's, you actually coped better than somebody who didn't have Asperger's, because you didn't feed into all the emotional stuff. You just coped with, okay, what is the concrete material, and what's happening? How do I cope with it, and let's move on. And that's why, but in my view, that's why I find, and I'm sure you're all going to be in agreement with me, that I find Kirsten so inspiring, because she has faced so many obstacles and has overcome them, you know. And going back, though, to answering, I suppose, the question of what is Asperger's, I suppose one of the key things that you say, and I think I heard you in a very confident way, Kirsten, is saying, I view the world differently, and I don't need to apologise for it. I mean,
I don't know, that's always something I really struggle with, like explaining what it is to people. I haven't quite worked out how to put it in those 3 sentences yet, so that's something I'm working on still. But yeah, I suppose not that it's a really negative thing. Like, to me, it's not a disability as such, it's more that the world isn't quite set up for me, you know. And that if you have that understanding, that, you know, you're miles ahead of where you'd be if you didn't. So I suppose, I don't know, I can't answer that quite yet. I'm working on it though. I'm trying to figure out how to put it in those 3 sentences, but yeah.
Just following on there from that lady's question, how would you tell a child that they've got PD, Asperger's syndrome, and what age do you think the child would best be able to cope with that?
Well, me personally, like, I wouldn't have mind knowing from when, you know, the first time I could actually understand that kind of thing. So I don't think it's a bad thing that you could suddenly, you know, decide. See, I don't want to say the wrong thing now.
no, don't say your opinion, I suppose it's your opinion.
I think growing up with the knowledge that you're a little bit different can only be helpful, instead of leaving the child kind of struggle. So I think people don't quite realise how upsetting it is, because you don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, I remember going to counselling when I was 17. I was just like, I don't know what's wrong with me. And they didn't know either. They were just, oh, you're feeling a bit depressed. I was like, it's not that, do you know? So having that knowledge from the start would have been hugely helpful. I'm not sure if there are other children's books to explain it. I know that Carol Gray does social stories, and that can be very useful from a visual point of view, just how to deal with people.
Visuals are a huge thing.
Yeah, because Jennifer has to explain a lot of things. So she'd be saying some kind of emotional concept or something, and I'm like, what? And then she drew a picture of a circle. It was for housework, actually, for me and my fiance. Like, I did loads of work and he did nothing, and I was like, oh, why don't you do this stuff? And Jen actually drew a picture of my head and his head, and kind of showed how me growing up, my responsibility was like most of the circle, whereas him, because he has, you know, parents who kind of spoil him a little bit, we'll say, his idea of responsibility was this tiny little bit at the top. So she showed me that visually, so I knew that, you know, my idea of doing, you know, the housework or whatever was much greater than his idea, and seeing that visually kind of, you know, helped me picture it and understand it. So I went home, I was like, oh, I've been a bit hard on you, but you still need to do the washing up. So. Yeah. Does that kind of help? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's up to you. Brilliant.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, it was kind of unorganized.
I just had to give her a hug because, you know, I honestly would listen to her all day. She was so inspiring. And don't you just love the quirkiness of her? She's just brilliant. And, you know, fair dues to Jennifer as well, because, you know, she's just really taken her on board. And you can see they've made friends, which is fantastic, you know. It's really inspiring for all of us. Now, at this stage, can I please welcome Mr. Kevin Whelan from the Irish Autism Action, who's going to present to us. Thank you.
In the front row now. Sure. In the front row now. Thanks for your help.
No worries. It's just step forward. That's you. And it's
Set up.
that one, is it?
Yeah. I'm just hitting the return key then, yeah. We're good, yeah.
So I just toggle off because.
Yeah.
I think is someone going to say something first about that?
About?
About I think there's a natural break.
It's being started. Okay, no, we have to start it. So it's
But I think
fine.
people seem to be going to maybe toilet break, maybe wait 5 minutes, or does one just flow on?
No, I'd say you can start.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say you can start.
Come down. That is on, and you heard.
Yeah, and return key each time, isn't it?
I think normally it's the space bar or it's the mouse, so
Yeah, space bar.
or right, left and
grand.
right.
Okay. Good morning. How are you doing? First of all, many thanks for coming along today, and thank you for coming along in large numbers. I'd like to think it's to listen to me, but I'd say it's probably the previous speaker. But first of all, just to say to you that my name is Kevin Whelan. I work with a group called Irish Autism Action. And what we say is that we try and improve and enhance the quality of lives of families affected by autism. And I suppose we emphasise that in terms of it is the whole family and the extended family that's affected by the diagnosis. And Irish Autism Action is 10 years old this year. I've been working with Irish Autism Action for the past 5 years. I'm their first employee, so I've lasted the longest. And we have our head offices in Mullingar. We have 48 member groups, and that's made up of parent support groups, groups of self-aware adults, and also some schools that are members of Irish Autism Action as well. And we also have over 1,000 individual members. So our total membership would be in the region of 3,500 to 4,000 when you take account of all the groups plus the individual members. I looked at this in terms of the conference Let's Connect, and I suppose from my point of view, one of the things that frustrates me greatly in terms of the work that we do is how come there are so many different groups, and how come all the groups tend to fall out with each other, and how come within the groups, people within the groups fall out with each other. At this moment in Ireland, there are 648 voluntary and non-profit agencies involved in the intellectual disability sector and the autism sector. That's way too many for the size of the country. We give out about the number of TDs in Dáil Éireann. Like, let's face it, I think we've a few too many organisations in this sector. And when you think about it, you think about, all the duplication that exists, whether it be through administration, through finance, through fundraising, whatever. And it nearly ends up that we're in competition with each other. And that makes absolutely no sense. Because why would we be in competition with each other if our aims are the same? And imagine if we could think about a different way of approaching service delivery, of approaching advocacy services, whereby there wasn't a duplication of expenditure, and whereby the money that was saved could be directed into supporting individuals to reach their fullest potential. And that, to me, would be a great legacy for all the organisations to leave, that there's actually a change, that, we're starting to think about, OK, the country doesn't have as much money as before, but you know what, there's money being spent, and been spent foolishly, on duplication of service. So, when I thought about this presentation, I thought about Let's Connect in terms of it's nearly time for all the groups to come together. There's domiciliary care appeals at the moment. There's 1,000 people that have been turned down for domiciliary care allowance. And those 1,000, well, probably more than 1,000, but there's 1,000, just under 1,000 people have appeals lodged for that. You imagine if we could harness the voice of those 1,000 people. You imagine if we could harness the voice of the many people that are affected by the fact that there's a cap on special needs assistance. How powerful a lobby group would we be? A lot more powerful than having 68 or 35 or 43 different agencies sending individual letters. And I think that for true change to happen and true improvement in quality of service, that it's imperative that we actually put aside all differences, come together, get one big win under our belt as a strong lobby group. And that big win and that success will breed more success and will give us more encouragement to lobby together. And certainly there are major issues ahead, and times are going to demand that we become more organised as a lobby group. And we really, really need to ensure, because when we become difficult groups to deal with each other, the only people that are winning are the people that are delighted that we're not one lobby group. So I would encourage out of today, and let's connect. I'm looking at it from the perspective of let's connect as one major lobby group, and let's do it in such an organised way that it's not about egos. It's not about, how big a budget we'll end up with. What it's about is making sure that as many people as possible get access to as many services as possible. So, on the theme of Let's Connect, I thought it would be useful to give you some examples of where Irish Autism Action has connected with other groups. Because we're a very small organisation, if we want to do something, we tend to have to do it in partnership with other groups, because they have a much stronger infrastructure and they can do the service delivery and so on. So, areas that we have partnered on. We're working with a group called the Watson Institute in Pittsburgh, and we're funded through the Genio project. Some of you might be familiar with it. The Department of Health and Atlantic Philanthropies fund it. And the idea is that we have selected 12 people to be trained as transition planners through the Watson Institute. And those 12 people will then be able to support individuals who are moving from second level to third level education. And the idea is that they will be trained as trainers. So those 12 people, each of those will be able to train 12 people. Presently, we have no transition planners in that category in Ireland. Once this programme is finished, we'll have 144. Now, we couldn't have done that on our own. And the reason that we achieved it was we connected with an organisation that could help make that happen. And they had expertise, they had lots of experience in the field, so when we looked for grant aid towards it, we had somebody that we could say is the top of their game in terms of that delivery. We're partnered with Dublin City University. We're conducting a prevalence study of autism in Ireland. We're now at the end game in terms of that prevalence study. A professor of public health medicine is leading that study for us. Again, we couldn't have undertaken a prevalence study. But the great thing was DCU Public Health Department have conducted major studies in the area of public health in Ireland. And also, when they do that, and we go with the results, we're going with a very strong lobby voice because the Department of Health quite often asks DCU to do public health studies. So they can't sort of discount DCU because we're able to say, well, you actually use them. Autism Speaks is a group that's based in the States, and they're helping us in terms of an autism strategy for Ireland. And again, they've done a lot of work in the States, like for example, they have secured in New York State mandatory assessment of all children by 2 years of age. Galway. We have a group in Galway. We're registered as a housing association. There's a group of parents and adults in Galway who want to live more independently. and we're working on a project with them at the moment to secure that independent living opportunity for them. We have many schools, 13 schools at the moment, that are members of Irish Autism Action, and those schools would have been considered ABA schools, and they were pilot projects, and we were the lead negotiators in securing permanent state recognition for those schools. So those schools are presently recruiting principals and teachers. And again, you know, not everything is perfect in that deal, and I'd be the first to admit that. But we have reached a stage now where we're starting to work with the Department of Education to try and look at ways of improving the quality of delivery in the education sector. There's a group in Kildare called Sensational Kids. Has anyone ever heard of them? Yeah? Okay. Now, Sensational Kids provide diagnostic and assessment services, as do Irish Autism Action. We had a need for a half-time person. They have a need for a half-time person. You kept losing staff because they were only half-time. So we approached them and said, listen, are you interested in us pooling our resources together and being able to recruit full-time staff who more than likely will stay longer? So we're in discussions with them, and we're hoping for a favourable outcome of that, that we would work with them in partnership, and they would deliver a range of multidisciplinary services on behalf of Irish Autism Action. We've recently joined a group, the Autism Rights and Equality Alliance, and that's a number of autism charities that have come together. We had a pre-election submission, and we really are concentrating on things like, at this moment in time, people diagnosed with autism in Ireland tend to be the undocumented, as in there are no numbers. I'm trying to remember who the UK research is, but what they're saying is that for every 1% of people in a population diagnosed with autism, 5% of that population are affected by that diagnosis. So in our instance, if it was 1%, it's 47,500 people. And if it's 5% on top of that, you're looking at close to 250,000. So it is a huge, huge issue here in Ireland. But we are not approaching it in a collective, connected way to make sure that people realise how big this issue is. Autism Initiatives are a service provider. Again, we don't have the capacity for service provision. We're partnered with them on a project as well. The ARC, the Children's Theatre in Temple Bar, we're working with them on a creative arts project to demonstrate the benefit of visual and drama and music and so on, arts for children with autism. I don't know where the rest of them went. They're not quite connected. We developed an autism support website, and we did that in conjunction with CORK Association, Awalia, an autism support group in Louth, Aspire, who would be a representative group for people with Asperger's syndrome, Gael Autism Services in Dublin, Eve Limited Tishkent, which is a HSE-funded service, and Pobble were the funding agency. And that autism support website is up and running, and I think it's getting on average about 2,500 to 3,000 hits a month. Furthermore, we were looking at the issue around autism, not just in the Irish context, but how do we connect with other European partners to establish what are the key priorities and what are the issues that are common across Europe. So we applied for European funding, and we were granted it to develop a partnership with the following: Netherlands, Ireland, UK, France, Sweden, Italy, Denmark. First part of the project was to try and develop a standardised system and methodology for the collection of data in relation to diagnosis and assessment in relation to autism. Because one of the concerns we had when we did the prevalence study was that somebody would say, oh, well, you can't compare those figures with Denmark because the methodology used in securing the data was different. So we felt that the first thing to do was to get a standardised methodology that these partner groups would adhere to. So they've agreed that. Ours is the first pilot study. And then what they'll be doing is, based on the study that we've done, they'll be taking on their study. So we will be able to do comparative analysis across European countries. Now, also, we secured funding to host a European conference. And we looked at that in terms of trying to get a sense across Europe what the priorities were in relation to the issue of autism. And they're listed there. And they're all, you know, the ones that we'd all say are obvious, right? But the thing about it is you have to go through the process of establishing what they are and getting sign-up from the European partners, because the collective European voice at EU level is as important as having the collective voice at national level here. So the report is contained in our most recent newsletter, which is available on our website, which is autismireland.ie. So you're very welcome to visit the site and check it out. So that, in essence, is the Let's Connect piece, because at the end of the day, if we work together, we will make greater progress in a lesser period of time than working separately. Does anyone have any questions?
One there on the European, there were 7 countries named.
Yeah.
There's 25 countries in Europe. Why can't we get every country involved?
In the second project, in the European conference, we had a much wider involvement across quite a number. That first project was the data collection one, and that had 7 partners. But the European conference one had, I think it was 22 or 23. So we had a good uptake, yeah. You know the point I made about all the different groups, and especially if you're a parent trying to access information and what to do. How do you feel about this thing about so many different groups and people doing bits and this, that and the other? Is it frustrating? Is it a real maze to try and work out who does what? Right? Would it make more sense? Sorry? Yeah. Well, anyone involved at IA tends to tell me that anyway. But the point being, if there was a directory, you know, that gave you a flow chart or a roadmap as to what to do, and that coming together, but that takes, you know, my view with this is that the potential exists for it to happen. And if we put aside all our egos and all that sort of stuff and bureaucracy and all those things and just make a decision, do you know what, this is what we're going to do. And all it takes is a couple of people to start that movement. And according as that group grows, people will want to be in the group rather than outside the group. And it is the only way forward. Like if you look at the issue on the medical cards issue for older persons, that was what, last budget? And the older persons formed their group. They marched on the Dáil, they had their open meeting and so on. They got the decision reversed. Now you imagine if, you know, the group in Wexford decided they were going to do it, but no one else was involved and it wasn't coordinated or whatever. It wouldn't have had the same impact. And there are key issues, like the domiciliary care allowance, the issue around the special needs assistance. Like those 2 issues alone are sufficient to warrant all the organisations coming together and forming a lobby group just on those 2 issues. Because I would feel as well that parents become frustrated with the lack of action around things, and people talk about what they're going to do and they prepare to do what they're going to do, but they don't ever maybe get to the stage of doing the doing. You know?
I hear what you're saying there again, but the people who would definitely not need most,
Yeah.
initially, people like Mary Rice, people like Helen Grail here,
Yeah.
people who I talked to initially, give me that little bit of support on the ground level, and we cannot forget that. That is massive, especially when you initially found out that your child has got something wrong and it could be Asperger's. These people on the ground level, they help me massively, and we cannot
Oh, absolutely. Like what I would say to you is local support is critical, right? But when there are issues that are common across, like, you know, say it's that issue around the special needs assistance, that issue is as valid in Cork as it is in Donegal. And when it's issues like that that have national profile, because undoubtedly the state listen to the strong lobby groups. And the only way to be a strong lobby group is to have that significant number behind you. Yes? Yeah. Well, my experience of the one where they got the autism strategy for Wales, that would have had a high level of involvement of groups within each locality. It would have had a high level of involvement, and that would obviously mean parents, but also individuals that are on the spectrum as well. Because I think it's so important that as organisations that we don't slip into that mistake of making decisions on behalf of other people without actually consulting those people. They got an autism strategy for Wales. Basically what that meant was that there was a sign-up by the Welsh Parliament. What's it called in Wales? Welsh Parliament, yeah. Pardon? Thank you. They got a sign-up to, the state signed up to the strategy. They committed to working out the strategy and supporting the groups and involving the groups around that, and there was a strategy developed. And that's one of the things, the group that I mentioned earlier, Autism Rights and Equality Alliance, they're looking for a lifespan strategy for autism in Ireland. And also they're looking at inclusion on the census in Ireland with regard to using the census as a tool to establish the numbers of people on the spectrum and where they're living. And I know that a previous Minister for Health, I wasn't long in the job, I would have been involved in a case where we were advocating and supporting a family that had a number of children on the spectrum within the family. And the Minister for Health at the time said that until she came across that case, she didn't know that you could have more than one child with autism in a family. Well, no, it's not for me to say. But I did say she, didn't I? Yeah. But the point being that she added that not to worry, that they had a strategy.
Are you encouraged by Deputy Kathleen Lynch being promoted to Department?
Yeah, she's been an excellent supporter and has always been very available around the disability issue, around autism. I know that we've met on previous occasions in relation to the issues around the ABA schools in Ireland and stuff like that. So, yeah, absolutely. And the other point I would make is, and this isn't me being party political, it's just on personal experience, Rory Quinn seems to have a very good grasp of the autism issue as well, and he certainly visited a number of our schools, and you know, he knew what he was talking about, you know, so that, yeah, they're positive. And James Riley has been a very strong supporter of autism in Ireland, and I'd be very confident that he will also have a lot of vision to go with that. Yeah, so it you know, we'll wait and see, but it seems positive. Yes, sir.
One of the things that might help, I think, in terms of the organisation is better media strategy. And I'll split it out. You mentioned the pensioners.
Yeah.
They have Age Action Ireland. And a number of years ago, they went and they got Eamon Timmins, a media professional in his maybe late 40s.
Yeah.
And he taught them how to work the media.
Yeah.
And he works the media on their behalf.
Yeah.
And that is why nothing happens now in the area of the pensioner. And Eamon Timmins and Age Action aren't up there with their banner up.
Yeah.
And I think groups like IAA and others need to come together under an umbrella and need to develop a media strategy with the media profession.
Yeah.
Say, right, here's our message. And believe it, because I'll be speaking later, I work in media.
All right.
And my son has autism. I don't know you, Kieran. But that in my mind, because I work in media and I have a son who's autism, that I see as maybe a slip up on behalf of the organisation. Media strategy needs to be developed. I work also with adopted people.
Yeah.
We have a saying: agitate, then agitate, then agitate some more until you get what you want.
Yeah.
That's how you develop a strategy.
Oh yeah, and I wouldn't dispute for one moment what you're saying. But I think that if we're going to go down the road of a collective media strategy, because within each organisation there are media strategies, like we would have one, right? But what we need to look at is, if we were going to have a collective media strategy, that to me would make a lot more sense. And as you said there, if there's anything pops up in relation to autism or Asperger's, or in relation to domiciliary care allowances or SNAs, that automatically there's a spokesperson.
Yes, and there's every newsroom in Cork has a phone number.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. But that's, you know, and that's a very good example of the need to connect the groups. Because again, if you have each group with their own individual media strategy, there's absolutely no coordination. And it's kind of hit and miss. And then you might get, you know, 2 articles and a radio interview on this particular subject, and then there might be a 3-month gap where there's nothing on the airways about it at all. So, it does need people to come together around that. And we'd be very open to, as an organisation, to, you know, saying, look, we'll facilitate. You know, if there's a room to be booked, if we have to organise the meeting and so on and so forth, we'll facilitate something to start the effort of connecting everyone together.
I noticed you mentioned in your presentation there you had some groups, say Cork, Galway, around the country.
Yeah.
You, for example, and this not just because you're here, but because, you, for example, with your organisation, your group, you would be the ideal umbrella.
Yeah.
And that maybe you should look to inviting all of the others in board. So look, we're going to devise a national media strategy to get our message out there and work it that way. So everyone reads about autism and acting and getting active on behalf of autism through the one source, that being yourself.
Yeah. Well, what I'd say to you on that is I made reference to a group called the Autism Rights and Equality Alliance, right? And you see, your point is valid as well, but if we were seen to be the people that started that process, then people would feel, oh, here's the IA trying to take over our group. So, whereas if we have Autism Rights and Equality Alliance, which already has 8 member groups, if we look at that group taking on that initiative, and Irish Autism Action is just a member of that group, the same as CORK Association or whichever group, so that it's under that type of heading. And the thinking behind it is there's a Children's Rights Alliance, which I'm sure people are familiar with. And they are, they do the report card on the government's performance and stuff like that, right? That's where our thinking was driving us, to have the equivalent of the Children's Rights Alliance, but call it the Autism Rights and Equality Alliance. And we have 8 member groups, and we would encourage anyone here today that is involved in a group or is thinking of forming a group of parents around an issue or whatever, feel free to, it's detailed in our newsletter, it's on our website, feel free to contact us and we can work from there on that. And, the more groups that we have, absolutely the better.
But the problem with that is that, like, when your child's first diagnosed,
Yeah.
I know that we had to look at 6 or 7 websites. You're in the shop,
Yes.
doing a load of paperwork, you're trying to tell family members, friends, everything's going against you, or that's the way you feel. And there's no monthly, like, we had a child through inter-country adoption.
Yeah.
There's a monthly meeting for that in most counties.
Yeah.
And then they're all connected, and when we had to lobby for inter-country adoption, everybody came together and there was blanket emails, whatever, and it worked like that. But there's no monthly meetings with
I'm
or find out information.
And what you're doing is re-emphasising the points in the presentation and the contributions from the floor here, is that unless we connect, that'll never happen. And you see, we should, if there was that approach where we try to get everyone under the one umbrella, it should be a case that you arrive at a stage in Ireland where you mention autism or Asperger's syndrome, and people automatically say, oh, Autism Rights Alliance, that's the website to go to, they have all the information. It's, going back to your point, and there's a list of all their regional meetings for the year listed on it, their training seminars, their media strategy, the so on and so forth. But what's happening is that everyone is doing that. So you as a parent end up being confused as to which one should I be involved with. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, yeah.
I often say this from a professional perspective, from advising parents, because parents will often come to me and ask me about, well, what are we going to do? We got turned down for domiciliary care allowance, and I have the same view as what you were actually saying about, the persistence and the trying again, and I'm always saying, parents, send me another letter. A year and a half later, most parents actually have got it, but it's taken a year and a half, and it's exhausting, and they're burnt out from it. And I think having some of those guidelines and some support around the practical stuff like that and the SNAs, but also the direction. I often would refer parents on to a specific individual, maybe like Mary, because I know her.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But then it's out of their catchment area, say for instance,
Yeah.
But I do see, parents will say they're just so confused about where to go. And even the questions earlier about what do I say? Autism and Asperger's, it's not hugely understood in Ireland.
No.
Or in Cork. And I know the ignorance is huge, in Ireland. And again, from even directing other people, like I would have a couple of core books that I like, that are easy reads, so I'd say read them, here you go.
Yeah.
But I know when individuals go and look, they don't know what to look at. And particularly, I'm going back all the time to schools and teachers, because I suppose children are in school so much of the time, and that's where often they have such difficulties.
Yeah.
But definitely, from a perspective, I would be hugely in agreement with you there, is being able to go, to one place and being able to advise parents about it, and having very specific recommendations on, say, domiciliary care allowance. If you are turned down, what do you do? Because if you're so exhausted, the first reaction is not to appeal, is it?
Yeah.
And the same with the SNA teacher, because all she does no hope you won't be
Yeah.
all capped,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sure.
I appealed because I was turned down, and now I've been not turned down again, but I've been taken for a hearing.
Yeah. An oral hearing, yeah. Yeah.
I've had an oral hearing and still got turned down.
But like if sorry for cutting across you, but if you just look at that issue there, right? You started the conversation around the domiciliary care allowance. I've referred to it, right? It's been mentioned here by this lady, and then there's 3 more people here, right? So, I think we can take out of today that domiciliary care allowance is an issue that we could choose to decide to unite on, right? And if we decide to unite on that, then what we do is I can say to you, the Autism Rights and Equality Alliance will take that issue on, right? But what we need to do is make sure that from your perspective that ye leave information today and contact details so that we can email all of you, and then you can return and say, well, we're the ones that want that issue tackled, and this is the group that we're associated with. Because we need then for you to encourage your group to become a member of the Autism Rights Alliance. And then the Autism Rights Alliance go and meet Joan Burton, isn't it? Burton, because she's not the Minister for Finance, she's now in... All right? But we go then as a strong lobby group and seek a meeting with her around this issue. Right? And to me, that makes the most sense. So I'm sure there's going to be a record of everyone's email address and so on and so forth. My details are on the Autism Ireland website. You get my email address and my mobile phone number. And I don't have my home number on it. I drew the line at that. But we can start, this is something that we can start with.
Just on that one there, Kevin. Rather than go put down the domicile, it does affect us all. We've been waiting for 12 months. But why not go maybe on something a little bit more positive, maybe on the SNAs, something that we're not after something really for us, we're after something for our children. If we went down the SNA, maybe that would be a bit more positive, and then maybe.
But it's 2 different approaches. One, you see, you're dealing with 2 different government departments. And what I'm saying is that if we look at the domiciliary care allowance, right, which, you have to think about public opinion and getting public opinion behind you as well, right? The domiciliary care allowance is an easier issue for the public to understand than, say, the SNA issue, where they argue it's for the care needs and others say, no, it's for educational reinforcement. What's the difference between educational reinforcement and teaching? And I just think that we need to pick something, and I'll be guided by people as to what the majority of people want us to approach. But I think if we start by trying to do two things at once, we'll do neither effectively.
Can I just come in there?
Sure, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, can I just say, first of all, anyway, Mary Rice is my name, and I'm the chairperson of the North Cork Asperger's Support Group. We're in Mallow. And I really like what Kevin is saying. I think it's very, very important. We're actually already doing it, because if you like, I'm representing that group, and Val, who was on the committee, that we're still with her and we're still connecting with her. She's got her own support group in Carrigaline. Leanne will be representing like the city area as it stands at the moment. You know, we'll be continuing. So we will be connecting, and I like that idea. I really do, Kevin. No. No, can I just finish my piece first? But just even on, I mean, it seems to be very topical today, the domiciliary care allowance thing, you know. Like, we have 4 boys, two of whom have Asperger's. And I think it's a joke, really, when you think about it. Our boy who is 15, we've been getting domiciliary care allowance for him since he was 4.
Yeah.
And then our 6.5-year-old, who was diagnosed 3 years ago, I applied for that 3 years ago and got turned down for it.
Yeah.
And it's in the appeal system for the last 2 years. So if you could really picture the one house with 2 children with exactly the same diagnosis, and you get it for one, and you turn down for the other, like, who does this, you know?
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely,
shocking,
yeah. Yeah.
And then got a letter then say once he turned 16
Yeah.
that we no longer entitled to domiciliary allowance. That we have to get a letter from our doctor
Yeah.
to say that he was getting a disability and returned down for disability. On the recommendation that said the letter from the doctor wasn't strong enough.
Right.
So my husband went up to the doctor
Look for a stronger letter.
for a stronger letter.
Yeah.
He did the letter and he wrote it like he wrote the letter and he sent the letter away. And one day I was like, I'm up in the shopping centre and I see Tom Martin and I just got so angry. He was there, all the cameras were around and something snapped in me. And I said, I took him and talked to him, you know. And my husband said, no, I'm taking around him. I said, I don't care. He's there. I said, it just was so strong. I wanted him to understand how he felt. He was so angry. And I went over there and they were all shaking hands with him, kissing him. And I said, excuse me a minute. I said, can I speak to you? And he said, so fair play then, right? And I said, is there cameras there? And he said, yeah. And I said, I don't come here, I said, to be on TV because the camera go away. I'd like to speak to you as the mother of an autistic child. So fair play, he did speak to me. He told the cameras to go away. And I gave my point to him. And I told him what had happened. And I said, no, I think that's not fair. Number one, I said, okay, we were getting domiciliary allowance. And then automatically, my son has turned 16 and we were supposed to get his
Yeah.
and I said, that's his entitlement. That's his entitled to that. So he apologised and he was looking at it. And I said, can you, you're a man of power, you have the power to help me as a mother. That's why I've come to you today. Can you help me and what will you do to help me? So he said, have you got your son's PPS number? I said, I'm here. I showed my card. He took down the number. And he said, I'll be in contact with you. And I said, will you? But I didn't know he himself was the father of an autistic child, which he is. I didn't know that.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Is it? Okay. So I said to him, I said, you don't know. I said, you stand there. I said, looking at me, smiling. I said, you don't know what it's like to be the mother of an autistic child. And I said, have to fight. I said, for every right. I said, you don't know what it's like. Yes, I do. He said. I said, do you really? He said, yes. I have an autistic child. I have a child.
It's in the family.
With special needs, yeah. But
I said, will you do everything in your power to help them? I said, they are very vulnerable people in society. And I said, they do need help. So what sort of schools your son going to? So I told him. I said, he's going to Naval Community College in Duman, Cork. And he said, I funded that. And I also, I started that. I put funds in that. And he said that he got cabin school. So I said, that's fine. So
Right. Okay.
And I said, you didn't know what? I said, what I expected of you, you didn't do it. And he said, oh, I'm sorry, and I know we need to talk about it. So he took down all the details and he says, I'll ring you. So his secretary, 2 weeks later, because he was out doing his campaign or whatever, she rang us 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He said, can you get a copy? Because it was in a brown envelope, right? The letter, we got it. Right? So I didn't open the letter. So he said to me, can you go to your doctor and get another letter? Can you get a copy? I said, I can. So I went off, I photocopied the letter twice, and I kept that copy for us, and I put up a copy for him in the brown envelope. But I took it out of the brown envelope and read it myself, you see, because I wanted to make sure what was in the letter, that it was strong enough, you know. So then I photocopied it, 2 copies, and I kept them for ourselves. And then I took it down then to the secretary, and I told her what had happened. And so it's in their ball now, it's Michal's ball.
You haven't got an answer yet. Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much.
Was there a question there from the lady?
Yes.
My little boy's really 5. He's in the system now since he was 2. I did get turned down with domiciliary care. I do feel also that it's not really for the parents, it's still for the child.
Absolutely. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Basically, the well has
Yeah.
one drive.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the allowance relates to the child. Yeah. 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 And what I would say, just 2 quick points. There was a time, you know, when we used to help people financially around speech and language therapy and occupational therapy. And unfortunately, we're now at the stage that the phone calls that we get are, I don't have money for food. I don't have money to put oil in the tank. Can you help me, please? And it is so alarming, the frequency of calls we get where people are absolutely destitute. And it's no longer about, can I afford speech and language therapy? It's about, can I get the Christmas presents? Can I get the new clothes for school? All those sort of things are now the calls that we get. And people have nearly, you know, I don't mean forgotten about speech and language, but their whole shift has been, you know, around the fact that the basics in life are becoming very difficult for them to afford.
Can I just add to that, like, well, obviously, like, thank God, I'm not in that situation, but we'll just say the situation where I am at the moment is my health insurance has gone up twice, as most people
Yeah.
and I was getting half back for his speech therapy, but only 8 times per year, we'll just say, okay? So we'll just say my bill every 3 months was about €800 for speech therapy.
Yeah.
And now it's literally come to, do I pay the insurance, or do I pay the speech therapy? If I cancel the insurance, I pay the speech therapy in full.
Yeah.
I'm getting half back.
Right.
Where I am at the moment is I've just cancelled speech therapy, and I'm just with our own private health insurance.
Right.
But like, why should I be in that predicament? I've
absolutely.
paid my tax for 20 years.
Yeah.
before,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just feel there's an imbalance out there. There's
Yeah.
an imbalance. I got a letter back saying not enough medical criteria.
Yeah. And ultimately, the position that Ireland is in, the people that are paying for it are the most vulnerable. And the unfortunate thing is, like, but by reducing the SNAs and by not doing the early intervention, all the state is doing is creating an enormous bill for care down the road. But, you know, that's the sort of thing. Now, I suppose, like, maybe just to close, if that's okay. Yeah.
It's fine, Kevin, yeah.
Can I just ask one thing, which you saying is that even digital and live and coming together? Is it just to say about domiciliary care allowance? I've called on numerous occasions and asked, you know, who does get domiciliary care allowance? And the answer was, I don't know. I said, well, I'm calling you because I don't want to refer people and waste your time. Nice. And your son says, well, we don't know, just tell people to send it in. And I was like, but what's the point of sending it in?
Yeah.
And there is no guideline.
No.
There is no criteria.
No.
So how can there be an allowance that there's no criteria for?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. And the second thing with the SNA as well is when you look at the SNA out of huge involvement with special education needs organisers,
Yeah.
or huge arguments, should I say. And again, you know, I got told, oh, SNAs don't copy things down from the blackboard. And yet, like,
that's what SNAs do. So again, the criteria, what does an SNA do, is very different in practice to what you're at. So then, when we're writing our reports, constantly we're trying to write the report the way the SNO needs to be. Does that make sense? And the same with domiciliary care allowance. What we've been told lately, okay, and this is the last of the sorry,
No, you're gone.
was that the criteria come back not enough medical evidence. What we're told now that the last case was that, well, it didn't show the impact on the parents enough. So if you're writing a support letter, you know, and if the parents are writing the letter, they need to be showing how, you know, what the child's needs are and how it's impacting on them, rather than impacting on the child, which was the way we were supposed to write the reports before. Do you know, so again, from a lobbying perspective, we were domiciliary care allowance, we have no criteria before we even apply.
Yeah, well, certainly through that group that I talked about, we've written up some suggestions as to how to complete the documentation in such a way that fits the
criteria, and it's changing.
Yeah.
We're getting different conversations.
And there's no actual list of illnesses either. Autism, like, autism doesn't actually, you know.
Okay.
There's nothing. Sorry, say, I've got this, and you automatically get it.
Sorry, John,
Just
just
take
leave
from
it.
the whole time from when you are to get your diagnosis, which is, it is very vague. Now, I have to say a great, huge thanks to Marion House, the guys that actually diagnosed my child, and they have been fantastic. But besides that, you feel very lost as a parent. You feel very lost, and I think to come under some group, an umbrella group, even whatever, it would be a great thing. But from day one.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Yeah, sorry, I would like to say a couple of things actually.
Sure.
One is in regards to what maybe you're hoping to do, because I have worked with parents' organizations in Greece.
Right.
So I want to bring both the financial element in and also, you know, what you can do maybe to do it a bit more constructive. I think there are two huge issues, and my country, well, my home country and the country here where I've been working since 2018, especially is the school here in Cork. Obviously, they're under financial pressure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get any better.
Worse.
In Greece, things are 10 times worse, as you might have heard.
Yeah.
I mean, people are working on wages that are 3 times less than the average wage in Ireland. So the system is completely privatized there. We don't know where parents get actually the resources, both psychological and financial, but they do bring their children to do the therapies they want to know. I think in terms of why I say it now, I think in terms of the constructive campaigning for, you know, I think you should separate it maybe into two things. One should be maybe all the financial bits and the structure, but the other one, and I want to talk about this very much because Kirsten is here, but we have one representative from the group that we want to care for, is to always take, like Jennifer said this as well, the people with autism into understanding, because if we don't understand what is going to improve the quality of life of these people, then the quality of life of the families, I think, is not going to be improved either. So maybe you said the SNA issue is something separate, for example, to the domiciliary care allowance, and I agree, but I think you should have maybe two agendas parallel, and let's say around one, the financial bit is one thing, but everything else that has to do with autism and what people need to know, their awareness, their understanding, should run parallel to it. I don't think you should leave.
No, what I'd say to you is, from my point of view, I was trying to pick an easy example, right, of something that a collective campaign could be organised around, right? But I would absolutely echo what you're saying, and you know the slide that I put up in relation to the priorities that we listed out of the European initiative that we undertook, they cover all of those things. But I'm not saying that the collective campaign should be the domiciliary care allowance. I'm just giving an example of something that could be done. But equally, if it was a case that that group, the Autism Rights Alliance, if people were interested in becoming involved with that group, then they would have an input into deciding what is the issue or the issues that people, you know, campaign or lobby for. But ultimately, connecting all the groups together and creating a large lobby group is the first hurdle. Because until we do that, you know, then we get that group together, then we decide what are the issues we're going to tackle. But we're not at the stage yet where we can get all the groups working together. And that's the first challenge that's there.
So therefore the parents need a when you go home, what do? You go back and you forget about it. It's over there, you sit down, you read the paper, and you watch TV, and you expect someone, oh, maybe that girl that was sitting in front of me, maybe she's going to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe your mum behind you is going to do something. You stand up and say, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, just to emphasise, though, just for people to hear, that the Autism Rights Alliance, the group that I'm talking about, has 8 member organisations, of which Irish Autism Action is one. And what I'm saying is that I don't want people to lose their own county identity in terms of their group. But what I'm saying is, if we can get the main group in that county to join the Rights Alliance, then we're all talking about a particular issue. And going back to that man's point about the media strategy, and out of that, once you identify the issues you're going to tackle, then there's the collective responsibility around the media strategy, because it's going to be very important that there's somebody prepared to give a testimonial in Cork as to the impact. There's somebody that's prepared to talk to Galway Bay FM on the same issue, that we have somebody in Westmeath, we have somebody in Donegal. So, because it's the human interest story that will attract the media to the situation as well. So, it's been... Pardon?
Do you not need a group to start off, like what you say, could they not start off a parents' association or parents would get involved and sit down and talk?
Yeah, okay. Well, can I suggest, right, as I said, on the website, Autism Ireland, my email address is on it. If people want to suggest how we could move this forward, then I'm more than happy to bring those suggestions to the Autism Rights Alliance. And maybe what the Autism Rights Alliance, in cooperation with Eric, might do is actually come down and have a Saturday session where we look at how do we collectively come together to raise issues that we've talked about today. Okay? Pardon? Yes, I'm told yes. Yes. Yeah. No worries. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure talking to you.
You're going to introduce Bridget Coogan, I presume.
I'm just going to introduce Bridget Coogan, all right? Yeah. Then it'll be lunch. Is that
That's
right?
it. Don't mind that video, just the lunch then.
No video.
Eric said, asked me to have a quick word with him for about 2 minutes, just on why I'm here and what I do.
What's the Aaron Smiley from Asdan? Okay, that's fine. At this stage now, we just have Aaron Smiley from Asdan, and he's just going to talk to you for a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Right, sorry, I feel... Thank you. I feel very much like I'm gate-crushing the party here, but just very quickly, I met Eric at Malahide on the 2nd of December at the European Autism Conference, and he asked me to come down here today just to be outside. I represent an organisation called ASDAN. Although we're based in Bristol, we are in fact an international organisation that operates in 44 countries. Basically what we do is we develop education programmes for children, teenagers and adults who have autistic spectrum disorder and Down syndrome. We cater specifically for all sorts of special educational needs. Now, I have a stand just outside the hall on the right as you go out. I've driven all the way down from Belfast yesterday to be with you. Horrendous driving conditions. So I hope, I'm very conscious, I don't want to break into your lunchtime, but maybe you would take 30 seconds and have a quick word with me. I arranged for literally 60 information packs to be delivered to the university here yesterday for each of you, and was planned to give you them. Unfortunately, they did arrive, but the university, there was no name on them. The university didn't take delivery of them, and they were sent back to Bristol again. So they arrived at the reception at the Bull Library, and it said Asdan on them. Nobody ever heard of Asdan, so they were all sent back again. So that's very disappointing. But luckily, I brought some reserve, a box of very little information left. Some people have got already. But basically, I would say to you, if you're a teacher, or you're from an educational background, or you're a parent who has a child in a school with autistic spectrum disorder, have a word with me. I've just been appointed from last September as the ASDAN coordinator for Ireland. I've run 8 training programmes now for teachers in Ireland. I was in the Glucksman Gallery on the 9th of February, was very well attended. We have a number of schools now in the Cork area who are running our programmes. St Vincent's Secondary School, Christ the King are coming in, Maria Immaculata College in Dunmanway. So we are beginning to develop a network. We have about 12, 13 schools in around Limerick, County Clare, Ennis, Galway. Very well attended training session there last month. And then we have 17 special and secondary schools in around Dublin. Just to give you forthcoming dates, we are 2 more training sessions, one in Kilkenny, St Patrick's School in Kilkenny, on the, let me get the date right, the 18th of May, and then we are in St Bridget's Special School in Mullingar on the 25th of May. So I will be teaching or training specifically teachers there who are dealing with autism spectrum disorder and train them how to use our programmes. We are a charity. We are a totally non-profit making organisation. We are allowed to carry only a balance of £80,000, and every penny of that 80,000 goes into developing more educational and new educational materials for special educational needs. So you'll see some of our training materials outside. What I have left, you're welcome to take away with you, but they're very teacher friendly and they're very user friendly. So I would ask, is there anybody here from a teacher or from an educational background? Certainly you should try and have a word with me afterwards. And even if I haven't got stuff, I'll give you my business card and I'll certainly post stuff out to you. Certainly all the stuff that should have been in those goodie bags that were to arrive. So thank you very much for your forbearance and for your time, and do have a word with me if you can before you leave. But I am conscious I don't want to break into your lunchtime. But I'll be around over lunch and after lunch if you want to have a word with me. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Aaron. I'm now looking forward to listening to our own PJ Coogan from 96 FM.
Take a second or two to set that thing up. Just before we start this, anybody here in the room today who's had a recent diagnosis, say in the last 2 years? Okay. Good. Ours was 13 years ago. Well, no, it was just over 10. He's 13 now, so just over 10 years ago. I know the horrible place you're in right now. I've been there. Thankfully, I've come out of it. Can the chap come down and help me with get some pictures on the screen if you could? This is not about organisations or groups or anything. This is about a little boy whose picture I'll get on screen as soon as I can. There's a pick up the USB. Yeah. That's someone else's, isn't it? But James is 13 now, and he has an autistic spectrum disorder. James won't be the first one. I'll take him from there then. Just double click it. Yes, there he is. There he is. That's James. This is about James. It's not about me. It's about him. He's 13 now. He's the happiest, funniest little devil you ever met in your life. But I want to start by reading something for you that I've adapted actually from the original. Let's have to flip it itself around. This is a picture, it'll be fine. 13 years ago, we were planning a holiday. We were headed for Italy. We bought the guidebooks, made our plans. The Colosseum, Michelangelo, Pompeii, Venice, Milan, Turin. If herself was in good mood, I might get to see Juventus play. We bought a phrase book, we learned the phrases. And the trip came. Bags packed. Plane landed and the pilot said, "Welcome to Holland." I looked at Jill and said, "Holland? What's he talking about? We're supposed to be in Italy. We're on the wrong bloody plane." Then the hostess said, "There's a change of plan. You're in Holland and you've got to stay here." So we got off the plane. Quickly realised it wasn't a horrible, disgusting, filthy place. There was no pestilence, no famine, no disease. But it was different. So, to hell with it, we're here and we have to make it work. Bought a new guidebook. Learned a whole new language. Met a whole new group of people. None of this was planned. It wasn't in the script. All very different. It's nothing like Italy, but Holland has windmills. Holland has tulips. Holland even has Rembrandts. There's no Juventus, but there's PSV Eindhoven. And there's Edam cheese. It mightn't be that bad. Everyone we know has been to Italy. They all say what a wonderful time they had. And we say, yes, that's where we were supposed to go. That's where we had planned. But the bloody plane brought us to Holland instead. The pain of losing out on Italy, and you can hear my voice, will never go away. But we knew that if we spent our lives mourning the fact we didn't get there, we'd never learn about how fantastic Holland can be. That's adapted from a poem by Emily Pearl Kingsley. She's the parent of an autistic child. It tells a lot about where we find ourselves and where so many of you have found yourselves. James, like I said, that is James. But I'm going to show you who James wants to be when he grows up. That's who James wants to be when he grows up. Right? If he can't be Michael Jackson, there's somebody else he wants to be when he grows up. Right? But that's James now. Right? Happy. I want to bring you back to diagnosis, folks. We got the diagnosis from Dr. Michael Fitzgerald. For some bizarre reason, you're not allowed to get that diagnosis anymore. They don't recognize him. He's the best in the business. He has taught many of the people in the country about autism. You're not allowed to get a diagnosis now from Dr. Fitzgerald. Now, that might change because, trivia time, the new Minister for Children, Frances Fitzgerald, is his wife. So, that might change. But when we got the diagnosis, I remember the feelings, and I asked you about the recent times. Despair, anger, fear, questions. What now? What to do? This wasn't in the bloody script. This isn't where we headed. Now, my wife did have some experience with special needs. Her sister is Down syndrome. And my wife is gifted with children. I knew little or nothing about it. I was angry, devastated, hurt, hard done by. This wasn't what I had intended. So we had to sit down and decide where to go, and education obviously was going to be the key. And Sonis, with the help of the Brothers of Charity, where James got his early intervention, and they were brilliant. They hadn't a clue what was wrong with him, mind you. They just thought he might be autistic. They hadn't a notion. But they did their best. We got him into Sonis, which was a small, kind of a concept school outside Carrigaline. And there we met Barbara Millsop. Now, Barbara became, we call her now, our guide to Holland. Barbara adored James, and James adored Barbara. But Barbara understood autism. She got it. And she had the gift, folks. And if you meet somebody with the gift, hold on to them, cling to them for dear life. She reached inside my son and she found words. She found recognition. She found eye contact. She found my little boy. He was about 4 when we really got into him. I have to tell you, the Brothers of Charity handed over Sonless to the Department of Education. That was fine. It got funding and stuff, but Barbara lost her job. Because she hadn't been to Mary I. She wasn't a primary teacher, as the department recognised. What's she doing now? She's doing working her magic with kids in Spain. Our Cork's loss was Spain's gain because of the stupid system in which we sometimes have to work. But anyway, you get on with it. And then we met somebody else, and I'll put anyone who wants to in touch with her here. Celia Young. Celia is a Dublin mother. A straightforward, down the bleeding line, working class mother. They don't make... Mrs. Brown has nothing on this one. But her son, Adam, is preparing to do his leaving cert and wants to go to college. Adam is profoundly autistic. But Celia decided that she read somewhere about diet. And she read somewhere about what diet might do. And she took all gluten and all dairy out of his diet. And she noticed changes. So we tracked down Celia, spent hours on the phone. I have to say, for my part, I thought it was absolute mumbo-jumbo. I couldn't see the science in it. But then Celia, in her own wonderful way, said, right, I'll give you the science, you see. And the science was to do with basically a chemical imbalance between bowel and brain. You don't need to know any more today, it's not for today. So we tried it. Took all, and believe me, in 1997, it would have been about 1990, maybe 2001 this would have been. 2001, early, late 2001. We decided to take all gluten and all dairy out of James's diet. I remember the first time I went looking for soya milk. It took me 7 shops to find it. Gluten-free bread, we had to buy this great big thing. It looked like a mixing bowl, like a big, huge yolk. So now you can buy it at Tesco's. But we got there, and some of the soya stuff was rotten, but he ate it. We used to stir honey into it to sweeten it up for him initially. A month later, Barbara rang me on the mobile. She said, you need to come to the school. She said, I need to show you something. I can't believe this. So I was on my way home anyway, so I said, right, look, hang on there, I'll be over. Now, every day before he'd leave the school, Barbara had little cards, which we'd done at home at her instruction. We laminated like pictures of the dog and pictures of his football, and with 30 pictures that James was familiar with, everyday items. And the idea was to try and get him to say the word. And his average word score was about 9 out of 30, which wasn't great. And Barbara reckoned she'd have got him up to 12 or 15 very quickly. 4 weeks after we started the diet, she rang me. She said, you need to come to the school. James had started scoring 29 out of 30, 27 out of 30. 4 weeks after we changed his diet. Whatever bizarre chemistry Celia Young was talking about, it worked. And I would suggest to anybody who, there he is, loves to play football. I would say to anybody who's got that recent diagnosis, it cannot harm your child to try the diet, and it might just even work. There is a science there. It's a balance, a chemical imbalance between bowel and brain, and it worked for us. Now, other things we had to do. Toilet training. Anyone here still struggling with the toilet training? Yeah. Okay. James, we toilet trained James by the time he was about 5.5. But you one wonderful bedtime habit. You'd put a nappy on him going to bed, and he'd wee in it. And like being practical, you'd say, well, we'll wait now till we finish the business, right? He wouldn't. He'd sit there for 2 hours in a wet nappy, wouldn't finish the business. So you'd change him, and within 30 seconds, he waited. So that was the fun. That was the night. That took nearly 8 months. But you know what? You laugh and you buy more nappies. It sorted itself out in the end. There was a few shitty beds to wake up to, but it sorted itself out. We were warned. Hello. He probably knows what I'm talking about. We were warned. We were warned about holidays. We were told it would be very difficult to bring James on holiday because the change in environment will terrify him. Are you out of your mind? That's Bantry. That's Lanzarote. That's Lanzarote. Look, does he look like he's confused and out of his mind? He loves it out there. He wants to live there. He thinks there's no schools. Because when we go to Lanzarote, there's no schools. So he must live there. We were told that restaurants would be a problem. Not at all. Can't. The only problem was you can't stop feeding him. He'd eat enough for 3. And the restaurants we found on holidays overseas were far more accommodating to his diet, I can tell you, than some of the restaurants we brought him to in town. But yes, children with autism have a patience issue. Hello. It's okay. He's not allowed to express himself. Or herself, can't tell from here. But restaurants have become a pleasure, even though we were warned they could be a nightmare. You just work with what the child... for the first few months, yes, we'd go to a quiet part of the restaurant at a quiet part of the day. And we'd sort of see how it would develop and work with it. But after a while, you could bring him out to Sunday lunch in the busiest restaurant in Cork, and all he was worried about was his steak done properly. Travel. Oh no. Child with autism don't like the plane. Are you joking me? Are you kidding me? He loves to fly. Child with autism don't like the train. Utter nonsense. You bring him in, we sat him down, and we worked with him. And if you have to go to Fota, to the wildlife park, on the quietest train of the day, that's what you do. And eventually, you'll work it up to the fact that now James wants to go on the busiest train so he can watch people. The one difficulty we had was with airports and queues. If you're travelling with your child, most travel companies have a special needs policy. Get on the phone and use it. If you're going on holidays this summer, those of us or any of us who can still afford to, if you're going with the likes of Falcon, for example, ring them. They have a special needs policy. They will do what they can. They will let you jump that queue. Because children with autism do not like queuing. James hates queuing. He'll do it if he has to, but doesn't want to. We have a wonderful friend, wonderful contact in Service Air in Cork Airport who has an autistic boy. And what we do is I email him before we fly, and he arrives and we just collect our boarding passes. And airlines and airports and travel agents will help. You just have to sit them down and explain it to them. It's about what you make it. It's about how you work with it. It's about not it's about not accepting the decision that's made for you that autism is a sentence. It's not. It's something you've got to live with and work with. And believe me, and again, those of you who only got the diagnosis last year or the year before, you won't get this in a million years. But living with James, that autistic little beauty, is so rewarding. So fun. It's great fun. We have massive crack together. We really, really do. But, see, I mean, that's who he wants to be when he grows up, like. He never gets off watching it. But, shopping. I know it's a nightmare for some mums or dads to bring the child into a big, confusing supermarket. It's terrible. Big, huge, confusing. All the noises, all the sensations, all the colours, all the lights can drive the child mad. We sorted that out very quickly. First place we went was over to the yogurt, the soya yogurt. His favourite was the strawberry one. I didn't give a toss if he took 7 strawberry yogurts to get him around Duns. But, you know, you strategise and you work with it. That's what he did. Like, for example, nowadays, James is quite good to get up for school. Quite good. Better than his sister, actually, who hasn't got autism at all. But until such time as he gets a cup of tea, he won't put 1 foot out. He's 13. He won't put 1 foot out of the bed. So every morning, it's a fact, every morning, Daddy is downstairs in the kitchen making tea. And it's bad enough making coffee for myself, like that's fine. But having to make tea for a 13-year-old who won't put his foot out. He won't go he won't go to the toilet in the morning until he's had his cup of tea. That's fine. We can live with that. It's funny. It's great. Only lately he started going back to sleep after. We need to work on that one. But you embrace it. You work with it. You do what needs to be done. And remember this, parents. Nobody with the best of intentions will ever know your child or understand where you are more than you. And nobody will ever get your child the way you do. Nobody should. And I get into trouble sometimes when I get to this part of it. You also have a job to do. Because I hear a lot about advocacy. And I hear a lot about, well, they should be doing this for us and they should be doing that for us. Yes, they should. But you've got to do stuff for you as well. You've got to. And you have to bite down on this very, very bitter and horrible pill. It's horrible. It stinks. Autism is shit. In plain, simple words. But you work with it. And you make what you can of it. And you make the best out of it. And Holland ain't such a bad place, really, at the end of the day. James is in St. Columba's now in Douglas. He wants to go to Nagle. There's no places this year, so we'll keep him in Columbus. He's making his confirmation next month. We're having a problem with the names he wants to take. We've told him he can't take Michael Jackson or RoboCop. It won't work. So the latest suggestion, we're now trying to negotiate him out as Speed Racer. We'll get there. We'll absolutely get there. We have no idea what puberty will bring. We know it's going to start any day now. I noticed last week it may even have started already. But we'll see what happens. We'll adapt. We'll work with it. He'll be frightened by certain things. I'll be crude for a minute. I remember the first time I woke up and puberty had arrived. I thought I was allergic to onions. I don't know what it was. We'll adapt. We'll seek help when we need it. But who will we go to? I'll go to another parent who's been there. I'll go to a parent who's been there. Or I will go to a service provider, but it's not the only place that I'll get help. And then when we learn, we will teach others what to do. We will teach other parents what to do. James is our son. We love him to bits. We don't want him to have autism, but he has. We're in Holland, not in Italy. This isn't what we signed on for, but it's what we have. Most importantly, it's what he lives with every day. So we're determined that he will have the best life and the happiest childhood we can give him. When he's older, we'll continue to learn so that he continues to learn. We'll make of this with our son whatever he wants it to be. Whatever he wants it to be. Because with autism, folks, life is what you make it. Thanks for listening. Can I just, and I will take questions if anyone wants them, can I just say, I walked in halfway through your presentation, Kirsten. You are one of the most inspirationally wonderful young people I've ever had the pleasure. Right. Over the back, yeah, white jacket. Yeah, when he finished in Sunnis, we were lucky in that we had to try and find a place. Unlucky in having to try and find a place. We were lucky in that St. Columba's in Douglas opened a unit. Eternal credit is due to two people for that. One was the former principal, Donald Murphy, who's now retired. Donald was unsure. Donald knew absolutely nothing about autism. But the real credit goes to two people, Carmel Reid, the class teacher, and Father Christie, the school chaplain, who dragged Donald kicking and screaming into the idea. And now there were nearly 4 classes down there. And it's wonderful. And James can stay there until he's 14. So he's in St. Columba's. Wonderful teachers with loads of SNAs, fantastic ideas, sensory rooms. They're building a sensory garden. St. Columba's, to my mind, is the gold standard of how primary schools integrating children with autism should be. James is now going into 5th. I'm so proud of this. He goes into 5th class for reading and spelling. He has a photographic memory for spelling. So he goes into 5th class with the 5th class boys for reading and spelling. He hates maths. He gets that from his mother. He hates maths. But he'll pick something apart into 1,000 pieces and then put it back with 3 pieces left over. He gets that from me. But he loves school. Find out where the units are. And find out where the nearest one is to you. And check with other parents how good it is. And do not accept the word no. Don't accept the word no. If you're anywhere near Douglas, anywhere that catchment area, or out around, down as Carrigaline, St. Columba's is the best, is a fantastic school. Also, Sunnis, if you're anywhere near Carrigaline, they've expanded, they take more in, there's a waiting list, a huge waiting list. They take them at 3, 4. Brilliant place. Brilliant. In fact, I see a friend of mine, Sheila, up here, has TJ in Sunnis, and he's doing really well. Next. Yep.
I really enjoyed what you had to say. I'd just like to say a couple of things. You talk to new parents, children with diagnosis. Well, I have to say, when my son received a diagnosis 3 years ago, it came as a great relief to us because we knew what it was for 5 or 6 years before we got an official diagnosis. And when they were telling me maybe it wasn't, it was making me think that there was something else wrong. So it was a great relief to us.
Do you know why you had to wait so long? Because they took Michael Fitzgerald out of the system. That's why. He saw us at 7:30 on a Saturday morning. Yeah, but it's not an official diagnosis. They won't accept it. They won't accept it for services. It's crazy. He will still meet and is still diagnosed. Is it now? A lot of places aren't accepting it. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Jennifer, because it wasn't true. Yeah.
No, the HSC don't accept. The HSC don't accept. If I assess the child for OT, it's not accepted now. But it doesn't mean that it's not being recognised by the Department of Education, so at least you can get some resources. The other thing, Professor Michael Fitzgerald has just started working as a local in the Cameron's team in West Cork, so already we'll be seeing children.
That's fantastic that the department is recognising it. Yes, Kirsten. If someone wants to meet, okay, the science in 30 seconds of it is this. There is a belief that certain things in the bowel are unbalanced in children with autism. If someone rings me and says, would you recommend the diet? My first question is there a lot of diarrhea? And is it particularly horrible? right? There's your key. Change your diet straight away. The imbalance in the gut causes an imbalance in the brain. We do not know how or why, but it does. And when you redress the imbalance in the gut by changing the food, you help to address the imbalance in the brain, which is near the learning and speech centres. That's how the change is made. There's two small problems with that. One is our GP doesn't recognise the diet and poo-poos it every time I bring him up. They don't recognise it. And also, generally, and I say this probably as a generalisation, your university-educated dietitian won't recognise it either. They don't get the science.
I'm a nutritionist. I'm a parent of an autistic child. I'm going to be talking later about the diet,
Good.
about supplementation, about laboratory testing, about the science that's coming forward, particularly in the last 5 years, that supports this. So even though we're not there yet, we do know an awful lot, and there is an awful lot we can do. So I'll be kind of expanding on
Brilliant. That's marvellous. Because and I would say to any parent in the room, at least try it. Because one thing it will not do is it will not do any harm. At least try it, and you know. Mm. He's a kid. I'm sorry, I know that sounds like a smart answer. They love pizza, they love garlic bread, they love burgers. There's a theory out there, and I kind of subscribe to it, that those that go through life not having had the diet introduced at an early age will develop a huge appetite for that which damages them. We do not understand how, but I see children with that awful diarrhea and they are ladling yogurt and cheese down their throats like they can't get any more of it. We do not understand why that is the case, but it happens. The minute you get a diagnosis. In fact, the day you get the diagnosis, go to Tesco and get soya milk, get gluten-free bread, and you will actually learn to become very adept. James goes to McDonald's. You know, you become very adept at recognising what you can and can't have.
We had Andrew allergy tests, which I don't really believe ever works. He was at 4 years of age, and thank goodness I didn't wait for the diagnosis because I didn't get it until he was 9. But we put him on a diet which cut out all dairy and not gluten but sugar. But it has worked for him. But I think that really that each autistic child is an individual, just the same as everybody in society is an individual. And what works for one child might be, you know, I definitely think diet, but the same diet may not work for every child.
I agree with you. I would always say to people, look, try it. It might work, it might not, but it will not do any harm. I mean, James now manages, I'll give you an example, James manages his own diet. He's going to a birthday party in a couple of weeks' time, and what we do with him is, he gets his own little bag, and he has his Walker's crisps, his red Walkers, and he has his bar of green and black dark chocolate, and his can of 7-Up. Not Sprite, can have Sprite, he can have 7-Up, because there's aspartame in Sprite. So he goes in, and then someone will say to him that doesn't know, James, look, there's lots of lovely biscuits over there. And he'll go, no, they'll make me sick. He'll manage his own diet. And his learning has really, really improved. through being able to use the diet. So, you know, you're right, every child is an individual, and the way we've worked with James over the years is exclusive to James. But certain things, certain ways, certain theories will apply to every child.
When my brother was diagnosed with Asperger's at the age of 16, and one of the books that we were recommended to read was a book by a young boy of the age of 11, Luke Jackson. He had the freak speaks and Asperger's syndrome, but the one before that was it was called a GFCF diet, or a guide to GFCF diet, where he's actually explaining himself what he feels if he has the food that he can't, that he shouldn't have. He takes something with gluten or casein in it, and that book also has a section on recipes that his mum has come up with or that they have tried out as well. So if there is someone, it's, as I say, it's Luke Jackson, and there is a forward by Tony Ashwood on it as well. So it is. I found it fantastic as a sister that I can understand where he's coming from. It also, there's the Freak Speaks and Asperger's syndrome book is a guide to adolescents, and it's great for it does things like how a young boy with Asperger's can deal with dating, or how he's supposed to talk to others and what they mean when they say X, Y, and Z. So I found that book very helpful.
Very good, very good. And again, as I said, look, I'm coming to the end of the time now. But look, I'm an enthusiast for the diet because I've seen it work. But there's so much more to it. And just to summarise very, very briefly,
Can I just bring one thing up there?
you can, of course.
When I about the waiting time, and you were saying the airports and one thing and
Yeah.
another, they're things you can manage. They're things that you can plan. What happens when you've got an appointment at the doctor's at 3:45 and you're still stuck there at 4:45? These are the things. What about when you have a hospital appointment? How do you get around them when you're meant to be sitting at 3 o'clock and you're still there at 4:30, an hour and a half? How does your child
How do you work with your child? What we would do generally, for example, if we're going to a restaurant and it's going to be busy, or going to a doctor's appointment, actually is a very good plan. First of all, we would ring the doctor and remind him of the situation. Look, James has autism. He does not like to queue. So, you know, if you don't want a child getting angsty in your waiting room, then can you please make sure we get seen quickly? Become a bloody nuisance. Don't have any qualms about becoming a nuisance. It's for your kid. And the other thing we do as well, very simple, when we went to restaurants with James first, he didn't get it that when he was finished his soup, he had to wait for his steak and chips. Dinkies are a wonderful thing. We bring, every night going out, when my wife has to bring in her handbag, she has to bring, as well as her own mobile phone and 3 tons of makeup, she has to bring 2 or 3 Dinkies for James. His particular favourite of the time. And that goes down. And he'll play, and he'll talk to it, and he'll chat to you. And he'll chat, he mightn't even need the Dinky. But it's there on the table, and if he wants it for a bit of company, that's that. And you know what? He's nearly 14, and if it means having to have a Dinky on the table, I couldn't care less what anyone else thinks. You find your way around it. Bring a Dinky to the doctor's surgery, and make a nuisance of yourself with the doctor.
I just say that the 10 minutes, but when it gets to the hour mark, she completely breaks. She melts there. She goes into a meltdown, basically.
Yep. They don't get it, though. They don't understand it. So we have to make them understand. So ring the secretary and say, if you bring her, if I have to wait in that office for anything more than 10 minutes, 20 minutes, she's going to tear it down. It's up to you. She's going to tear it down. Live with it. Because she will, like James used to tear up the papers and shred them. So if you want the floor of your office scattered in yesterday's Examiner, you know, yeah, make a nuisance of yourself. Don't be afraid to. Folks, thanks very much for your time. Yes.
Just two are quite intelligent. Our fellow told us at the stop the length, he's off sweets, you know? We said, great article. We found out last night he had a Mars bar yesterday. So when we questioned him, he said, I told you about sweets.
Yeah. Well, we don't have that problem because one of the ways it affects James is unable to lie. He's unable to. Anyway, thanks very much for your time, folks.
Thanks very much. I know some people might have some more questions, but we'll get to them after lunch, I promise you. It's now lunchtime and we're going to break for lunch. And just to let you know as well that we have tea, coffee and sandwiches. It's all set up out there. But for those of you who have children, there's a clown entertainer balloon guy in room 5, room 6. So we'll see you all later. Thank you. Huh? Okay, and sorry now, we're back here again, folks, at 2 o'clock sharp, okay? Thank you.
No, you're going, Jack. Yeah.
Also, just throw the jacket from behind you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go on over now, that's
I'm just going to turn it off there.
there's Gary there.
You know, I'm sure if it's any higher quality, you know. I mean, that's one, obviously, it's only 3 minutes long. So, that's only one, I mean, Jesus, you can...
Yeah, but he should have more up.
Yeah, there's bound to be
That one.
10 minutes.
That's the one, yes. There's an interview.
I'll just open up there. So just...
No, his glasses on, that's another one. Maybe he had bloody glasses on when I was talking to him. You see, I couldn't see him. When I played it back, he didn't have no glasses on. It's not what he did. There you go.
Which? 4 minutes?
Yeah, but there's 2 parts.
Okay.
But only this one is 11. That's
11.
part 2.
Part 2.
That must be part 1.
I'll just...
What is that
do.
part 1? That's part 2. Who's the one with the 11? Can you play that there?
Yeah.
I don't know, my mother's doing it outside.
Tickets?
Yeah.
I tickets for sure.
I know, I had a book of tickets.
I bought them because
But I thought you bought them for giving it out to people coming in as vouchers for food.
Upstairs, swing left and straight ahead of you. When you come
No,
in,
I don't- for
and
people
it's
for
up
food.
steps and there's a restaurant. It's the restaurant. It's literally
Because we were worried
12
in case the
seconds.
road
Like,
got
before
around,
you-
you know, the college students we are coming up getting free food.
once I bought tickets for the raffle, that's all you thought.
That's all right, look, we saw Joe
Do you
then.
need more? Do you need more tickets?
Well, give them to her outside. I don't. Hopefully, she will.
So, with regard to this,
How the hell do I put that on?
do what? Just to play it?
Yeah, play it there and let's see what part 1 is. That part 1. Yeah,
That's,
the other thing.
that's part 2, it seems, is it?
Yeah. He should be in blue in the other one anyway. The blue top.
So, what you want to do is, I mean,
Can I put that onto that?
onto that? There's ways and
Or
means.
can I put it up onto here that I can just play it?
Well, basically, I'd say what you'll have to do is just maximise the screen and just pause at the start, you know?
So. Hi Tony, how are you? Thanks very much for coming.
I'm sorry, no, I can't stay because a few things
I know. Yeah.
I gotta go back again.
Oh, so there's always something.
But,
listen, I appreciate
not
it
at all.
for
After-
your war fund and everything.
Not at all.
Thanks
So
a
I just
million.
give you wish you well.
All right, thank you.
I'd love to stay, but
I know.
unfortunately I
Sure.
can't.
You made the effort
Not
anyway,
at all,
and I
no,
appreciate it.
It's a great crowd. Well
Okay,
done.
thank you. Bye bye. Take care of yourself.
Now, what I'll do is instead of, you know, I don't know, other people could be speaking and stuff there, so if I just put a shortcut to it.
Yeah, that's right. Put up.
2. So that is there.
Right.
Okay. So if I double click that,
one over around.
should just open up, and then obviously, you can
go.
just pause it and maximize it.
But I don't have to press anything there, it'll come up.
But I just found it absolutely.
I'm in Ireland, and I'm speaking.
So obviously it's on. I'll just turn it off a sec. So that's that. All you have to do is double click that and maximize the screen, and it'll be full. And you can adjust the volume on it if you want.
The other one down now. We'll be flying all the way home. Hi, Rosemary.
I'm doing fine. I think we'll see how it goes.
So
I just wanted to check. I have 2 PowerPoints, and I want to make sure. I want to get rid of one of them because one's right. And
Alan is the man down. I wouldn't have a clue.
He's put them in there.
All right. Which one? Like if you were working, one is recent, the 10th to the 3rd. That was the last month, like 19th.
I think it's the shorter one. Can I just see what the front?
So this one?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
So
that's
one second.
If you can get rid of the other one.
To avoid confusion, so get rid of this.
I'm trying to keep brief, and that's going to be exceedingly
don't be
difficult.
plain, don't be brief at all.
So that's the one there. Okay.
You've only given me a half hour. You've only given me a half hour.
No, you could stretch it out.
Can I? Okay.
That's for
So
don't be worried, but we were 10 minutes ahead anyway. So
what I'm starting to do is just talk about me and my family.
Yeah, whenever you're finished,
And then I'll give a brief overview.
Once you don't go on for 3 or 4 hours.
Stay now the whole.
Could do 2.
I probably won't be able to stay the whole afternoon now. So.
Right, give me that one. I think that's
on the desktop. So this one.
I think that's the first part.
That's
52 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Rosemary, thanks.
And you want me to be open to questions during?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Everybody's doing that anyway. So.
Yeah, they seem to be. So that's okay with me.
It's a shame about the wireless mic. Wireless mic, like that. There's nothing.
I know. Yeah.
I looked. There's nothing down there.
What you call it themselves? Audio-visual crowd. Did they leave any number?
There's no one there.
How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Not bad. You got here anyway? Huh? Oh, I wouldn't let you know that. Right. Oh yeah, the best. You look. You just got him because he's going. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, delighted. Go over there now and have a few sandwiches and a cup of tea and there's scones and there's cakes and there's everything. All right. Thanks a lot.
This is actually here.
Is it?
Testing. Well, there's only stretches so far.
Yeah.
There's no point trying that with someone unless they're really low voice. I can't see a wireless side to it, you know.
I went.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it up.
Just a PC.
Oh, a PC and press a
I was
laptop.
also ostracised and criticised for the school system which failed to nurture and understand exactly what was wrong with me and how Asperger's syndrome affected me. When I finished high school in 1991,
That's the one.
I was left with a very difficult situation of not knowing what to do after I finished high school. I was unemployed, I had no skills or abilities, and I was left in a period of wilderness, not knowing where my future was. I continually looked for employment and found that there were no avenues to pursue, and my parents who assisted me didn't know where I could go or what type of employment I may be suitable for. I was fortunate in 1991 to be offered a place at Lorraine Martin College in Brisbane to begin a word perfect and office skills course which went for 19 weeks. This taught me to touch time and to have some confidence, believing that I could have one. However, it was soon after this that I was again unemployed. And in 1993,
I don't think that's it.
having a poor academic record,
But I just want to hear
I thought it was a good idea
is my voice come up.
to improve my academic.
If my voice comes up, it is part one.
So I decided to undertake a
Yeah, I'm talking to him.
second
Like I couldn't see him, he couldn't see me.
Despite passing 3 out of 4 subjects, I decided that I would put my name forward for admission to the University of New England here in Brisbane, in Armidale, New South Wales, Australia.
Yeah, that's fair, but you know, with
I
YouTube,
failed first year,
you're on sort
and
of,
failed
you know, the
3 years
headphones and you're trying to talk. It's first back now.
Which this caused me to be excluded from university for 1 year. That was in 1996. After a
We'll take that one, so...
for readmission,
Want this one?
when I went into university, I reapplied for university and was to eventually complete and graduate with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Politics and Sociology in March of 1999.
Do you want to call it?
It's part one.
It took me many years to obtain employment. I was close to breaking
Gary part
point
one.
and virtually giving up.
Change that to Gary part two.
I decided that I had to keep persevering and not give up. So after
What's this thing here?
trying to contact it,
So if you're standing here, you can see
job agencies, building employment agencies,
the
being
whatever
offered some
what's being
temporary
beamed by the
placement.
camera.
I was eventually, after 9 years of solid hard
Is it being recorded like?
Well, it's meant to be
obtained
recorded.
employment at the University
So
of
it's always that, sure.
Social
And
Science
I hope
and
we get the
beyond.
unedited things
Here I
next
work
week. I
part-time.
don't know if you want any use for it.
Shelving library and doing other menial jobs within the library. I am currently also involved in
press menu now, I might do something.
You could toggle between different things again on those, but that's if you give me speech, you can see what you look like, you know what I mean?
What's this thing here?
Overheads, you know, lectures, they're beamed up and onto the thing as well.
On the dock
The dog cam.
So I need to touch PC, so
I've also just written a book.
we'll go back in there to YouTube again, see can we actually find part one, a big great.
I've asked Dr. Tony Atwood if he would kindly write a forward to this book, and I'm still waiting for his
So
response.
paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, but you're looking for something else, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to part one.
I'm speaking later.
Yeah.
I have a memory stick and a video embedded on PowerPoint. That's no problem, is it?
It depends where it's embedded from, you know what I mean? Is it sometimes...
It's an MP4 file.
I mean, do you want to just try it?
Yeah, I think it would be...
Because sometimes what you do is...
What we're doing, we're putting them actually on the screen, so...
You're putting a what?
Well, I was just taking them off and putting them on the desktop because...
On the desktop,
then
it's
there's
easier
no-
for them to find it.
Yeah.
You know?
But sometimes when you embed something in a video...
I have it as a separate file on here anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, but sometimes people, you get a shortcut to something and it's on the home computer. Someone comes in and gives a presentation and
Yeah,
it's like,
and
can't
it's done
find
on a
it.
Mac as well, so that could be an added complication, so you'd as well to try it.
Something happening anyway. Your device is ready for use. It recognises it anyway.
So there's
So I just take everything?
No, the CORK PPT, or CORK, is there a CORK file?
CORK 1, yeah.
Yeah. The video is Sean's RBI journey.
Okay, so if I just... New folder here. What's your name?
Declan Sweeney.
So I'm just going to paste those in. Okay, so now, obviously that, I've taken them from there.
Yeah.
Copy on the other thing, so I'll just close that a sec. I'm not sure what the format is. Did you say you took it from Mac? A Mac?
Yeah. It's still Microsoft
It's up there.
PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway. What's that?
See the way that there's some reference to... Yeah, external content for this session. Is this, how many slides are there?
There's only about 8 slides.
Okay. And you're talking the videos of it?
What, Aaron?
Now, yeah, but you're not getting the play icon.
Let's see what happens here. Every time it has an extension that does not match the file
The actual video will. How do you actually?
Is there meant to be a video?
Yeah, it's going to come on in a second.
I'll just put those cards there, lads, just and don't distract you.
Meant to.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be being recorded here as well, Declan.
Well, the only thing is that
I don't know what the.
See,
we are being recorded.
There's a few cameras. Obviously, if someone's going to record it, you're not going to have that the whole time. Maybe you might have the audience as well. Do you want to stop it a second?
Yeah, that's working perfectly.
So look, if there was any prompts like saying doesn't recognize, just say yes. That's all I did. So I'm just going to quit out of there. Okay. So what's we were meant to have a wireless mic, but it wasn't. It's not there to watch the audience. So there are some people that maybe difficult to hear, but generally it's fair enough. Where was that video?
It was down there, meet Sean from Cork.
Just want to start from the slide.
How do you actually press play there? You just hit it.
Well, I just started the slideshow from the current slide, which is obviously this one, and then just
clicked on it.
So this prompt.
Just say yes.
Well, I didn't want to click this in because I wanted to. That's such a big answer, I know. From current slide. So you have to click once on this.
Yeah.
Okay?
No, that's fine.
I'm just going to cancel it again and then once more. So I should just play without giving a prompt.
No, that's your stuff. I think we're back at 2 o'clock and I think we have Kathleen Einstein. She's here, isn't she? Yeah. There's certainly someone there, yeah.
Is that long enough for you?
Yeah.
People will be asking questions on it, obviously.
Well, yeah, like I think the talk will be 20-25 minutes, and then there's about 4 minutes of video. So it will go up to half an hour of the actual presentation, I'd say, and maybe slightly less.
So that's the folder there.
Okay.
And that's on.
Brilliant. I'm going to take this back now then.
Yeah, I'll just reject.
Good man, thanks a million. Thanks for that.
Nice. This stuff will all be probably deleted automatically afterwards anyway, but just...
What's that one then, the Let's Go thing?
I don't know, someone obviously has spoken already. So... Yeah.
Box let us go, take that off.
I'm just going to fire into that folder.
Hey PJ!
How are you, sir?
You did very well.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Very fantastic. Huge. Absolutely huge. Yeah.
You know Peter Hoogan as well.
Hi.
How are you? Shirley, my neighbour.
Just let you know that there's 3 weeks on that.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's fine.
So there's 3 children with their parents.
Right.
Whether they want to bring them back or not. Yeah, that's all right. Just let you know, okay?
Yeah, all right, Dan.
All right.
Yeah, everything's fine. All right, thanks for
All right,
coming.
not a bother, Eric.
Talk to you then.
Bye.
Do you have somebody that you know?
Kathleen is first time, is she?
She's here already, sir. Very honest to her, like.
Yeah. Actually, I tell you something now, if the government continues to make decisions that sensible, then the last is right. She would be our treasurer.
Yeah, that's great to have the minister on CORK.
I'll be here for, well, no.
Remember building up? Oh, yeah, you go down there.
Are they really on that?
Would you mind?
Good exams in the
I
unit.
know, because I'll go in there and I'll be thinking, yeah, and I...
Well, we'll get you in, we'll get you in. We'll only chance, you know, probably next year. We're kind of resigned to this year that even though they don't want a place, might be a place for us.
Would you mind? Is that really cheeky?
Yeah. Great. I just wanted to meet you. I came in halfway through. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
She dragged me in.
You were saying at the end of it, how do you get people to accept that you mightn't always interpret them the way they would want to be interpreted. And I would say this thing to you. The people who matter will either understand or try to understand. If they don't, they don't matter. People who matter will pick up. I used to just drinking my local Asperger's syndrome. Everybody loved them. Nobody understood me. Everybody loved it. Loads of friends. And it's fantastic that you achieve what you achieve. You're very, very proud of yourself. You're really proud of yourself.
You're well deserved.
Do you know Gary Borg?
No, I looked last time.
Yeah. You were walking all night last night, were you?
I am doing all through this, and that's not the one after that. I'm really glad I think.
Yeah,
you know,
good.
it's on
Everybody does it.
I think it's about the practice, isn't it? The concept. I almost say to Kirsten, when I'm delighted that he's been congratulating you for this. Sometimes I get myself, I see what you do. Am I right? Because I see differently. Because I'm so disorganized.
Because you're doing it from a personal perspective as well. You know, there's got to be a certain class about it.
That's what I'm saying, from the advertising perspective, people do not understand that.
Well, they think it's just an Hoffman movement.
That's it.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
very much.
Everybody thinks
Yeah, that's always the direction
Yeah.
that, you know, and they're like, you don't look like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, I said it to people.
It's a hidden disability, like, what is that, you know?
learn the whole book rather than just a chapter.
And that was what you were saying, I was covering in Grove, saying the internet, and I went, and I was only when we started, I said, do you go to the next thing and the next thing? Because the internet, I don't know Asperger's, but I could sit down and it's leading to the next thing and next thing. You do, and next thing you're like, well, actually, you have to get up in the morning. But you were saying that it took over, so the fact that you forget to eat and forget to, but you're much more aware of sex.
Because I've been diagnosed recently with Asperger's, and I can understand, getting on the internet, I could spend days, and much to Karen's discussed as well.
And you were probably wondering why you had this need to feeding a bird.
Well, it's about feed for knowledge, which I'm only understanding now.
And that's when you're saying, about people won't learn. I think anybody in education.
Oh yeah, well, within education, absolutely, yeah.
Hello, my name is Gary Burge, and I'm giving a presentation to Eric of the Autism Trust of Ireland. And I believe that the presentation in Ireland will be on March the 12th, one of the conference this year on the autism spectrum. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Gary Burge, and I'm 38 years old. I was diagnosed as having Asperger's syndrome in July 1998 by Dr. Tony here in Brisbane. My diagnosis, although
Pediatricians were even afraid to speculate. I remember James had a couple of physical problems after he brought we had him with Tony Ryan. Ryan is one of the best pediatricians in the country.
Hello, my name is Gary Burge, and I'm giving a presentation.
I remember getting on the phone to him one day. What's going to happen? Tony, do you think he may have autism? All with respect, do you think? If you're wrong, I'm not going to sue you. You know, I'm asking you for an opinion as a doctor.
There's a huge, and it was a shame really because it should have been more of a positive thing to say, we're going to get more resources out of this and some more things. It's a bit like you were saying about Professor Sterling and recognising. Like when I started work firstly with UCD, which it's in St. Finbarr's Canton, back to the development of coordination. So if another OT had carried out an assessment, either privately or through different public services, it was a standardised assessment. You can't get it wrong. If you administer it correctly. So that was accepted. And it's like, right, okay, and we look at the other services. Whereas now what's happening, it's like, well, no, nothing else is accepted, so sure, we'll spend the next, 6 hours only doing the same assessment, whereas that 6 hours can be used therapeutically. And there's a big, there's such bureaucracy and politics around it, and time wasting, like you're saying, time is time goes. I'm not saying we shouldn't have more assessment or reviews or anything like that, but I think starting everything again from scratch and not recognising.
It's absolutely mad that you need one assessment for education and another for services. And unfortunately, the problem I have with some of the services too, with the best will in the world, is that very few of the people delivering service have ever actually worked with autism themselves correctly. It might dawn on a child, or they haven't come across it, and then it gives you an insight.
Well, what's interesting, Roger, I wonder will come up today is the early intervention. Yes, it's been positive because people have children who have seen earlier, but it's really interesting. The amount of younger children I see who would say, look, we're seeing traits of this, but let's work on the child's needs and we'll
you know, both maybe cognitive or speech impairments at school, because they're not in the child present because they're not interested in the around them. So we're told that there's not a lot of teams, it does not have surgeries, and the Anyway, she said depressed manager. You're wrong. If you have had a team assessment yourself, I was unattended. Yourself last week, so from those areas,
This is the point.
no support, and also the person will go on to be to the ground. So we're left with there's nothing wrong, but not refer on to community healing with speech.
I remember talking to Francis a number of years ago, right, living with his wife. Most people didn't realise that. They knew there was some children in that. And I remember talking to her at a conference. Why don't they? She said, because ever the amount that would have to divert resources. So on one of his diagnoses were so accurate and so prophetic that, you know, they knew that the diagnosis from him would involve them having to churn out resources, so they just directed it.
But that's what I met with the health present on development and coordination disorder.
Most of that, we're dealing one moment and
But I met with them to talk about, you know, basically they turned around and they asked, stuff after 2.5 hours to me, a long time to a big long presentation about, you know, addressing children's needs and using resources and X ways and stuff like that. And that's at the end, oh, that changed my right hand for. And I was like, crying, and they're like, well, because, and I know legally, so you have to, under an autism board, they have to use their resource. And when I turned and I said, no, I'm not married to it. So I was never so angry, and I just say, no, there's that not working for your parents. So that's it. It's really interesting, they're looking at changing stuff here, and there's huge animosity over this and over private services, because they have to get services. It's not that we're identifying children. Children have it.
Hi, how are you doing? Yeah.
Hi, I'm Julie.
Hi Julie, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Just gone through a few things.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? Did you get something to eat or anything?
Well, no, we came after.
All right.
No, around next week.
Yeah. Have you something now you want to put onto the computer and
I
all that?
have,
Well,
today.
I'll call him in a minute. He'll do all
I
that.
have on my own laptop. Could I project
No,
straight?
you can't.
Okay.
So something here you can't use your own laptop.
Okay.
So there's a USB thing here, and what he'll do, he'll put it onto the screen here for you.
Oh, brilliant.
So it'll be actually easier then for you to find it. Just put your name on it.
I just have to.
Press the button and
Oh, well, okay, press it.
off you go.
How's it all going anyway?
So far, so good.
Yeah.
So there's about 125, 130 people in.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so they're all going out to get something to eat now at the moment.
We had a bit of a hoo-ha there yesterday, did you?
I
That was
did.
a bit stressful, was it?
I did, yeah. We nearly we postponed, but so we got there anyway in the end.
Thank God. Actually.
Yeah. Would have been a year's work down the drain.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find something here. I can't find it. It's always the way, isn't it? When you want some, when you want something, you can't find it.
I should. Do you have your USB? No. You okay? I do, but. I don't need it anymore.
No personal stuff up in this.
I normally always have it, but there you go.
Now you're well able to talk, anyway. You won't need it.
Huh?
You're well able to talk, you won't need it.
Well, there is that, but I definitely, the fact of that, I definitely need to structure what I'm saying. You know?
What time are you on this?
I'm just hang on before you, after you.
Yeah, 4:10. Yeah. There's a lot of people asking questions, so Don't be worried.
Prepared for that?
Yeah, but don't be worried about, you know, the time. Don't worry about the time.
Oh, are they running over, or is it?
Yeah, it could run over. It's running over a bit, all right, but don't worry about that. Once people want to stay, although a lot of SNAs left us down, they didn't turn up, and some parents will have to go, you know, because the children are getting restless.
Yeah, Janita's husband works in
Yeah.
He's up with CORK Association for Autism.
All right, right. So Joe McDonald was talking earlier on. Yeah. Have they 2 houses?
Yeah, they've actually just recently revamped up. They had the Valley House for respite.
Mm.
They've actually just recently revamped it. They've got, I think, 4 colleges up there now as well.
Is it mostly adults and they have?
It's all adults. It's
All
about
adults.
18 adults that they're taking in now. And then they've got the Asperger's outreach group as well, which seems to be doing really well.
Yeah. That's good.
It's a great service.
Weekend work and everything, I suppose.
Senator Rothison speaking out at all, is he?
No.
Yeah. Did he know?
He double booked.
Oh really? He's speaking actually at the OT or at the OT conference.
The what?
He's speaking at the OT conference.
When's that on?
In April.
Right. I hope he doesn't double book there either.
Yeah, because it was kind of exciting to see him on it.
It must have been something that he was going to, that there was fundraising, that, you know, funds for the campaign.
Oh, okay.
I know, I'm only guessing, like, really. What is Michael D. Higgins? Is the other one going up, isn't it?
I don't know.
And there's talk about Brian Crowley going forward as well.
For the Senate, is it?
No, yeah, for the presidency.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Brian Crowley from Batten. Brian Crowley from Batten.
And then, yeah.
I know him.
Yeah. He's always over in Europe.
Sorry?
He's always going back and forth to Brussels.
Yeah. It's tragic what happened to him, really.
He was playing a band at one time, wasn't he?
Yeah, because I'm from Bandon originally.
Yeah,
so
I remember him years ago in Jory's, he was playing in a band.
I knew his sister, or I know his sister, Fiona.
Yeah. Just think if there's anything up here now that shouldn't be up. Did you bring any literature or anything with you?
Sorry?
Did you bring any literature or anything with
We
you?
just brought some cards and stuff. Will I just put them up there?
On the table there, after that.
Like a
As they're out, you might as well put them on the table.
Okay. How did the elections go for yourself?
Disaster.
Was it?
I got 193 votes.
Ah, fair play to you for doing it anyway.
I know. All you can do is try.
Exactly. It's very hard when you're independent. My dad was an independent woman.
Yeah, how did he get on? Yeah, but he did
He
better
didn't
than
do
me,
very
did he?
well either. I just remember I was about 11 and we spent every Sunday going from church,
I know,
car park to car park, sticking out.
yeah, and I remember the Southside Church one night, the Vincent de Paul, but they weren't too happy. I was go over there, you go over there, you. I should know, but he was giving them money anyway. And I said, look, I'm not fundraising at all.
Yeah, it's
I'm only
very
handing
hard to
leaflets
think
over.
when you're not part. I know my dad, that we got flagged for years after because he was like Ocean O'Callaghan number one, the action man. It's like
Slogan.
and we used to get, how's the action man? We used to get slagged for years. After there.
We learned our lesson. No, Colin, where are you?
Why not, Janita? Let's do a joint there. Lisa, the weather has picked up.
Yeah, it was snowing earlier on.
Yeah. One of my kids did a hockey like let's dance. Oh, so scared of fellow.
When it's hot, so gentlemen.
Oh yeah, yeah, alright. Yeah.
There, I was talking to him on the phone actually during the
Yeah,
week.
yeah. How you doing?
I was the girl with the no email. So
Oh, right.
Right.
That's how you go to the SNAs. We left on for the SNAs.
They're just closed now. So I suppose we're just going to go home. There's only a few kids around. So. Oh, right, so it was just they weren't able to do the rest of the day. Yeah. Yeah. Have to stay. Yeah. No problem. What were the rest of the speakers for the afternoon?
Well, I'm on, and
I wanted to listen to yourself actually.
Kathleen Lynch was on.
I wanted to talk to her actually about the is she? Hi, how are you?
Yeah, did you enjoy the balloons?
Did?
Great.
That's a soldier hat. Mom, that one, a soldier hat.
Down on the screen. We have a screen record, and we're hoping to upload that onto the site. So then we can watch it then. No, I don't know how long. We're presuming now it's recording.
Yeah.
We don't know for definite because there's nobody from the audio visual here. So and it's supposed to be podcasted as well.
Okay.
We were assured all that, so we're just hoping now that it does record. It has recorded.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Eric. I was just wondering what the timetable of the day is. Are you going to run away for a behind you? Or has there been a change to it? I'm going to have a school and if people will be gone by the time I'll be on it, the way we're going, you know. I was just wondering if people's interest in what future is.
on that to Kathleen.
What time is that? It's been changed, so. So what time is that?
It's 2:30.
Oh, right.
So I was looking forward to hearing you speak actually. Yeah. Can I take that for you? Okay.
And if it is, then we can pull it up. I'll let you know.
I am a CORK, yeah.
She lives up near the airport, so I'm tall. I'm a feet autism now practitioner. I'm tagging autism I have 15-year-olds who use autism. I'm really trying to get in place with that, to talk about spying. And I back and forth to the training the States and I came here because I was a scientist working in ministry. And Sean was like, so when there wasn't anything doing this stuff, I went around and did myself for him. And so I'm back to college and doing the last 4 years I've been doing it. But this year I'm going to make it some older stuff. I'm doing the website and everything. So straight away,
the only thing
but I would like to know more in the future. I understand right, but I do not understand wrong. John and Zach came to make a documentary about our world. We all have something called autism, and they want to know what it's like.
Do you know what Colin is?
Colin's gone. You might think we're strange. You might not like us.
It's time for me to know the cause.
Sometimes we get angry.
Just do it. We want to grab it or not.
Always be different. We want to live in the real world.
Once nobody goes out, there's no here. Say I wanted to go onto the screen. I had to make changes there too because Dr. Maureen had to go. So she has to be changed to 323 to 320.
Who's Dr. Maureen?
That's Dr. Maureen Corner there.
She's coming on at 3 o'clock, is she?
Yeah.
Is she coming?
She's here.
That's fine. So there's no question
And
there,
then
right?
we changed that to Jane. I don't even know if she's here from the guide dog. But,
she's not that guy who speak. Alright? So I will introduce.
Sorry, what's this Erica Melly was talking about before I go on?
Sorry, no, sorry. I won't. I need to go back 2 seconds.
Spa schools, one of the largest state schools in Britain for children with autism.
She's the new minister for disability.
I used to very strong
I just wait
that this disability causes them this huge stress, often anger. Then they will think of themselves as a bad person. I think they need to know that that's caused by the autism.
Autism is a condition of the mind, and it affects over 500,000 people in this country. It
makes these children struggle with so many things we take for granted. For them, everyday life can be endlessly confusing, and they'll often find comfort in routine, repetitive behaviour, and obsessive
Well, I think that half full rather than half empty. I like people to be positive. Yes,
Autism can take away the imagination needed to understand how others are feeling, and the constant battle with reality that leads to frustration and anxiety. Autism covers a wide range of behaviours. Some of the children aspire to learn others show no outward signs.
I was just wondering, there is the facilities to do a PowerPoint, isn't there?
What I'd have to do, I'll have to cut it because we're after getting the link now. So
I can put it onto
the USB stick. Yeah, and you plug it in here.
Yeah.
And then you go into my computer.
Yeah. I'll do that.
I'll show you that. I'll take the stick there off. Is this not? Was this on a Mac now or anything like that?
No, it's Microsoft.
Which file is it then?
Well, I probably have to do a bit of work on it, but you could, let's see, try it. Just want to see if it'll open.
Which one?
The PowerPoint. Let's see. No. Yes, so try that. That one there. Yep. Copy of. Well, no. Sorry, not that one. The PowerPoint one. The one down below that.
This one?
Yep. Yeah, that'll work okay. Yep.
Wait a second there now.
That's not the one I'll be using, but I just wanted to say that one.
Oh, you're not using that one?
No, it's a very similar one to that. I just wanted to say that I could do it from the memory stick.
Right. You see, because I could have...
no, I can save it onto that memory stick and then we can...
I could have created a shortcut there to the desktop.
Yeah.
Did it go over?
It might be on that. Let me see. If you scroll, can you scroll up a wee bit?
No, I just want to see what it's going to do.
All right, will it go onto the desktop?
Yeah. I didn't.
No.
Yeah, well.
If you scroll up, it might be there. No, it's not. It's on my computer. I need to put it onto that memory stick.
All right, Grant.
Thought it might be there.
Have you the computer outside you have?
Yeah. Put it on.
How did your party go last night?
Oh, don't talk to me.
Did you have a hangover?
No, Eric, I don't. Once I had work to do, I don't drink at all. And I just find it so much easier just to say no thank you to her.
We have a minute from Cork down to Chester.
We've been networking. Is that a better word?
Yeah. So what's your responsibility now, special needs and...
No, disability, mental health and equality. Now, I always think that sort of the lack of equality in terms of disability, the two things should be merely interlinked. They should have always been that. And, what terrified me was the Human Rights Commission coming into the committee to tell us, and I asked Lawrence, what's his name, the Human Rights Commission, Lawrence Fallon, will the Human Rights Commission make a submission to the Disability Act Very much depends on the care.
But they said in America that most of the deaths was due to children wandering off.
Yes, that's not.
Because they know it's a danger.
Yeah.
So. I'll say it. Have you any presentation or haven't you just talking? That's great.
No, I like that. That's what I think kind of the funny part. That's quite good.
So when you're ready to go, so that you go over Kathleen, she's ready to go.
Okay. Now, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your light lunch. Now, I'd now like to welcome Kathleen Lynch, who's TD of the Labour Party, who is now our new Minister for Disabilities.
Thank you very much. And when Eric contacted me a number of months ago and asked me to speak at this conference, I made a point to him that I wasn't certain that if an election came in the middle that I would be re-elected one. And I most definitely, up to last Thursday morning, never thought for one single second that I would be in the position I'm in now, which is Junior Minister of State for Disabilities, Mental Health and Equality. So this is my first official function. I would have to tell you that if the powers that be in the department knew I was here today, they would be probably throwing a small wobbly and saying, "Minister, hold on a minute, we didn't write that speech, and what are you going to say?" Because I'm not certain that's department policy. But I see a lot of friends in the audience, and those that know me know that that's never been my style anyway. So the department will just have to get used to that. And I keep getting phone calls from people that introduce themselves as the Deputy Secretary General of the department, and they keep calling me Minister. And it just... I said, "Look, Pauline, if we're going to work with one another for the next 2 years, you're going to have to call me Kathleen at least in private. We can't go on with this minister. I know for a fact that the only reason that officials call ministers is that they can't remember their names." So, they're going to have to remember my name at least. That's the least they're going to have to do. I was listening this morning to some of the speakers, and the detail which they were questioned on was quite specific, and you're the experts. As far as I'm concerned, in terms of autism, you are the experts. You are the people that's living with it on a day-to-day basis, and you are the experts. I don't know, I do know, because I have an interest in the area, that dairy is not great for kids with autism. I know that. I did not personally have to go into the type of detail that was necessary in order to bring about a diet or in order to bring about a specific programme in terms of behaviour for any child with autism. So I bow very much to your expertise. You are the experts. You live with it on a day-to-day basis. And I think recognising that and accepting that that expertise exists out there, I think is fundamentally part of what we need to start doing. I've been working in the area of disability and equality for a long number of years. And the one thing I've discovered in that time is that there are a myriad of organisations in relation to disabilities. It's not just about autism. even though autism is very specific, and I would have to compliment both the parents and the different groups that work with children with autism, because they have in fact put in place an entire structure that deals with their children. And that structure was very much in relation to education and behaviour. It was very much driven by the parents from their own day-to-day knowledge and from their own day-to-day research. And, you know, whether it was the ABA or the eclectic system, that battle was enormous. And the lack of recognition of the expertise, the lack of accepting that not every child with autism, you know, fits into that little round hole. You know, as PJ rightly said this morning, and I laughed when he said it, you know, he's a child. And I think sometimes the child gets lost in the diagnosis. And I think sometimes the child gets lost in the education and in the dealing with the behaviour. I think sometimes the child gets lost. And I think that's something we're going to have to go back to. And you can only go back to that now because you're at a stage where a lot of you are comfortable that your child has settled and bedded in to a particular system. And you can now look further than that. And I know now we could be talking here about second level education, which is not as developed, but hopefully those units will come on stream as well. I was most struck when we were doing the Disability Act, the Disability Bill as it was at the time. And it took 6 weeks to go through committee. And I know that a lot of people came and sat in for those hearings, those public hearings in advance of it. And one of the groups that came to speak to us in terms of disabilities was the Human Rights Commission. And Maurice Manning was the CEO of that, or chair of that at the time. And I was talking to him afterwards. I said, Maurice, I find it unusual that the Human Rights Commission would come and make a presentation in relation to a particular piece of legislation. That's not what they do normally. You know, they would make, they would publish papers in relation to the Magdalens. They would publish papers in relation to prisons, things like that. It's quite unusual for them to come on a specific piece of legislation to talk to us. But he said, we felt it necessary, he said, because you know that people with disabilities are not considered equal citizens. And I think we should keep remembering that. And that's why, if I'm now Minister for State at Equality and Disability, I think you cannot separate the two. I think equality in terms of rights and equality in terms of access to diagnosis and access to a proper structure is going to be key in all of this. The Mental Capacity Bill, which I hope will eventually be called the Legal Capacity Bill, will be key in how we treat our children into the future, because they will not always be children, they will be adults. And those adults will demand lots of things that the rest of us take for granted. And I think that the Mental Capacity Bill will be a body of legislation which will ensure that that will happen. And it won't be just about people with disabilities. It will be about the elderly. It will be about people who have an acquired brain injury. It will be about all sorts of people who are people with mental illness, who are, if you like, pigeonholed now, and it is accepted that they cannot make decisions for themselves. I believe that with the right advocacy service, that everyone has the capacity to make decisions for themselves. And there are very few who do not have that capacity. You know, when that happens, your children may not make the choices that you want them to make. As the mother of 4, take my word for it, none of them do. So, but we're going to have to be ready for that. I was invited to Inclusion Ireland's conference last year, and it was a self-advocacy conference. In other words, the people in Inclusion Ireland put together the conference themselves, and they picked the entertainment. These were all people now with an intellectual disability. They picked the speakers, they picked the venue, they organised the food. It was chaos at times, but nevertheless they organised the food, and it did come eventually, and we did get fed, and the entertainment, by the way, was one of the loudest off-key rock bands that I've ever heard in my life. And as someone who likes rock music, it wasn't easy. But they did all of that. But one of the afternoon sessions, by the way, the parents could attend, but they weren't necessarily invited. And some of them did come. And most of them left in tears, because the afternoon session was about marriage, love, sex, and having children. And can you imagine someone who is an adult, but whom you consider to be someone that you need to protect and is still your child, talking in that respect? So when I talk about the mental capacity bill or the legal capacity bill, you know, those are the issues. And when your children become adults, they will have those issues just the same as my children had those issues. So it's about moving forward. It's about recognising the individual. It's about ensuring that when someone walks into the ward of a maternity hospital, and I know in your case that came very far down the line, you know, in terms of telling you that the child had a difficulty. But when someone walks into a ward in a maternity hospital and says, I have to tell you, your child has a disability, whatever that is, we all know the ones that are easiest to recognise at that point. Our first instinct shouldn't be sorrow. You know, our first instinct should not be heartbreak. Our first instinct should be, they just need a little bit extra. And providing that little bit extra, I think, is what this should be about. I've said already in terms of this new government that it's going to be a government of two halves. The two halves are going to be, the first year it's going to be about putting legislation in place and bedding it down. And the second half, hopefully, will be about the economy coming back on track and being able to actually resource that legislation. I've also said that of all the times we need to be brave, it's now. Our instinct, when things start to go wrong, is to curl into a ball and keep our heads down and hope that it'll all go away. And I'm sure you've all been there. At times when you felt you couldn't manage or that things were just simply going against you, I'm sure you've all felt like that. And I think that that's what the nation feels right now. But that's the last thing we should do. Being brave is what it is about now. And taking decisions which will last us into the future and leaving a body of legislation behind us that will serve the people well, that will serve them well. We should no longer put people into institutions which are not appropriate. It shouldn't happen. It simply shouldn't happen. And we wouldn't do it to anyone else other than people that we know we can do it to. My hatred in life is of bullies, but they come in all forms. There's the schoolyard bully. There's the bully with the legislation. There's the bully with the funding. There's all sorts of bullies in the world. And I think that unless you have a body of legislation that supports you in saying to all of those groups, this is what we're looking for, and this is how it's going to be done, then I think we're going nowhere. The disability sector, and I would deal across the board with the disability sector and always have, are probably the most patient people I have ever met. They know the same as I know, that the country has gone down the tubes and that when times were good, it's when we should have been doing this. And they know that. But they equally know that you cannot continue not to put the foundations in place in order that when we are coming out of this, that we can point to it and that people with disabilities will not be falling off the end of the scale as the first people again. And that must never again happen. And we need to do that. So thank you for the invitation. I wish you luck and I wish me luck. And I'm hoping that when I meet James Riley and the principal of the department on Monday, that we'll have a little bit of straight talking. It will be won't be done in the first day, but I think I know what I want to do in terms of legislation. It's not changing the world stuff. It's about ensuring that people are treated with respect and recognition. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Kathleen. That was, you really spoke an awful lot of sense, and it's great to see you being so positive as well. And we took a lot from that. Our next speaker now, everybody, is Rosemary Mason, and she's going to talk to us about neurodevelopment and learning.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you all stay awake after all the high carbohydrate lunch that we all had. That actually gives you an idea of what dietary kind of things, how they all affect us. I'm going to just start talking about myself first, rather than just talking about the Handel approach, which I could talk all afternoon on, and I know there are other speakers. So essentially, I'm just going to tell you who I am, how I got to where I am, and tell you about some of my labels. That's what I've done initially. I've put my labels up here. I'm a certified Handel practitioner and instructor, and again, I will talk briefly about Handel later. I work with a group, we call it Handel in Ireland, because I'm actually based in the UK. I'm based in London. I'm Irish born, regardless of my accent, which is, at this stage is very strange. My kids, when they were at school, the teachers couldn't figure out where the heck I was from. But I was born in Dublin, but I was raised in the States, lived back in Dublin for a few years, and for the last, oh God, how can I say 27 years? I've lived in London, which is a bit scary. So I come back and forth each month and work with clients, give courses, give presentations, etc. But the really, the label that I am most proud of is unrealistic mother. And that's what I've been called and continue to be called. My sort of claim to fame is 5 very unique individuals, amazing individuals. I have been blessed with 5 children with challenges. In Handel, we'd say neurodevelopmental differences. They have, well, I'll show you. There's some of their labels. They've all got different ones. Some of them share the same. Obviously, the twin syndrome, there's 2 of those. You know, we struggled, again, similar stories to what we heard this morning. My boys were I have twin sons. I mean, they're young people now. They're young adults. And they weren't diagnosed till they were 5, where they were diagnosed with autism. Previous to that, they had all kinds of wondrous labels and, you know, severe learning difficulties. Couldn't figure that one out because they could not be contained. They were constantly running. Constantly, if you had a door that was locked, they would get through it. We lived in one room for about 6 years. Actually, one of my sons, Sean, the eldest twin, ended up in the police station one year. He was about 4. And it was quite a scary time because it was the bin men that found him. And they didn't sleep, so I had actually slept, and my husband had left as he went to work early in the morning, and he hadn't put all the bolts and locks on the door because they were all on the inside, but he had double locked the door. But we were sort of woke up, well, I was woke up by my daughter saying, "Mummy, Mummy," you know, and the bin man was at the door. "Have you lost a little blonde boy?" Now, I mean, bear in mind, I had 5 under 5, and we're really big into family planning, as you can tell. And they, you know, it was like they all could have been gone. But anyway, the man was very, very nice to us and said, "Look, he's in the police station." It's like, then it was ringing around the different police stations because there happened to be 3 in our area. Eventually got the police station and the guy says, "Has he been arrested?" And I said, "I hope not. He's only 4. Then they finally, "Oh, yeah, we've got him." And they delivered him back. There was a man and a woman, and I thought this was wonderful because nobody came into our house. You know, came in, sat down with us, talked with the, you know, and I thought, oh, this is really nice. They're being so nice. Obviously, they were checking me out. But they said, like, "Oh, he's been, you know, he's a lovely boy. He did take off his nappy and deliver it to the first woman he found. You know, I get that one. He doesn't say very much, but we couldn't keep any doors locked, and we couldn't, he had all the drawers open. And this is my son with severe learning difficulties." Like, yeah, But anyway, I mean, we went on, we got the diagnosis for them, we got the diagnosis for my younger son, which was, again, a bit scary. The 3 of them are diagnosed with basically classic autism. And then as time went on, the girls were struggling in school, so they got, especially a lot of these diagnoses are with my eldest daughter, who I was told was not too bright, and she had like semantic pragmatic disorder and dyspraxia and dyslexia and whatever. But, you know, again, look beyond the labels. They don't actually mean a lot. They do mean a lot to get services, but as you know, I mean, everybody works with different individuals, or they live with different individuals. Any of them the same? I suspect not. I like to use the labels, if you will, that we gave them. This is a recent picture, so this is them now. And from left to right, we've got Neve, we've got Mihal, Kate, Sean, and Owen. All spelled the Irish way, I have to suggest, because, you know, it was sort of like I went to London for 6 months, and I'm still there. But it was sort of like, okay, if I'm going to live here, I don't necessarily have to, you know, adapt and change. And, you know, so they all have Irish names, and we've had great fun with them. This is where they are now. Kate, who again is my eldest, she's working towards a degree in special ed. She's sort of taking time off at the moment because what she found was very upsetting was they're still teaching the same strategies, the same ways of teaching individuals that almost destroyed her. I mean, she had ME at one stage, and, you know, we had the welfare officers coming all the time because Mondays and Fridays, interestingly enough, she didn't go to school. She always had stomach aches, she had headaches, she had migraines. She had all kinds of things going on with her. But she now, too, is, she works with me, and she's a handle screener and intern. So she's working through her internship at the moment under supervision from myself and others. And one of the aha moments in her life was when she did a handle introductory course, which was when she was supposed to be studying for A-levels. But she did this 12-hour course over the weekend, and she said she learnt more about biology than she'd learnt in the 2 years that she was studying for A-levels. And was able to, interestingly enough, retain and understand it better than a lot of the individuals that were experts that were on the course. But then she knew it from the inside. She knew what it was like to struggle, and she could understand it. Neve has a HND in photography, a higher national diploma. Is working in a photography shop. Again, I was told by her math teacher that, you know, she doesn't need to do GCSEs to get to work in a hairdresser's. And again, nothing. If she wanted to do hairdressing, that's great. But it's like for someone to decide that that's as far as you can go. You don't need any kind of qualifications or anything. And you don't, but if you want them, you should be able to get them. Sean, that I spoke about, the one that was arrested at 4, he's got a OCN diploma in weavery, which is a open college network, which is kind of similar to the ASDAN that the speaker was speaking about this morning, but a bit more involved, and it's actually equivalent to a GCSE. Now, he would be one that would be labeled low functioning, because Sean doesn't have a lot of language. Language is really difficult for him, but he is an amazing craftsman, and went to a college that was run by Camp Hill Communities, and he's an artist. He found his creative side, because up until then he's really been very mathematical oriented. He's the kind of one that you tell a date and he'll tell you what day it is. Which we were at an open evening at a college that his twin went to, and there was a kid there that had worked for 6 months on a program to develop a way where he said to me, "Give me your birth date and I'll tell you what day it is." Now, I didn't have I thought, now I better not tell him that, Owen's brother does that in his head. And this guy was going on to Oxford or Cambridge to study mathematics. It's like, yeah, again, that label of severe learning difficulties, I think you call it intellectual disabilities here. Overused for definite. And my Owen is the twin, the second twin, who, ironically, his identical twin brother, same genetic makeup, who finds language difficult. Owen's got his a degree in journalism, and the spoken word, the written word, any kind of words is his baby. He runs a website, which is underneath there, www.multimediamouth.com. Anybody interested in films or games, or any of your kids that might be interested, he's always looking for writers. So if you live with somebody that's really into reviewing games or writing about films, give Owen an email. And my baby, who's 6'2", is in his 3rd year at Wolverhampton University studying war studies. And he's the one that, when we originally discovered the Handel approach, he had a T-shirt saying "I hate Handel." He now rings me up and says, "My lecturer, I think he could use some Handel activities. I think he's a bit stressed. He needs some help." And is actually describing lots of things that I've taken years to study. He's describing it in a nutshell, because again, he's learning from the inside, which is, he's got the advantage. I had to learn all these things on the outside. Again, we were talking about theory of mind earlier, and it's sort of like, whose mind is the theory about? Because, yeah, it's great. Like, okay, they don't understand what I'm doing. Do I understand what they're doing? Again, it's sort of like we're led down these paths that, people with these diagnoses are so different from us. They're not that different. They do perceive things differently, and they may be under a lot more stress than many of us. But, again, think of yourself. I know what I was like when my boys were small, and I was bucking the system. I mean, I set up a support group, ran it for 10 years, was in the House of Commons. I've spoken to all-party parliamentary groups on autism, etc., have talked at conferences, did all these things. But if you sent me to the supermarket, God help anybody that tried packing my bags, because they would not be doing it the right way, because you had to do it this way. And I had it in my head because cognition took over. I wasn't instinctively doing things. It was like, because if it's not done that way, when I come home, where am I going to put them? It's not going to be like the frozen stuff should be there, the stuff that goes in that cupboard should be there. Very autistic behavior. When you're under stress, and I'm not lessening the stress that our kids are under, but it makes you a bit more understanding of where they're coming from. They're working from a place of severe stress. The world is scary because they can't understand it. I mean, my boys always looked terrified. And I had everybody telling me, no, you're a wonderful mother. They're not scared of you. They literally looked terrified. Like, God, what's she going to do next? You know, where's she going to go? And Owen will actually recount a tale of one of the times that they escaped. We live across from a park. And with a big, huge boating pond and a duck pond. And it was like my horror. I mean, I used to dream about them drowning. It was like, you know, and it was one time, I don't know what, they must have dropped something, broken something or whatever. And we had gates, and I hop over the gate to get the dustpan and brush. And in that time, they were gone. I could see them waddling out the door, you know, across to the park. And of course, they always went that way. Never together. And they never looked back. They just went, you know. And I used to, you know, I was an Olympian at that stage. And I'd go, and he recounted that story. I've got my good friend Jean back there. Jean asked lots of questions and asked him all kinds of things. And it was one of the stories he recounted. And he remembered it. They were about 2. And asking, why? Why did you do that? We had to go because we were scared because you hated us. Now, these were kids that had no, you know, they were deemed not to have the intent to communicate. A speech therapist wouldn't work with them because they had no language, no understanding, and it was sort of like, you know, we can't do anything with them. But yet he was thinking, you know, I hated them. What did I do? You know, I obviously was very annoyed, very frustrated. I don't know what I said, and they mightn't have understood what I said, but they knew the intent behind that was like, I'm angry. So they had to go, because what's going to happen next? She's going to explode, you know. I mean, bearing in mind that they used to bite and scratch and thump me, and it took me quite a while to actually figure out, listen, I have to tell them it hurts, because they didn't know that. They were scared, so they responded in the way they knew. They didn't know language. They didn't know how to tell me any other way, but they did tell me. They communicated, and it hurt. This is just a little comic representation of sort of standardized testing and how we sort of get all those diagnoses. You know, to ensure a fair selection, you all get the same test, and you must all climb that tree. So, you know, any guesses on who might get there first? Well, you know, I mean, for me, it would be obviously the chimpanzee or the monkey or whatever he is, you know, because he'd be up that tree like that. Well, one of the guys I worked with came along to one of my talks, and I showed this, and he said, the elephant. Looking, the elephant? How'd the elephant get on top? Oh, he went over, he knocked it down, and he jumped on top. So, who's wrong? Who's right? You know, just a different way of looking at it. Just, again, I'll just talk about Handel. And please do ask questions if you want to. Eric has told me that I can go on a little bit. I'll try not to go on too much, but he also said, you know, if you want to ask questions, go right ahead. Handel is an acronym. It stands for a holistic approach to neurodevelopment and learning efficiency. Again, each of those words stands for something. And it's a one-day course, really, going into the whole paradigm and the whole idea behind Handel. But just briefly, holistic, it's the wholeness of a person. We're looking at the whole person and everything around them. It's an approach. It's not a therapy as such. There's nothing prescribed about it. It depends on an individual, and we're looking at everything to do with that individual. We're looking at internal environment, you know, when we were talking about dietary things. We're looking at external environment. Where do they live? What was happening with them? What was the pregnancy like? What was happening, you know, with the parents? Were they under a lot of stress? What was the birth situation like? Was it a difficult birth? Was it a really fast birth? Was it a cesarean birth? Again, that's going to have an effect on how we develop, all those things. And again, it's not a blame game, and it's never just one thing, because you can have, 10 people with all the same, pregnancy and birth situations, and it may be only one child that has difficulties, because then things happen after birth as well. Neurodevelopment, it's brain development. It's how the brain develops. And, we know the brain develops through rhythmic, synchronized activity. It develops through movement supported by proper nutrition. But again, proper nutrition can be different for each individual. Someone was talking about testing for allergies or intolerances as well, or deficiencies. That all has an effect on us. There's a big thing, and I think it's here too, this 5 a day, fruit and vegetable. Well, for some people, fruit is totally the wrong thing to be eating because their body can't tolerate fructose. Again, I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a nutritionist, but there's certain things that you can see in a pattern of behavior or with a person that we can make suggestions on, or we can say, you need to go see someone else, a nutritionist, a kinesiologist, a homeopath, a medical doctor, whatever. Learning, we all have the capacity to learn. And that capacity goes on through the lifespan. I know a woman at 100 that did her BA degree. It's never too late to do anything. It might be harder. It's a lot easier to do things when you're younger, when your brain is more active, but the brain continues. The brain, we know, has plasticity, is constantly changing. And efficiency. Efficiency, again, is really important. We all can be very, very effective, but at what cost? So again, are we doing things, am I maintaining eye contact and making you feel totally uncomfortable, but am I maintaining eye contact and putting all my energy into maintaining eye contact, and I can't hear anything, can't smell anything, I definitely can't say anything because I'm giving you eye contact, So it's like, at what cost? It could be like the executive, and this is sort of a parody in movies you see, and it's usually a man, he's been working all day and he's everybody's best friend and he's doing really well and he's probably got a good degree and he's got a management job somewhere and he's doing really great. Gets home, gets through that door, all the kids scurry, put all their toys away. The wife has to have his dinner on the table because he's working under stress. And at some stage, it has to come out. He has to relax, which is a bit like some of our kids. And I know my younger kid especially, at school, he was, he had we have statements in the UK, and he had behavior issues. But at school, he was the best student. He had support, and as long as his support was there, and he also had his get out of jail card, as we called it. So if things got too much, he could leave the classroom and come back in again when he was ready. But he would be fine at school. But you could see, as I was picking him up and he was approaching the car, you could see the real Mihal coming out. And he'd get into the car, and and he was giving out, and he had the lowest voice. And it was raw, and it was like, the Incredible Hulk is coming out. And it wasn't to say that school wasn't doing what they could for him, but he was working from a state of stress. So he was accomplishing things in school, but it was at a cost. And then that's where the efficiency comes in. We can all be effective, but we also want to be efficient. We want to use the least amount of energy to do what we need to do. Judith Bluestone was the founder of the Handel Institute and the inventor, if you will, of the approach. She's an amazing woman. She actually was here in Ireland in 2007. And if any of you want to look up on YouTube and put in Judith Bluestone or my name, we were both on the afternoon program. And I finally, it's taken me 4 years to get it up on the internet. But it's really, you know, I love watching it because Judith was just one amazing person. She would have qualified for the diagnosis of autism, but was born before Kanner and Asperger put their, you know, those labels out there. She was born with all kinds of issues. She had a severe seizure disorder. The bones in her face didn't grow. And part of the reason, or probably the primary reason of that, was her father was a scientist and he was trying to cure world hunger. So he was working on developing pesticides and insecticides, and one of the things that he actually discovered was Agent Orange. If any of you are old enough to remember the Vietnam War, where they used it as a defoliage. But this was, his sperm was already damaged before Judith was conceived, and then it was in the vegetable patch, and the mom was ingesting it. It was all over, and it was in Dad's clothes. So again, this was an environmental factor that became internal, and it had major effects on her. She had a, you know, again, when we talk about the brain and we talk about different parts of the brain's amazing. She only found out when she was about 40, I think, 45, when they actually did brain scans on her, that she had holes in her brain. And she had very smooth areas of her brain from the many seizures that she'd had and bouts of encephalitis and various other things. And where some of those holes were where her speech centers should have been. Very articulate woman. So it's sort of like, you know, we are amazing and our brains are amazing. And it's sort of never too late to help things go along the way. I mean, in Handel, we don't try to, you know, we're not trying to work on a specific area of the brain, but we're hoping to be able to enable the brain to retrain or train itself, you know, set up those new neural pathways that might not have been formed, or just might not have been, you know, firmly rooted. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the King's Speech. Amazing movie, and very Handel friendly, to be honest, because it's talking about, you know, environmental things that happen to, I think it's the Queen's father, and how he developed a stammer, and how he had been forced to be a right-hander, and he was a natural left-hander, which again, that would screw up the brain a bit. And he also had different experiences with nannies, and I suspect just from that totally artificial fishbowl that those guys live in, that, you know, his childhood wasn't the easiest. But the guy that was working with him was doing all kinds of physical things and, you know, getting him to sing, which the brain loves because it's so rhythmic and organized. But it also was showing, like, when the brain isn't organized, it's very, very hard to deliver what you need to and to do what you need to. And I'm going into places that I shouldn't go to, so I'll stop now. Just key points about Handel. We look for and we treat the root causes. So we acknowledge that somebody has a label of whatever, be it autism, Asperger syndrome, dyslexia, dyspraxia, bipolar, or have an acquired brain injury or a stroke or whatever. Or they're just stressed. I mean, I was the one person in my family that didn't have a diagnosis. I got my own Handel program, and it's helped me. I didn't know I needed help because I didn't get that, you know, I was deemed to be normal. Whoever, you know, I'm still looking for Norm. I don't know who he is or what it is, but, you know, it's supposed to be out there. But it's like, why? Why might we be stressed? Why might things be difficult? And it's sort of going beyond that and finding out who that person is. We look very much at a client. We talk to that individual to find out, you know, who they are and what might be going on with them. We're non-judgmental, so we don't assume ability. We don't assume that, you know, again, that person comes with autism, that they're going to be this, that, or the other, you know, the triad of impairments and the, you know, whatever else is out there. The things that, you know, we get the diagnosis for. But it's okay, all right, we, you know, as we have in our family, we pull the disability card when necessary, but otherwise, you know, we just use first names. It's observational. Sure, yeah.
I just want to agree there to a point you just made. As you just said then, people come up, I've got 3 children, and they say, and she's autistic, he's autistic. You should never be like that. She's Claire, and if you want, and it maybe needs to be brought forward, she's got autism, but she's got whatever. You bring it forward then, but she's always Claire, and it's the same for your voice, like you're a girl, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you.
I've heard so many people say, you know, and he's cystic fibrosis, he's autistic, and whatever. You can't use that. You have to use the first name.
Yeah, yeah. Again, like the minister, I'll call you Kathleen if that's okay. You know, Kathleen was saying earlier about the whole in the field of disability, you can define people by their labels, by their diagnosis. You can't do that if you define a black person as black, or an Asian person as Asian, or a traveler as, oh, you're a traveler kind of thing. It doesn't work. You're going to be up in court someplace, but you can do that with disability.
Sorry, could I just say something? When my son was young, I thought he was really too young to sort of tell him that autism, he wouldn't understand it. But I was told that I should tell him, you know. And like I sat back and I thought about it myself, you know, and you always listen to people that you think know more about it, you know, people that are educated in that field. And I sat back and I said to myself, why should I tell my son he's different? To me, he's not any different from everyone else. It's just what you said. He just needs that little bit more help and understanding and support. But like I thought to myself, you know, why should I put a label on him? Why should I tell him he's autistic? He's no different than anyone else in his class. So I went along with them with what I was told, and I sat down one day, and they told me, you have to be in a good place yourself. And I thought, how the hell can you ever be in a good place yourself when you have to sit down and tell your son he's autistic? You know, as a mother, as a human being, it's going to affect you. Like, you're going to be like, you know, always kind of like hurting yourself, and you know, like you think, how am I going to tell my child that I've carried for 9 months that you're different from someone else? You know, like, you know, and you're not trained to do that, and you know, you sort of you try to find words, you try to be in a good place, and you try to tell him. And I did tell my son, I did sit him down, and I did say to him, you know, Kevin, you know, the way you have difficulty at school playing football, and you can't kind of catch the ball, and you used to always say to me, Mom, I hate football because all the other boys run faster than me, and they get the ball, and they never pass the ball to me. No matter how hard I try, I can never get that bloody ball, Mom. And I said, okay, you don't have to play football. You don't have to play hurling at school. I went up to the principal and I said, my son doesn't like football and he doesn't like hurling. I said, can't you accommodate him? He likes basketball because it's easy for him to get the ball. He does get the ball. He puts it in the net and everybody claps. Cheering.
Yeah.
I got the ball off all of me and I put the ball in the basket. So they did accommodate me for playing. But I sat down anyway and I did it as I was told. That was as I was told, but I was told it would be good for the child. So I sat him down on the chair and I said, you know,
Yeah.
blah, blah, the way that you can get the ball and everything, and you know, that's a compliment motor skills and everything, and Kevin ball. And I said, does any of my cousins have autism? I said, no, Kevin, I don't. Did you have autism when you were young? No, Kevin, I didn't. Did Daddy have autism? No. Well, why the hell am I the only one in the family and all my cousins all around me? Why have I got autism? And I'm sitting there and I say, I don't know, Kevin, it's just the way you were born. And I went, that's not fair. Mum, that just is not fair. Do you
Yeah.
mean to tell me that I'm the only boy in my class that doesn't have autism? And I was going, because it was being made in school time.
Mm.
And I said, yes, Kevin. And he said, well, I don't know about that. I just don't know about figures down out there. And he said, oh, am I going to go to school? No, I tell the boys in the morning. Everyone's going to class. How did that feel as a mother?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's no easy, you know, and you have to do what you feel you know, it's sort of follow your instinct.
And then I sat
Yeah.
and I questioned why did I tell him? Why did I tell him? Because I thought he got very kind of...
But again, everybody goes through, and Owen especially, he was looking in Sainsbury for the cure for ages. And now it's just like, yeah, hey, he works with kids like himself now.
Then I turned around and said, look, you only have a small bit, and tell him to worry about that, over your head, and just carry on going.
Yeah, yeah. And again, it's ages, it's ages.
Sorry, now we put it back to the
Sorry.
speaker because we'll be running very late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
Just, again, nothing stands alone. There's always more than one reason. You know, as much as they say, oh, we've got to find the gene for this or the gene for that, genes need to be turned on, and genes can be turned off as well. And they only know about so many genes. And there's just so many different reasons. People show us what they need. You know, we know from lots of the behaviors that, I mean, we're sort of a non-behavior approach. We don't try to get rid of behaviors. What our goal is that the behaviors will go naturally. Because if you look at a lot of the behaviors, you know, what are they doing? You know, could they be getting rid of stress, rid of energy? Could they be finding out grounding themselves? Could they be just excited? Look at teenage girls. Do you ever watch them get excited? Hey! You know? Could it be I'm filtering out light up here? Could it be I'm filtering sound? I don't know. So many different reasons. We use mental rehearsal therapeutically. Mental rehearsal, you know, how our kids, as I think Jennifer was talking about this morning, how kids learn by watching and seeing and whatever. And as much as they talk about mirror neurons not being turned on with autistic kids, I mean, how did my guys know how to, you know, take the television apart, how to work the video machine? I couldn't figure it out. They could. You know, they were watching. They mightn't be watching what I want them to watch, but they were watching. So, you know, some kids, they won't do the activities that, you know, we've got part of their program or whatever. We get the parents or their siblings or someone to do them. One little guy we have that's Down syndrome, 6 months. It was handled by stealth. He didn't do anything. His mom did everything. And the changes in him were amazing. You know, so what was happening? I mean, athletes use it, dancers use it, we use it too. Movement supported by proper nutrition helps develop, organize the brain, and the whole idea of neuroplasticity. The one thing that's really important about Handle is something that we call gentle enhancement, and it's trademarked. It's so important. Because what we know is less is more, and slower is faster. And if you think of a baby, when a baby's born, we don't expect them to get up and start running. We give them time. We give that brain time to organize itself so that they can do it. So we also realize the activities we do, a full Handle program would be about 20, 30 minutes a day, and it could be interspersed during the day. And most activities are done once. But also we're watching for any kind of changes. Any of your kids ever get red ears? Okay. I mean, that is one of the outlets of the vagus nerve is the ears. The other one is the anus. And obviously it's easier to watch the ears. And watch people, you know, I know my sister, if she eats beef, she gets a red ear. She shouldn't really be eating beef. It doesn't quite agree with her. And other kids, you know, when they're getting stressed, you'll see that red ear. It could be an indication of the vestibular system, which is your inner ear, that it's stressed. It could also be excitement, or as a nurse pointed out to me, an illness. Well, again, it could be a sign of stress. So what we do is we don't analyze it. We just say, okay, stop the activity today. We'll come back to it. Maybe we'll come back to it later in the day, or we'll come back to it tomorrow. You know, and there's other things, you know, facial color, breathing. If you're getting nauseous, especially doing vestibular movements, stop them. Come back tomorrow, which is slightly different from a lot of other sort of therapies where they do things over and over and over again. Because what we know is, like, whatever changes you get, there's a possibility that you're stressing out another system. That whole idea about, nothing stands alone. That's just about Handle. We do, there's the website, it's www.handle.org. The Handle Institute is based in California. And we have practitioners all around the world at this stage, and we're growing. We do screenings. Screenings are sort of mini assessments. We do full assessments, consultations with people. We run seminars, workshops, training courses, and we're very adaptable. We do all kinds of things. And things change every time I meet new people. It's like our activities. We have, we have close to probably 150 activities that are based on various other things. Sometimes they might be something that you've seen before, but we've slightly changed them. But also for each person, because when I usually teach activities, someone's sitting there, my child won't do that, and it's like one of the activities we have is drinking water through a crazy straw. The twirly, whirly, whirly straws. Well, lots of people can't do that. But you can give them a straight straw and they can start with that. Or they might just start by watching somebody else. So it's sort of, for each person there can be a different variation. They're my brood. Sure, yeah.
You've raised 5 children there who are definitely difficult children to raise. Was you initially, or all the way through, was you on the drug side of things, or did you go to more of the counselling side?
We did. Just from my instinct, what I did was anything that wasn't invasive. So I think they've had 1 blood test, and that was enough. They were tested for Fragile X at one stage, and it was like, okay, we're not going to do blood tests unless they really, really need them, because it was so traumatic for them. We haven't done anything to modify behavior, just instinctively. I didn't stop them doing things. I obviously got to a stage where I stopped them from biting me, but that was through telling them. I've always talked to them and told them, and sometimes you have to be really dramatic. It was like I could have won an Oscar by showing, how much it hurt, and they were tears, and explaining what tears were. I had to explain all these things, but they did eventually understand. You have to they'd come back every so often. It's that kind of testing the boundaries constantly. Is this still going to hurt you? But it was kind of like, I'm not your punch bag. I'm here to support you and help you, but I'm not here to be hurt. Because there's enough people out there hurting me, when you go to everybody and they're judging you and looking at you and sending you on parenting courses. There's enough of those kind of people out there.
Can I ask you then, like my child, she was showing signs of suicidal tendencies and things like that. She's gone into the system now, she's under a psychologist there,
Right.
psychiatrist, sorry, and the psychiatrist is pumping her with drugs at the moment kind of thing. What would your advice be to me? Because she is.
I'm not medical. I don't know. I would avoid drugs personally because of all the side effects. Sometimes, drugs may be necessary. From a Handle perspective, what we would hope is that as you work through reducing the stresses, and I'm talking neurological stresses as well as environmental and everything, to that those drugs would be lessened and then the need would go away. I know the work we do with people on bipolar that are diagnosed bipolar and are on medication, that many times, working with their physicians, the medication is reduced because they don't need it anymore. Because again, the side effects, unfortunately, with drugs, it's usually there's side effects and then they give them more drugs to counteract the side effects, and it tends to be a vicious circle. So we are a non-drug approach. But, if somebody's on a drug, we work with that. Me personally, I've avoided it, and fortunately, when my boys were small, there weren't as many drugs around. And we didn't encounter the people that wanted to give me the happy pill. I mean, I'm the one that they wanted to give everything to, and thankfully I've avoided that too. But you know, supplements, and there are so many. Homeopathy is great, and sometimes homeopathy can help counteract the side effects of the drugs. So that's worth exploring as well. You know, but follow your gut, follow your instinct. This is just a picture of they all went to Alton Towers recently, which I was so chuffed to wave them off in the car, you know. It's like, and they had a great time, absolutely great time. And what was the highlight of it? I got a call from Kate at one stage saying that they were staying in a little motel, and the boys were in one room, the girls were in another room. And I mean, you know, they're all quite capable, but because Sean doesn't have language, we're all kind of, we closet him a bit. But they woke up, and Kate went to get the boys up, opened the door, and the two boys are there. Sean's missing. And it was like, oh God, where is he gone? And they were on a busy road, and she kept telling herself, he's not going to be silly. I know he's not. Well, he was in the dining room. Now, they had paid for a continental breakfast. Now, bear in mind, Sean has some words, and we all have names. I mean, he discovered his voice when we first discovered Handel, but then he was restrained and he broke his hip at his previous special school, which wasn't really that special, but anyway. And he lost his voice again, but he didn't lose it totally, and it's coming back. But he went down and he had his cooked breakfast, he had his herbal tea, and he was looking for his second round of toast. So again, you know, they're great. And I think I'm finished. Thank you. Thank you.
Rosemary, thank you very much. I have to say, I'd simply call you an amazing parent above anything else professionally. Definitely an amazing parent, anyway. Yeah. Now our next speaker is Dr. Noreen Cronin, nutritionist. Sorry, Noreen, just before we do that, Eric just told me that there was some selling of tickets earlier on, and there were 3 Easter eggs or something, I think. So we're now going to join, Leanne can draw, and we're going to see who's going to win.
No problem. M. Curtin, 81 to 85.
Here is it?
Yeah.
Very good. Do you want to bring it in? Yeah, if you go to Eric. Okay. Do you want to do one, Eric? All right. Name? Yeah.
Michael Creedon.
It's Michael Creedon. Yeah. Very good. Just the Easter egg for you as well.
Marion O'Donovan. Marion
Oh,
O'Donovan.
Marion is there, yeah. Very good.
Doing. That's it.
They're lovely.
We're okay.
That's brilliant. Gorgeous.
Oh, they're so sweet.
That's super. Hello everybody, my name is Noreen Cronin. I'm a nutritionist. I'm a defeat autism now practitioner with the Autistic Research Institute in the United States. I have a son, Sean, and Sean has autism. He's 15 years old, And when Sean was diagnosed in 1998, we kind of didn't know what to do, but both myself and my husband were scientists, so we looked down the scientific approach. And the success that we had with Sean led me to eventually go back to college and to retrain as a nutritionist and follow this path. I have a practice here in Cork, and I meet people privately, and I'm hoping now, as my kids, I have 2 other boys as well, as they're getting older, to kind of do more work, whereas up until now it's been somewhat of a part-time effort on my part. I'd like to share with you today some of the current thinking about how important nutrition can be for many of the children. And one of the terms that you may have come across in some places is that the Autistic Research Institute has their motto or their logo or their catchphrase is that autism is treatable. And for many children, it is treatable. And they now talk about it in terms of autism, that children can be recovered. Now, it might be that they need to be managed, and then they might need ongoing program to do that. But I think it gives us a little bit of hope in terms of the sky's the limit, really, here. So I'd like to talk to you today a bit about that and kind of explain to you about something that I feel quite passionately about. One of the things is that there's a lot of scientific research being done. The scientific research in the last few years has snowballed. If I was to look on PubMed, which is a database by the National Library of Medicine in the United States, and it's maintained by the Institute of Health, if I had looked in 2007 to check out for kind of medical-related papers to do with autism, there would have been about 9,000 papers, and that would have been all the way back from the origination of, Kanner's description of what autism was all the way through to 2007. Whereas if I was to do that today, there's actually now the order, I did it during the week, and there's now over 17,000 papers. So you can see in 4 years there's been an increase of 8,000. That's like 2,000 papers per year. So this area is an area that's getting a lot of attention, a lot of funding. There's an awful lot going on. And there's an awful lot that we can take from this that we can use to help our children. Because autism is such a complex disorder, there are many ways that the scientific research to date has been challenged in the way that it looks at things. From a science point of view, if you're looking to evaluate a therapy, you normally need to do something called placebo-controlled, double-blind, randomized controlled studies. Now, doing those studies with kids on the spectrum is quite challenging. First of all, you're kind of looking to set down what they can and can't do. You're expecting the parents to be able to implement that, and you're expecting to be able to get ethics approval to do those type of studies. So that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin from the scientist's point of view is that the interpretation of the data can be extraordinarily complex, because there's more than one thing going on with these children at any one time. They have more than one problem, they have more than one set of abnormalities that can be going on at any single time. So the results get very complicated if you try and pool all the children, who are all kinds of individuals, into one group. We now know, and we have documented evidence of this, that there is more than one cause for autism. It's not just a genetic disorder, which was what we were led to believe for a long time. It's genetic. We know it can be genetic. There are aspects of it that are genetic. It can be caused by infection. It can be caused by encephalitis or inflammation in the brain. And these are things that we've kind of identified in the more recent years. And we're making further progress all the time. We're getting better at the research. We're learning more and more. So it's important to kind of keep your eyes open and keep your mind open to the possibilities that there's a lot more going on than we understand. For each of us who live with autism, there are kind of many different presentations. I mean, they are all individuals. They are all unique, just like the rest of us in the room. But many of us would be used to seeing problems, maybe gastrointestinal problems, maybe problems to do with their neurological functioning, to do with how their immune system works, to do with how their detoxification system works. It can vary from what PJ was saying earlier, from chronic diarrhea to very bad reflux, to very bad constipation in some kids, to speech to varying different levels, to problems with sleep, to problems with constantly being sick or never ever getting sick. The whole remit there are full of possibilities in terms of how we as parents see it. So when you look at this from a scientific point of view, there's another layer to this. So if you go back, another layer from me would be to look at different problems in different individual children at different times. These would be kind of 6 areas that would be kind of talked about a lot to do with research. So you've got mitochondrial dysfunction. The mitochondria is like the battery in every single cell in your body. And depending on what the function of that cell is, if its battery isn't working, it does or doesn't work very effectively. Inflammation is a big issue. Excitotoxicity, where the nerves are being stimulated too fast, big issue. Oxidative stress, where you're not able to get rid of toxic waste from your body as quickly as you might want to. Fatty acid metabolism. Many people will have heard of using things like omega-3 fatty acids for good health. And that's usually because your fatty acids are being turned over, that you're utilising them much faster than somebody else. And then things like immune under and overactivity. So there's a huge remit, and at any one time you can have any one of those going on, any grouping of those, or all of those. So you can see how complex it gets when you're looking to establish what therapy will work. And it's why kind of part of the time we kind of say, well, some therapies work for some children and some therapies work for other children. For example, 3 areas that have received an awful lot of attention in the last 5 years would be the areas of mitochondrial dysfunction. Remember I said that was like the battery. Oxidative stress, so that's kind of to do with how you handle your waste systems and how they can cause damage if you don't handle them properly. And immune dysregulation. Now, if you just look at those 3 areas alone, in kind of the last couple of years, there's been some fairly landmark papers come forward in the peer-reviewed literature. One of the things that we now know with a high degree of certainty is that autistic children reach their toxic threshold much earlier than other children, and it's due partly to their genetic makeup. So they're much more vulnerable to the toxins in their environment, to infections in their environment, to viruses in their environment, to incidences when they have inflammation like encephalitis. Their whole system is much more vulnerable then to those problems. We also know that we would group these as kind of metabolic imbalances, and we know that metabolic imbalances is talking about something going on in the whole body. So this is taking us into the whole idea that autism isn't just a brain disorder. Autism is about how the whole body works, how the different parts of the body work together, how sometimes they don't work together, that they get in each other's way. So it's important to recognize that. And there are many kind of metabolic disorders out there that we know a little bit more about than we do about autism. So it might be a case that there are lessons we can learn from other metabolic disorders and how they can be helped. One of the things that Jill James, who's a paediatric consultant in Arkansas and does a lot of research in this area, had in her paper in 2004, which is a good while back, the ability to correct the metabolic imbalance with targeted nutritional intervention implies that certain aspects of autism may be treatable. And I think that there's great hope in that. And there's been many publications kind of that support that in the last few years. Let me talk to you just briefly about inflammation. Inflammation is a natural response in the body. It's something that happens if you've got an infection, if you get an injury, if you've got some kind of a wound or an allergic response to something. Your body switches on the immune system to attempt to protect and to heal that wound. And it should be a situation that there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. Sometimes you can have a situation that if you don't get to the root of the infection or if you don't get to the core of what's causing the injury, that the inflammation can go on longer than you expect. And in those cases, the immune system can produce more messengers, immune messengers, and we call them cytokines. And they can be going on such that there's a kind of unrestrained immune response. And in that case, you can end up with damaged tissues, you can end up with problems with the repair system, you can even end up in a system where you end up with what we call an autoimmune disorder or disease, whereby the body attacks itself. And that's something that we might be familiar with here in things like rheumatoid arthritis, where you can see the actual damage that's done in the joints of people with that disorder. And it's because the immune system is overactive and overstimulated. Where this comes into play with autism is in 2005 there was a major paper by Vargas, and this came out of Johns Hopkins in the United States. It would be a very highly regarded medical institute. And the paper was entitled Immunity, Neuroglial and Neuroinflammation in Autism. And this was looking at and concluded that individuals with autism have a lot of inflammation going on in their brain that involves the immune system. And that linked up straight away that there's a major role for the immune system in autism. Okay? It also linked up the whole idea that it's happening in more than just the brain, it's happening in the body, but it also tied up that... sorry, I've lost my train of thought, 1 second. It also linked up the idea that if you have a lot of inflammation in the brain, could that be the root cause of what's going on for you in autism? So if we were to look at some of the, they're very small now probably for you to see, but if you look, you can see speech, concentration, understanding, behaviour, emotion, sensory, sleep. All of those can be tied in with autism. They can all be tied in with inflammation going on in the brain. So if you think about your brain, and you have to get a good supply, a good blood flow in the brain, you have to get oxygen to the brain for it to function. If you've got a lot of inflammation going on, that's going to be obstructing the flow in the brain, and it's going to be obstructing oxygen being able to get to the centres that it needs to get to. And that's called hypoperfusion. And it's well known in brain injuries and acquired brain traumas and that. And we see now that it actually happens quite a lot in cases of autism as well. Therefore, that kind of gives us a target. If we know that inflammation in the brain is causing some of these problems and contributing to it, is there something that we know about that we can use to help us to improve that inflammation, to relieve the inflammation, and to kind of give us a handle on ways in which we can help to treat the kids? One of the areas that you can see there highlighted is gut problems, and gastrointestinal problems are a big problem for kids, but that can help us to address this issue of inflammation in some ways. Last year there was a major paper published by the American Academy of Pediatrics, and it was, this would have been a big step for the American Academy of Pediatrics. Giving support for the fact that kids with autism have as much gut problems as any other grouping of children. Okay, so that would be at least 25% of them would have gut problems. But their way of telling us that they've got gut problems is going to be impaired because they can't explain themselves in quite a lot of cases, and they don't know why they've got this pain or why they've got this discomfort, and they can't talk to you, and they haven't got a PECS picture that corresponds with that they've got this reflux problem going on. How do they explain that? So there can be many gastrointestinal problems going on. They can be to do with stomach acid. A lot of the kids have reflux, an awful lot. They reckon maybe up to 70% of the kids who are fussy and picky eaters may have reflux. A lot of the kids have poor digestion, poor absorption. There's a lot of disturbed bacteria and gut problems and allergy and intolerances. If we look at that and take that as being a possibility of can we relieve the problems of the brain inflammation, take it one step further. You've got disturbed gut yeast and gut bacteria that can occur due to multiple use of antibiotics in the child. If the bacteria and yeast are disturbed in the gut, then you may have populations of bacteria that shouldn't be there at all. And these populations that may be there can be generating toxins. For example, quite commonly in autistic children, you might see an overgrowth of something called Clostridia. And we know that if Clostridia grows in the bowel, that it generates something called an endotoxin that will damage the gut wall of the bowel, can get into the bloodstream, can cross the blood-brain barrier, and could cause inflammation in the brain. So by handling and by treating and addressing issues that are going on in the gut, we have a potential to actually influence what's going on in the brain. So this kind of ties into what PJ was saying earlier and relates to the gluten and casein-free diet. Gluten and casein are both proteins. They're both quite difficult to digest. So if you've got somebody with some gut issues already, and then you add to that problem that they may have a leaky gut, then the proteins that come from the wheat or from the casein, which would be the dairy, are not getting broken down completely before they get into the bloodstream. Okay? So if that happens, the way in which gluten and casein are broken down, they can be broken down into something that we call opioid peptides. Now, when medicines come into the fray, the most common medicine that we would know in terms of opioid peptides would be morphine. And we know that morphine is given for intense pain, and that it's something that is very powerful and is usually used at very late stages in illnesses. So if you've got a situation where you've got a child that's generating their own opioid peptides, getting into their bloodstream, crossing the blood-brain barrier, interfering with brain signaling going on, you can result, it doesn't take a large jump to get to, there's going to be some problems going on in the brain then, okay? And the common ones that I come across are things like speech delay and brain fog. And I use the term brain fog because that's what a lot of parents would tell me, that if they've had a child that they put on the gluten and casein-free diet, it was the right kind of choice that we made for them, they've had some success with the diet, the child, they come back to me and say, well, it's like the child has woken up. They're more aware of what's going on around them. They're suddenly seeing things that they kind of wouldn't even have noticed before. They might be interacting a bit better with their siblings. They might have noticed it was raining or that it was cold or something like that. Or they might have started to use some speech. So from the parents themselves, I started hearing people saying, it's like a fog has lifted. Okay, so that was kind of where that one came from. In terms of the gluten and casein-free diet, that's kind of the scientific argument for it. There is evidence there to say that this diet can help, okay? The Cochrane database and the Cochrane review looks at science of all different types all over the world at various intervals to kind of assess what's going on with the different kind of publications and that. So like every 4 years there's a Cochrane review to do with autism and medicine and looking at different aspects of it. And in 2008 they reviewed all of the studies that had been done to do with gluten and casein-free diets. And they came back with, among the randomized controlled studies, so these were the ones that they reckoned were suitable, there was an overall improvement in autistic traits, there was an improvement in social isolation, and there was an overall improvement in communication and interactions. Now, to me, that's quite a lot of improvements from a single diet. The ScanBright study, which is a randomized controlled study, it was a 2-year study done in Denmark and published last year, they also came forward, another randomized controlled study, that there are significant improvements in children 12 months on the gluten and casein-free diet. They did comment that at the end of 2 years that the results had begun to plateau. So they didn't mean that they lost any ground, but the improvements that they could attribute to the diet were no longer kind of being reaped. They had got as much out of the diet as they were going to get, but they would not come off that diet was still helping these children. In the Autistic Research Institute, they maintain something called a parent rating scale. And the parent rating scale is a record of kind of just voluntary reports by parents who have tried various interventions. And for the gluten and casein-free diet, they have a record of 2,561 cases, whereby 66% of those parents reported that when their child was put on the gluten and casein-free diet, they got better. So there was improvements of some type. 31% of the children, there was no effect, and 3% got worse. So the better-worse ratio that they were reporting was 19:1. But 66% got better by implementing this diet. That's a huge chunk. That's 2/3 of the kids have improved in the diet. So it's well worth considering that your child might be one of those 66%. There are other dietary therapies. The gluten and casein-free diet is the best known one. But there are other ones that also have very high records in terms of their success rates. And it really depends on what the needs of the child are, what the condition is, what's going on, how they're presenting, what their history is, what their testing reveals. So there's a lot of different aspects that I won't be able to talk to you about all of these today, but they are there. I have used these, and for the right combination of matching the child to the diet, you can have very good success in many of these cases. When people come to me, they often ask me, you know, can't you get everything that you need from a normal diet? And absolutely, if you're healthy to start off with, you should be able to get everything you need from a normal diet. But it is based on 4 assumptions. And if you consider these 4 assumptions with a view to somebody with autism, you'll see why I doubt that, we can achieve it with any great ease anyway. First of all, you're looking to be that the person themselves is going to eat a varied, nutritious diet. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I know that my son would have been an extremely picky, fussy eater. And it's usually the case that a lot of the children do have a lot of eating problems due to sensory issues, due to all kinds of issues. So they tend to have restrained diets. So, okay, we're not doing too good on that one. Normal digestion. We've already said that, well, I've already said that a lot of the kids have reflux problems. They have a lot of digestion issues. They have too much of the wrong type of bacteria. They're not producing enough digestive enzymes. They're not producing enough of the excretions from the gallbladder or from the pancreas or the hormones in the gut. So their digestion isn't that typical. You need to have a healthy mucus on the surface of the gut. So a leaky gut there isn't a healthy mucus. So a lot of the kids who would have problems to do with their gut, it's unlikely that they're going to have the right ways to absorb the right nutrients. So you've got trying to get the foods in, first of all, and then you've got trying to get the nutrition through normal digestion and through a normal absorption into the bloodstream. And then the fourth assumption is that there's a normal ability to use the nutrients. And the genetic studies suggest that this isn't right or isn't quite what we expect in autism as well. We know there are a lot of cases where there is not the normal ability to use nutrients, where the way in which a nutrient is available in our food is not necessarily the way in which somebody who's on the autistic spectrum is able to use it. A good example of this would be vitamin B6. There's been a lot of work to do with high dosages of vitamin B6 in children with autism and with adults with autism over the years. And one of the things that kind of stands out to support their normal ability to use it is that an awful lot of the children, if you measured their bloods, their level of B6 in their blood is actually very high. But if you were to supplement them with the active form of the vitamin B6, you would see, in many cases, you would see improvements. Because what was happening is the B6 that they're getting from their diet, they're not actually able to use that. But if you give them the active form that they need in their body, then suddenly their needs for B6 are being met. But they may have had an enzyme where they couldn't convert it from the way it was available in food to the way that they actually needed it in their body. So the normal ability to use nutrients isn't always there. So you can see the 4 assumptions that you can get everything from a normal diet don't fit our kids as well as we would like them to. Nutrition can help autism in many ways based on our understanding. And this is kind of just a summary to kind of give you some idea of it. It can meet their nutritional deficiencies. So if they don't eat a balanced diet, you can supplement it with nutrients to help them. You can heal gut dysfunction. You can help to rebalance the immune system if it's not working the way it was meant to work, if you like. You can improve the microbial overgrowth. So if you've got bacteria or yeast in the bowel that are there in the wrong concentrations, you can improve that. You can support them being able to handle environmental toxins a bit better. Food intolerances and allergies, you can help with that. And you can also support an improvement in their detoxification chemistry. This is a table, you probably won't be able to see it that clearly, but it's something that you can download from the Autistic Research Institute website. Their website address is given there. This is the parent rating of behavioural effects of biomedical interventions. The upper part of the table shows you all of the medicines that have been used, that they have kept these documented records of. So where they looked at whether a person got worse, had no effect, got better, a better worse ratio on the number of cases. And at the lower hand of the table is the area that I work in, and it's to do with using different supplementation regimes, different types of supplements, and different types of diets to help with kids. So this is where the figures of 66% of kids could benefit from the gluten and casein-free diet. This isn't a scientific document, okay? These are reports that come back from parents who say, yes, I think it has helped, or no, it hasn't helped. It's not evaluated on the criteria of, well, how did it help? Are you absolutely sure it helped? You know, how well did you implement the diet if it didn't help? None of that is looked at. This is just an instinct kind of type of feedback from parents. And I think the parents quite often have the greatest insight into how the kids are doing, so they can look at this much more astutely than a scientist with a checkboard. Just a couple more things. One is that James Adams is a researcher and a professor in Arizona University, but he did a very interesting trial that I just kind of want to leave with you, and that is that he put children on a 3-month trial of a multimineral, multivitamin liquid supplement called Syndion. And over a period of 3 months, this is a placebo-controlled double-blind study, so the scientists were happy with this. And he found statistical improvements in expressive language and receptive language, tantrums, hyperactivity, play, and just in overall behaviours. And you can look at his 3 or 4 minute presentation on this on yazooglobal.com, or if you go into the Syndion website, you can look at it there as well. But that's quite a remarkable improvement, and they had documented evidence that showed it was because the neurotransmitters in the brain were rebalanced by the supplement. There's another document that might be helpful if you're new to this area. It's a summary of biomedical treatments for autism by James Adams, and this looks at just a snapshot. It's about a 28-page document, but it's kind of 1 or 2 pages on each of these topics, so it kind of gives you an idea of, you know, what the information is and where to start with it. In order to make decisions of which type of a diet or which type of supplements are likely to help your child, you can do laboratory testing, and there's tests done by Great Plains Laboratory in the States, by Metametrics, by Doctors Data, by Genova Diagnostics, by Laboratory Auguste Philippe. I would work with all of those labs, and they're labs that work with people who are dealing with autism all the time, various different clinicians and practitioners. And a lot of the tests are very much targeted towards people on the autistic spectrum and provide us with information to kind of make decisions. The validity of these biomarkers that we would get from the results was demonstrated by Professor Bradstreet in a review that he did last year as a guide. So when I work with people, I usually work on the basis of we do laboratory testing to find out what kind of supplements you need, what kind of diet might help, where we need to go, how to develop a program, how we're going to review this program, know if it works, if it's not working, when will we know if it's finished. We work through dietary change, we work through nutritional supplements, and we put together a program. Some parts of the program are kind of that we're addressing a particular issue for 6 months. Some parts of the program might be that we're going to be doing this particular part of the regime for, you know, a couple of years, like the gluten and casein-free diet. So that's the type of thing. There was a newsletter came in this week from the Autistic Research Institute, and I just thought it kind of highlighted where we're at the moment, and it relates back to 1995, but this is where we are today compared to where we were then. Fortunately, hundreds of basic research papers have been published that indicate that we're on the right conceptual track forward towards understanding autism. As well, numerous clinicians have been treating people on the spectrum for many years, and there's now a larger pool of evidence, a pool of knowledge to draw from when making treatment decisions, giving us the opportunity to refine our perspectives with updated and long-standing information. And that was from Steve Edelson, who's the Executive Director for Autism Research Institute in the States. These are contact details for me, if anybody wanted to contact me. It's my name, Noreen Cronin, on my website. We're doing a new website at the moment, which we're hoping will be a resource to people in many ways, and we're kind of starting to do things like workshops and seminars and that, and we're starting our seminars this year in May in Cork and Dublin, so you can check those out on the website if it's something that would be helpful to you. Just as a closing remark, my son Sean blows me away completely. I am extremely proud of him. He has achieved more than I would ever have hoped for. And just to give you a taste of it, last year, Sean is a couch potato. He loves his video games and his DVDs. But last year, with the help of one of his teachers in Nagle Community College, he climbed Carron Tual with the help of Pat Falvey, the mountaineer, in order to raise money for the Children's Chernobyl project. And I saw a DVD of the actual climb, and it kind of completely lifted me and blew away that, you know, the sky is the limit with these kids. Every single one of them has so much potential locked inside. I would never envisage that he could do anything like that. Even when the teacher broached it with me, I thought, you got to be joking. But I'm just so proud of him, and I just like to share that with everybody. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Noreen. And I'm just going to introduce our next speaker now. So, can we have Declan Sweeney, who's the director of Reconnect Autism? Declan.
Do you know where my presentation is on here? You did, yeah, but where's the main menu? Do you know where it is, Eric?
Well, you'll have to close it down.
Close that.
He put it on. He put it up there for
On
you,
the
didn't
desktop.
he? Close it down altogether. And he put you
There
down.
we are.
Yeah, great.
Right.
Phew.
Okay. And where is the slideshow thing? Eric, do you know how to put it onto slideshow? It should be on here somewhere, shouldn't it?
Button there somewhere. Over here. Get it? No, zoom in.
What's that one there?
Click to it. Slides or starter.
That might be it. No.
Slideshow.
That's it.
He said ignore that,
Okay,
didn't he?
yeah, okay.
We're off.
Good afternoon. My name is Declan Sweeney from Reconnect Autism, and I'm here today to speak about the Relationship Development Intervention Programme, commonly known as RDI. Okay. Before I go ahead and talk about the programme, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. My background is in psychology, and for most of my career, I worked in the UK, but establishing and running residential services for both adults and adolescents on the autistic spectrum. I did that for about 12 to 13 years. During that time, I was also a team leader for the National Autistic Society, where I led teams of inspectors looking at the quality of services throughout the UK, both for children and adults. A few years ago, I decided to move back to Ireland. I'm from Mullingar originally, now based in Mayo. And I decided to have a look at autism in Ireland in terms of what was going on, but also to look globally to see, was there any innovation that I could possibly bring back to Ireland. And it was during that research I came across the RDI program, which was based in the States. And when I came across that, I had a kind of a light bulb moment in terms of, it was the first program that I'd come across that was actually, in my opinion, actually treating the autism, rather than actually compensating for the autism. And I'll explain that concept a little bit later. So almost immediately I ended up going to Texas. And for any of you who've been to Texas, it's not the best place in the world, to be honest. So anyone who goes there must believe in what they're doing, because Houston is a place I'm not that fond of. But I went out there and I studied for about 1.5 years to become a certified RDI consultant. And during that time I set up Reconnect Autism, and we are serving families with the RDI program throughout Ireland, all 4 provinces at the moment. Okay, so I'm going to go on and speak about the actual program. It's what you're here to hear. And by the way, just in the corner there, I said I'd mention these people. Our work with the RDI program won us a Social Entrepreneur Ireland Award last year. For anyone who's familiar with their work, they're very, very good at promoting new ideas and innovation in the social arena. So look up their website if you have any good ideas or anything like that. Okay. So what is the RDI program? Has anybody ever heard of it? I know there's some parents here in the audience that are actually working with Reconnect. Anyone else come across it? Nope. Okay. Basically what it is, it's a program designed to remediate the core deficits of autism and resulting in quality of life. And what I mean by remediation, remediation is about actually looking at a core deficit of something and working upon that deficit to improve quality of life. So it doesn't impact on quality of life as much as it did previously. Okay. The second thing it's about is a systematic developmental intervention focused on helping the autistic child to learn what a typical child learns effortlessly. Now, a developmental intervention basically is about looking at how typical children develop, and then how children with autism develop, and look at the differences. Okay, and the work that we do basically works around what we know are developmental stages that children with autism miss out on, that typical children learn effortlessly. Just for an example, one key area that we work upon is in the area of nonverbal communication. Now, you never sit down with a typical child and tell them, right, okay, we're going to teach nonverbal communication today. They're just hardwired to get it, whereas children with autism go through life, go through development, missing out on this crucial developmental stage. So we see autism basically, certainly as a developmental disorder, but also as a developmental journey. Children in their early childhood miss out on crucial developmental stages, and if you miss out on one developmental stage, when you hit the next developmental stage, you hit it at a major disadvantage. And that's why we see autism as a journey rather than a destination. The theory behind that is a theory called pathogenesis. And basically it sees that autism starts off because of a neurological insult, but continues because of a failure to hit developmental stages along the way. Okay. And finally, on this particular slide, RDI is a parent-based education program. Our job as RDI consultants is to teach the parents to actually implement the therapy. That has huge impact in terms of that people aren't actually relying on professionals as much, although they rely on me at the start and on our other RDI consultants, but they have, the home can then become a therapeutic environment where everyday life becomes a learning opportunity. We all know how scarce resources are today, and waiting lists for different types of therapies and treatments. We can be waiting months and years for any kind of treatment. Okay? This program basically teaches the parents to become the therapist. Okay. So for your consideration, I'd like you to think of, there's 3 considerations I'm going to focus on here. Do you think should today's gold standard for the treatment of autism be the same as it was 30 years ago? Well, most of the everyday treatments that are available in Ireland today, believe it or not, are based on research that's 30 to 40 years old. And there's a huge... Did someone say something? No? Yeah. Well, it's actually true. There's a huge gulf between what's going on in the research world and what's going on in the clinical world. Okay? We're largely ignoring, apart from one speaker here today that I can say really hit the mark on this as regards neuroplasticity, etc. But we're largely ignoring developmental psychology, and we're largely ignoring neurology in our treatments of autism. Okay, so my job, certainly, I hope, is to kind of bridge that gap, because there is an awful lot of research out there that is very, very useful in terms of how we can both understand and treat autism. Okay, we're very used to the triad of impairments being in autism being the classification for diagnosis. The triad of impairments actually tells us what a child can't do, but it doesn't tell us why they can't do that. A child just doesn't arrive being autistic. Developmental processes have failed to occur in order for that problem to be there. Okay, so we need to look beyond the impairments to the processes that cause the impairments. Is that clear? Okay. What if you could give a child with ASD the opportunity for a do-over, to go back and master the developmental stages they missed the first time round? Okay, if we think, again, go back to the analogy of autism being a journey. Basically, there are several hugely important developmental processes or milestones that children miss out upon. Okay, why can't we go back and reteach those? Okay, we know what they are. Developmental psychology tells us what they are now. But generally in education and treatment, we ignore this and we go straight to the actual symptoms. Okay, but all these symptoms have developmental processes that actually underpin them. And what if parents could learn how to help their own child with this do-over if they were given a customised step-by-step plan? Okay, that is exactly what the RDI programme is about. It's about actually helping parents to become the experts in their children. Why do we need a new approach? Well, I've mentioned this gulf between the research world and the clinical world. Okay, when it comes to quality of life outcomes for children with autism when they become adults, what we're doing at the moment clearly isn't enough. If you look at the research there in terms of quality of life, there are 3 studies mentioned there. The National Autistic Society in the UK being the largest, a sample of 450 people. Only 6% of the people in that study, when they became an adult or reached adulthood, had a career of any kind. Only 3% lived independently. And only 17% had what they call peer contact. Okay, and that is basically contact with other adults that aren't paid to look after you, or indeed family members. So 17% had what we call any kind of a friendship. Okay, so in terms of quality of life, what we're doing at the moment, although we're all working very hard, it clearly isn't enough when we look at the quality of life when people hit adulthood. Just to back that up, the treatment history of these people, they're not people, the people in this research are not people who have flown under the treatment radar. Many of the common treatments that we do in Ireland here today, many of the people in this research actually did these therapies. Okay, so it's not as if they were without any kind of treatment. The quality of life outcomes are very, very low, even with the treatments that we're doing at the moment. So why is it, do you think, it's such a struggle for adults with ASD? Any ideas? Do you think it's related to IQ? No? No. Well, if it was related to IQ, what about those with Asperger's syndrome? Do they do any better in terms of quality of life outcomes than those that are considered lower functioning?
I think because they don't fit into the system doesn't accept them for what they are.
Good point. Good point. Well, if we look at the research, okay, and this is the most pessimistic stuff that I'm actually going to show you here, okay, the rest of it I think is more upbeat and optimistic. If you look at the research basically for adults with Asperger's syndrome, more people are getting employment, but still, when it comes to independence, only 3%. The study in Ireland there from Farley, 8% got employment and 0% lived independently. Pardon? Oh, that sample is tiny, yeah. Yeah, it is a tiny sample, but if you look at the UK sample, there is 217 people.
Sorry, if you look at the number of children who are diagnosed with autistic, spectrum disorder now, today, and the number of children who have been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome in relation to the population percentage, and look at those who were diagnosed 30 or 40 years ago, then you have to see by those numbers that there are a huge number of the population with Asperger's syndrome who have never been diagnosed.
Oh, absolutely.
Therefore, they have not been tested in that survey, and there are a huge number of them living normal lives.
Yeah, these are people who were diagnosed.
Yeah, so there are a huge number of people who with Asperger's syndrome, let's say, because I'm married to one, so I know,
Sure.
who's got extremely successful life. But he would never appear in one of those because he's never been diagnosed.
No, absolutely. I take your point completely. Like this is a research of a certain sample of people.
So the dismal or outcome that is shown would not be realistic.
Well, I think we saw from this morning's speaker as well, Kirsten, that there are people that completely make a mockery of this type of research. That basically some people do very well. But I think the point of it is basically there are a huge amount of people who don't do very well. Okay? And it's something that we need an awareness of.
Yeah, but there are those who do. And for parents of children, who are autistic or who have children, on the spectrum, that it is, that kind of research that has shown such a negative outcome for their children is not very uplifting, whereas the reality is not reflected.
Well, everyone has their own individual reality, I suppose. That's the thing, isn't it? And the research there is to promote awareness that we need to be doing something else in terms of outcomes for people. It's not there to depress people.
I don't quite get your point, but I don't quite understand.
Well, come back to me if you like. Okay. Does someone else have a question? Yeah. No. Yeah. It's an uphill struggle, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
We feel isolated.
Yeah.
I don't know what my son's thinking, but he must be isolated too. He sees other people that he knows. I mentioned this to someone, and he said it wouldn't matter where you lived because Kevin wouldn't want to integrate anyway. My son's a very sociable child. He loves company.
Yeah, sorry, no, we have to get back to the speaker. I'm sorry, no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
thank you. Yep. We'll move on from that particular slide. So if it's not about IQ, do you think speech and language is a huge part of whether people actually do well or not?
Yes.
Well, actually, the research out there actually tells us that that isn't a big influence on actual success. If you look at there are 3 different studies there, but all by eminent researchers. They all come to the conclusion that speech and language, okay, those that acquired early speech and language don't necessarily do better than those that haven't got speech and language. Okay, quite surprising, because you think speech and language is the be all and end all in terms of actually being able to function in the social domain, but obviously not. Okay, so if it's not speech and language, okay, and it's not IQ, what do we think it is? Sorry. Sorry, I can't. Right. Yeah. I'm having difficulties hearing.
I think it's the importance of text.
Or the importance of a communication system. Right. Okay.
The visual?
Yeah, the visual communication system. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Well, my answer on this one is basically that speech and language are all important, and obviously IQ is important. But the main problem in terms of quality of life outcomes is nothing to do with speech and language and IQ. It's the autism itself that is the problem. Okay, speech and language difficulties and behaviour and lower IQ may be symptoms of autism, okay, but they are not autism. Autism is a separate disorder to those. And traditionally what we do is we treat individual symptoms rather than the autism itself. Okay?
Can I just say something? I'm sorry, I think I'm prepared for that, but I'm not a speech and language therapist, by the way.
Okay.
There are prognosis, and it's important for parents to know that children that do have verbal skills do actually do better. And it's a UK study as well from the University of Birmingham, and it's a consensus of many researchers who do say not that the other children necessarily do very bad, but prognostics say that if they have verbal skills, you can teach them a lot more, obviously.
Yeah.
Of what you probably teach them. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'll come on to that, what we actually do.
It is an important element in that regard. It enables communication for learning.
Mm-hmm.
It makes things simpler, obviously. So it is registered as prognostics of children with verbal abilities.
Well, it depends what the verbal ability is. You know, you can have verbal ability, high vocabulary, and very poor comprehension. And yeah. Okay. So basically, the reason why these things are not predictors of outcomes of quality of life is because they are all what we call static abilities. Okay. And that autism itself is a separate disorder, and autism is actually characterised by a problem with dynamic ability. Anyone with any ideas of what the difference between static and dynamic abilities are?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. Dynamic intelligence is what we call streetwise intelligence. Okay. It's actually being able to deal with continual change. It's being able to solve unsolvable problems. All of the things that you can't learn by script, okay, these are what requires dynamic intelligence. Every time you walk outside the front door, you're actually confronted with continual change. And these are the things that children with autism really, really struggle with. Okay? Static abilities are things that basically a child with autism does very well. Okay? Tends to learn procedures and rules. Okay? Can you identify with that? Okay? How you perform actions that are associated with specific tasks and settings, and how you remember and communicate specific pieces of information. Children with autism are very good at scripted or rote learning. Okay? Now, scripted and rote learning really kind of fall apart, as you know probably, when you actually come into unpredictable situations, into the dynamic world. Okay? These are things that you can't really learn scripts for. Okay, when you're coping with continual change. And this is the main problem in terms of autism, we believe anyway. So a blending of these two abilities, static skills are very important, but a blending of these two abilities vastly improves an individual's future quality of life. Okay. Yeah, I'm way over time. Okay. Right, very quickly. I've got a very short video, okay, but I spoke about developmental processes underpinning what we call, let's say, the triad of impairments. Okay, I'm going to briefly, because we're short on time, I'm going to touch on two of these. Okay, and I think they'll resonate with you. The first one I wanted I've already mentioned nonverbal communication being a big area of, or developmental process that children with autism really suffer with. Another one basically is around the area of emotional referencing. Sorry. No. It's a very different approach. Okay, we're very much looking at the opposite to scripted learning. Okay, more experiential learning. So it is a very different approach, and I'll explain exactly how we go about it now. Okay. Okay. So emotional referencing, okay, is basically something that a 12 to 15-month-old typical child does when they're faced with uncertainty. Okay, so when you're uncertain, okay, take for example a child who's 12 months old, comes across a coal bucket, okay, big dirty mess in front of them. Okay, so when they're approaching that level of uncertainty, this is something I've not really come across before. Okay, I'm intrigued. I don't know whether I'm going to go there or I'm not. A typical child will turn around and they will what we call reference the adult in the room. And if the adult in the room is going, the child will refrain from going to the coal bucket. Whereas if the parent was giving the nods, the thumbs up and the wink, which would be a bizarre thing to do, but in that particular situation, the child would go ahead and actually do that. Okay? What the child is learning at 12 to 15 months of age is, at times of uncertainty, I'm going to borrow the perspective of somebody else. Okay? And that is an instinct that once the child has success at that, they continue to do throughout their life. Now, if you think about referencing as adults here, okay, I'm referencing all of you guys now. Okay, so if one person fell asleep, I'd know about it. Okay, we do it in every situation. Like, you know, if I was to go home this evening and I had an invite to go to Amsterdam to a stag weekend, I wouldn't just race into my wife and say, I'm off to Amsterdam. I would pick my moments. I wouldn't. I would pick my moment and actually, you know, get the right time, you know. And we actually become very astute at actually looking at the reactions of other people and measuring the actions of other people. And it's how we actually deal with uncertainty and get to love uncertainty. We love uncertainty, certain amounts of uncertainty. But if you think of a child with autism who isn't reading people's faces and responses to them, how do they actually deal with uncertainty if they're not getting this information? Well, the real thing is children with autism avoid uncertainty because they're not getting messages from people in the same way that a typical child does. Okay? Their uncertainty is unproductive. Okay? And therefore we actually avoid such uncertainty. And we do the same. We would never put ourselves in that situation where we were getting no information. I've never actually dealt with this kind of situation before. We would avoid that too. So our relationship with uncertainty is not that dissimilar to a child with autism's relationship with uncertainty. It's just we actually have much more information than they do. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, now the second one I'm going to actually focus on, and then I'm actually going to play a very short video, sorry, okay, is around the area of social co-regulation. Okay, and social co-regulation is something that we compare with a dance. Okay, so when you do anything with anybody else, it requires timing. Okay, you go for a walk with somebody, you walk together. Okay, you don't walk 20 meters ahead or 20 meters behind. Okay, have you ever noticed a child with autism sometimes? Do they have this social co-regulation? No, they don't. So anything that we try to teach them or collaborate with them in doing, we need this social co-regulation. It's massively important. If the child isn't physically or cognitively with you during any kind of teaching, the teaching is very ineffective. Okay, so this is a huge area that we've actually got to work on. Before you teach a child anything, you've got to work on this. Okay. Now I'm going to show you a video, basically, of a child here in Cork that we've been working with since last November, and the 2 points that I actually going to look at in the video. It's only about 4 minutes. Okay, are around the area of referencing and co-regulation. Okay. Oh, it didn't play the video. Hang on. Yeah, it's the video. Hang on. I can do it through this. Accept.
Okay.
Oh. My apologies for the delay here.
If you close that down.
Is the techie guy here?
No, he's gone home, Declan. Sorry, and I'm not a particular.
Hang on now. Where's the slideshow one?
Where did you say it was?
Where was the slideshow?
You have to close down completely.
No, remember we actually pressed slideshow before?
Oh yeah, sorry.
That was up there, wasn't it?
Down here. What are these buttons? Slideshow.
Now press it, go in there and press.
Amanda, Eric.
Down.
Is it in there somewhere?
No, you're in the slide. It's actually embedded in there.
You just touch something.
But look on this line up here, look. See this line here?
Anyone technical here?
Wait a minute.
There's a video embedded in the...
What is embedded under, you don't know.
Hmm?
What's embedded under, you don't know. What's it don't know.
It's like that. We're back to the slideshow again, aren't we?
If you go back, it's in there.
Right, and was it this?
No, it was in there. It's in there. That's the video.
That's the video, and it's in.
Try clicking on that.
Try up there, yeah.
Try clicking in this box where my finger is.
Yeah, sure. No, it's.
No, it's not none of that.
It's nice, so you would have to talk them through it.
Okay.
Just talking
Yeah.
for a couple of minutes about Sean, and then maybe we could push up.
If you talk, and I'll try.
You talk, yeah, and
I'll
Eric,
try
you
and mess
try.
around and see can I.
No. Unfortunately, the video isn't going to work, which is a pity. Do you know how to do that? It'll be worth it when it comes. If it comes, you're right. It's embedded.
Where's your actual folder?
Yeah. No, that's the video.
That's the video.
View, open.
Open English. You don't have a media player on it.
Browse it.
Right.
We played it at lunchtime, didn't we?
Did it come up?
Yeah.
Windows Media Player, if it might come up on there. Press OK, the grand press OK.
It's not still showing that one there, so I won't open with that. There's no media player on it.
Power DVD.
No, that's for burning DVDs.
No.
There's actually no media player on it.
You well, it actually played it at lunchtime. I don't know why.
On this system,
yeah.
is it?
Maybe you have to put the USB back in, do you?
Oh yeah, I bet you might be.
Yeah, put the
That
USB
could be
back
it,
in.
try that and we got the USB here.
Yeah. It should be in there. Now try it. Now try, go to the CORK thing. Go to the CORK, it played during that. Now go to this slide. Now click on this.
So generally these...
Down here to the end.
No, they're just the views.
Click on it now. No, it's not going to play it, is it?
It doesn't look like it does, it's whatever's after happening with it. As far as I know, there's no
Not seeing it
on this. I'd say that's it.
Never mind, we're going to have to go on without the video, which is a bit of a pain. Okay, the video basically, what it demonstrated was the emergence of co-regulation and referencing in a family that I'm working with at the moment here in Cork, and indeed the family are here today. But basically, it was to demonstrate what is possible when you start to work on emotional referencing and on co-regulation. But unfortunately, we can't see it here today. So I'm going to finish basically with some testimonials of the programme. Okay, you can read. I'm not going to read those myself. You can read them as you like there. But also to make a point that on April 2nd is Autism Awareness Day, World Autism Awareness Day. And for anyone who is interested in this programme, we are actually giving away a taster programme, a 6-week taster programme to a family who can be anywhere in Ireland, where we will work with you for free for a period of 6 weeks in getting the basics of this programme with you. So if anyone is interested, if you send an email to us, and also if you can put it on your website, we're looking for entries before April 2nd, and then we're going to shortlist people and interview them in terms of their actual desire to go on the programme. Okay? So any further questions? Yeah, if you send an email to declan@reconnect.org.
Do you train professionals?
Pardon? Yes, we can. Yes. Yeah. And I touched on 2 of the actual key areas that we work upon there. There are many other areas within that as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brilliant.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Declan. That was very good. Now, the next speaker now is the very, very famous Mr. Eric Isherwood. So he's now going to talk to you.
Hello everybody, I'm not too sure about the famous part, but oh, by the way, Declan, you left your USB stick. And now you know why Declan's hand was broke, because he asked his wife to go to Amsterdam. So I'll just close this down in a sec. Sorry, no, just bear with me a sec. I'll get this up. it is. That's grand. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for taking your time out today for coming along to the conference. I know there was a bit of difficulty in you were getting emails, it was on and it was off and it was on and it was off, and that was because we had there was some financial difficulties that we had to sort out, and gladly in the end we sorted it out. So there should have been probably a lot more people here today, and well, hopefully the Irish Autism Association told us first day when we were organising the conference that we were mad that we'd never get any people to go, so they didn't come on board. And I have twins with autism. For those of you who don't know me, they're on the severe scale. They're 24 years of age. They got no education. They're called Eric, one's after myself, and Cullum. And they got no education in the state until they were 12 years of age. We fundraised to send them to the BBC do a week of programmes on autism every year. They've been doing it since the early 90s, as far as I can remember. And we saw a programme one night on a school called Higashi, and Higashi is a Japanese word for hope. So we got in contact with, as I said, the Irish Autistic Association. They were of no help whatsoever. And then we contacted National Autistic Society in the UK, and they gave us information of parents to get in contact with. So we got in contact with Rita and Terry Murray, who brought us on board and told us all about the school, because they had a son out there. So what we had to do then, we had to fundraise to send the boys to Higashi for 3 years at a cost of £100,000 per year. And again, people thought we were mad, we would never achieve it, but we did. And it was all thanks to the generosity and the kindness of the Irish people, locally, nationally and internationally. And also, that's Colm and Eric there now, as they are today. Colm is the one with the beard and Eric's the one without. So we then had to make sure that the lads got high profile. So Gay Byrne came on board. He was sort of the big name at the time with his radio show. And we did a 50-minute interview with Gay. And we then went to Higashi. Higashi means hope. And we did very... Now, as I said, it was up to 9 years of age. At 9, it was sort of different. The lads were diagnosed at about 3 years of age, and they told us at the time to give up on our children, put them into residential care for the rest of your lives and get on with your own lives. And we said, no, that's something we weren't going to do. We were going to try. So, as I said, we went to Higashi. They were still in nappies. I remember travelling on the plane, and on planes, they're so small, trying to change a 9-year-old with a nappy was very difficult. And they were it was a sort of a tense 24 hours. They brought the lads in for assessment, and they then told us that about 24 hours later that the lads were accepted. So they started that September, so it was, this was July, I think we went out. So there was a mad panic to get everything organised with clothing and, you know what, passports and visas and everything like that. And so they got to Higashi, and within 1 week they had them toilet trained. But Eric had speech when he was younger, and he lost the speech at about 2.5. Colm never developed the speech. So we sent him there for 3 years. We were able to raise the money for the 3 years. We got ourselves into debt, about £80,000, I think, at the time. And we appealed to the Minister for Education at the time to leave the boys in the Higashi, because they were telling us that Eric was starting to get his speech back. So they sent their inspectors then out from the Department of Education, and Micheál Martin was the Minister for Education at the time. Not living too far away from me, I'm from Man myself, and he said, no, we can do the same here. Now, when you think they couldn't toilet train them, first of all, and then to come along and say that they can give the same service there. Meanwhile, while they were in America, we were taking a High Court action against the state to try to get the funding for the lads to stay on in America. So they went over, looked, came back and said, no, we're not going to fund your lads until they're 21. And so we came to an agreement that they'd settle the debt of the £80,000. And a school was opened in Bishopstown called St. Gabriel's. And the boys were the first to enter the school. They were actually in with the builders. I always remember it. And so that school is still going strong today. It's run by the Brothers of Charity. And my lads are 25 now today. As I said, they're on a severe scale. I could sit back and my lads have been very well looked after by the Brothers of Charity, and there's a great social care team there looks after my children. But I've been listening to parents like Leanne here, who has a 4-year-old daughter called Maeve, and also to Mary as well, who has Kieran and Jason. She has 2 sons with autism as well. Kieran is 7 next week, I believe, and Jason is going on 15. And parents are still telling me today that the services are exactly the same as they were when my lads were diagnosed years ago. And Kevin Whelan was on this morning there. For you were listening to Kevin about the IAA, and Kevin is a nice fellow, and I'm not criticising him in any way, but I don't agree with organisations, asking parents for money to fund I don't know what, to be honest, because if you go onto the IAA site, it's Keith Duffy's organisation. They send you out emails, and they tell you that we fundraised and we got X amount, but you don't know where the money goes. There's no follow-up newsletter telling you where the money goes. And I met with Kevin in October, and I asked him to make it more open and transparent, like they do on the Bernardo's website, and to put up the breakdown of their costings for the year. And that was last October, and it still hasn't been done today. So I just want to say to parents, be careful, where you with particular groups. They are obviously doing good work, because I know they give money to Trinity College in Dublin and things like that. But you don't have to be paying organisations €20 in membership fees. When there's plenty of organisations out there that will help you out. We set up this group called Autism Trust Ireland, and so we're a sort of a new group, and we do everything for free. And the whole thing was organised due to the kindness and generosity of 9 city councillors. Now TD's got a bad name, but 9 councillors came on board, Man Point Shopping Centre, and also Ernest J. Cantillon, who's a solicitor in South Mal, who Ernest has been involved with the Caddy Sinnock case and also the O'Donoghue case, and is very well up on the autistic spectrum. So what I want to say to you today is that, look, there's hope. There's hope out there. That you heard Kirsten there this morning, and it was absolutely amazing to listen to her and get an insight into this is a hidden disability. Where we got it from the inside. We got an inside perspective on the whole. What it's like to be autistic. My sons understand everything that we say to them, but they can't communicate back with us. We use a system called a PEC system, which is a picture system, And so if they wanted, say, to go out and for a while in the car, they go to the picture for the car. And if they want to get something, clothing or whatever, they go to the picture for that. So so that's about me. I just wanted to sort of get a general idea how many parents are actually here today. So could I have a show of hands how many parents are here? Wow. And could I sort of, they were supposed to give us a radio mic, and that's the radio mic there, and it only goes as far as there. And what I wanted to do was to go out and talk to the parents and get your stories. So is there anybody willing to tell us about your services and, what age your child is? And
well, we travelled from Ennis, County Clare this morning with supplemental both parents.
Right.
My daughter is 5. She's been diagnosed with autism 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But basically in there isn't any services for anybody with autism.
Yeah.
Unless you go down the private route, and even then you have to travel to Galway for services.
Yeah.
There are some services in Limerick, but it's very difficult to access them.
Right.
So we've been on the road trying to look for services.
Yeah, and
it's finding it very difficult.
Yeah.
It's great meeting other parents and finding out what they have done and what has worked for them.
And tell me, what's about is it a boy or a girl? You said
it's a girl.
A girl. Does she have a lot of ear infections? No. The boy does. Yeah, because a lot of parents have been saying to me about and I remember with my own sons, they had an awful lot of ear infections and throat infections, and they were on a lot of antibiotics, and it seems to be sort of tied in somewhere there. Of course, they were on about the MMR as well, and well, that came to nothing in the end. But so that you are going to be struggling. I mean, I was talking to another group of parents outside this morning who were lucky enough to who had no problem getting services, and then you're on the opposite side of the scale where you have to go fighting and fighting and fighting. And we had that for 25 years, and still today we still have sort of problems. Not teething problems compared to what you're going to have to face in the future. But it sounded positive from Kathleen Lynch there this morning. I'm not too sure about James O'Reilly, who's going to be our boss, because we wrote him 4 times to come to the conference, and he never replied to us. And we asked my own GP, Dr. Paul Harty, who's a friend of his, to write to him as well, and he never replied to that either. So I'm not too positive about him. Sorry? Dr. James O'Reilly. He'll be the new Minister for Health.
Sorry, no, there's another lady at the back who had her hand up earlier on.
Sorry?
Ms. Riley has a son with autism as well.
Yeah. Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Comment on just ear infections.
Yeah.
Very product cause a lot of mucus, and it's known, like in New Zealand, something like 80 or 90% of kids end up with grommets in their ears.
Yeah, my own lads had it.
And it's really known there that it's dairy products.
Yeah.
Sometimes, it can be, if you can get raw milk, not pasteurized, that, because it's pasteurization that changes the chemical compounds that cause that mucus. But actually, if you want to use any kind of milk, goat's milk is easier on the system, and is more akin to mother's milk.
Right.
But all dairy products, try getting rid of them.
Yeah, well, we actually tried that. We tried the gluten-free diet, and we tried cod liver oil tablets, and nothing seemed to work.
Dr. Cronin wants to come in as well.
It takes time.
Well, we tried for 5 years.
One of the other problems that's quite often linked now with pediatric people that came up last year is reflux is a major contributor to ear infections.
Yeah.
So you might have a child who can't communicate. They might have a problem of acid reflux, and that causes a lot of
website, it will talk about the crazy straw activity, which actually works on sphincter muscles. And we have a sphincter muscle in the esophagus. And I've had clients that were going in for operations to clear up reflux who used the crazy straw and didn't need the operation. So it's worth looking at. It's also good for toilet training.
Yeah.
As those sphincter muscles.
Well, I just want to sort of, get the sort of parents, if you don't mind.
I have a little girl, Emer is her name. She'll be 4 tomorrow.
Right.
I got her diagnosed. She came through on the 16th of January of last year. I started an ABA program in November of last year. We would have to do footage of her before she started to take baselines and stuff, so they see if there's an improvement or not. ABA is scientifically proven to work if delivered correctly over 2 tutors.
Right.
I get funded with the home tuition grant.
Yeah.
And basically she started in November and she had 2 words,
Right.
yes and no. And I never realised until I watched the footage there recently how mute she had been before Lady Aranis came into the house. She actually does a BB map and organises the tutors to do the work. Like they fill in the gaps.
Right.
You know, it's checked out. But would you believe she is in such a short space of time speaking 4 to 5 word sentences now?
Yeah. And that's why it's so important to have early intervention. Yeah, yeah. I mean, otherwise, I mean, the government are only wasting their time.
Now, the only problem with ABA is finding tutors.
Yeah.
And they're awfully scarce in Kerry. So if anyone knows of any tutors that would be willing to come down to work in Kerry, there are several families I know.
Well, as I said, I mean, you should contact the IAA. They're an organisation with a lot of money, and they do have a lot of money.
Oh, sure.
And I mean, you should contact them for funding for your daughter.
Funding, well, I can only speak for myself. Funding isn't the issue at the minute. The issue is trying to get
The trainers.
The tutors.
Yeah.
And they're very scarce. Like, I mean,
But I mean, they should be sending trainers over to America. Is it America they do it, and then come back? Do they? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, they
Yeah. But is everybody finding it hard to get services? Are you still struggling to get services? Yeah. And I've sought an opinion on that as well. That I think that, especially with the outgoing government, that they're not diagnosing the children, so they won't have to pay out payments like domiciliary carers allowance. And I think that's what it boils down to, is money. Yeah. 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 But I think, but the diagnosis is about money. At the end of the day, it's not about your son or your daughter. It's about they're trying to save money. The longer they can drag it out diagnosing your sons or your daughters. That's what they're up to.
And the problem about getting a diagnosis, if you do get a diagnosis, you have to wait for the service then. And they, like you said, they delay giving you a diagnosis.
Yeah.
So you can't get the service. So there's a gap of 2 years
Yeah.
where you're waiting to get a diagnosis, then you get it, and then you're on a waiting list for 2 years.
Years again.
A service.
Yeah.
And it's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's like cat and
Sorry,
mouse.
have you gone through the assessment of need process?
Yes, we went through it. It took 2 years even going through that process.
Yeah.
So when people say things are a lot faster now. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm listening to parents. Nothing has changed since my lads in the late 80s. I mean, we didn't even have the internet. It was in its infancy at the time. And everything was pen and paper, and you had to be writing to ministers, and you would get a letter back from one minister. You know, he sent a letter to one, and he sent it back to you, a copy of his. Yeah, you could wallpaper the house with letters. Exactly. Right. And right. So I just want to we saw Craig there this morning, or Kirsten. Terrible for name, sorry. But this is Gary Burge, and Gary is from Australia. And Gary is actually an Asperger's. And this is an interview I did with him. We did know the sound quality isn't fantastic on this. I must apologise for that first of all. But I'll just play it there now and see how it turns out.
And I believe that the presentation in Ireland will be on March the 12th, or the conference this year on the autistic spectrum. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Gary Burge, and I'm 38 years old. I was diagnosed as having Asperger's syndrome in July 1998 by Dr. Tony Atwood here in Brisbane. My diagnosis, although in 1998, has helped me define who I am as an adult on the autism spectrum. I went through a difficult period of schooling, and I was largely unaware of what was wrong with me in my younger years, which made life very difficult and very hard to handle. I was not understood by people around me, and I was also ostracised and criticised in the school system, which failed to nurture and understand exactly what was wrong with me and how Asperger's syndrome affected me. When I finished high school in 1991, I was left with a very difficult situation of not knowing what to do after I finished high school. I was unemployed, I had no skills or abilities, and I was left in a period of wilderness, not knowing where my future was. I continually looked for employment and found that there were no avenues to pursue, and my parents who assisted me didn't know where I could go or what type of employment I may be suitable for. I was fortunate in 1991 to be offered a place in Lorraine Martin College in Brisbane and begin a Word Perfect and Office Skills course, which went for 19 weeks. This taught me to touch type and to have some confidence in believing that I could have employment. However, it was soon after this that I was again unemployed. And in 1993, having a poor academic record, I thought it was a good idea to improve my poor academic ability. So I decided to undertake and repeat my secondary schooling in Oxley Secondary College here in Brisbane. Despite passing 3 out of 4 subjects, I decided that I would put my name forward for admission to the University of New England here in Brisbane, in Armidale, New South Wales, Australia. I failed first year, having failed 3 year-long units and having passed only 1 semester unit. This caused me to be excluded from the university for 1 year. And it was in 1996, after satisfying the requirements for readmission, that I went into the university. I reapplied for the university and was to eventually complete and graduate with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Politics and Sociology in March of 1999. It took me many years to obtain employment. I was close to breaking point and virtually giving up, thinking I was unemployable. I decided that I had to keep persevering and not give up. So after trying to contact and obtain support through various job agencies, disability employment agencies, and being offered some temporary placements, I was eventually, after 9 years of solid hard searching, to obtain employment at the University of Queensland Social Sciences and Humanities Library. Here I work part-time as a service support assistant, shelving library books and doing other menial jobs within the library. I am currently also involved in trying to assist in getting into the Australia software testing for adults on the autism spectrum. This in itself is difficult, but I'm continuing and trying my best to see what I can do. I was also on the University of Queensland Disability Subcommittee as staff representative last year, and I'm also involved in a lot of Asperger's syndrome awareness and advocacy in Australia and the world. I've also just written a book which I intend to self-publish, which should be this year. I've asked Dr. Tony Atwood if he would kindly write a foreword to this book, and I'm still waiting for his response and his commitment to providing this forward. I would like to inform your conference that I will be visiting Ireland in June of this year. I will be in Ireland between the 10th of June to the 15th of June. It would be a great opportunity to meet with adults and family in Ireland while I'm there. I'll also be in the United Kingdom for 2 weeks, and I'll be doing a tour of Spain for 2 weeks prior to that. I also have a website, and I would encourage anybody to have a look at this website. The website is www.garryburge.com. Please have a look at this website as I've tried to put in there useful links and information. The Dr. Tony Atwood's website has to recent and very important work being undertaken by Autism Works in the United Kingdom in employing adults on the autism spectrum. Please stay tuned to my website for updates and information concerning my book that I'm hoping to soon have published. I hope that my video presentation has been of use to you, and please, should you wish to meet me or you need to find out more information about my own advocacy, please do contact me through my website. And that website is www.garryburge.com. Thank you very much for listening to my video, and I hope that I'm able to help you. And I wish you the very best in your conference for the Autism Trust Ireland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. And just to say that we have, just shows you that services are the same in other.
My name is Gary Burge.
Sorry, just to show you that services are the same in other countries, not just here in Ireland. But unfortunately, we had to cancel Polly Tommy, who is a worldwide campaigner, because, as I said, we didn't know whether the conference was going ahead or not. So I couldn't bring her this time. But hopefully, if we do this again, we will have her here. And of course, she's on. I mean, you go on YouTube, and she's everywhere. The other day, she was on BBC Breakfast. And then she did 13 radio interviews in the one day. So she's a lady out there that's campaigning constantly, not just for in the UK, but worldwide for the ASD. So I mean, autism is the hidden disability, and I just finally finished that. That Gary, by the way, he's linked to our site as well, www.autismtrustireland.com. And when he comes over, we'll help him out in any way we can with that book, with the launch. And I'd like to thank Mary and also Leanne, to Colin McKeown, who did the IT for us, Andrew Breslin, who was involved with the committee, Val Davin, and James O'Shea, who all organised this conference today. Again, politicians get a bad name. and this was all sponsored by them, and without it, it wouldn't have taken place. So thank you very much indeed for coming, and again, apologies for, you know, it was on, it was off, it was on, it was off, but we got there in the end. Thanks very much indeed.
No, thanks for that, Eric. Now, next on the agenda, one of the major difficulties for a lot of our children would be sensory processing disorder. And we now have Julie O'Sullivan from the Sunflower Clinic to talk to us about that.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a girl when it comes to technology. Yeah.
Right, Joanne.
Hello, my name is Julie O'Sullivan. I'm a paediatric private occupational therapist, and this is my colleague Janika O'Regan. Sorry, I know it's been a very long day for you people, and it's probably not the best time to actually speak, but I appreciate that you've actually stayed on until the very end of the day. Today we're going to talk about sensory processing disorders and sensory processing difficulties, which are hugely prevalent, I suppose, with children with autism, and we want to try and practically explain how that actually impacts on function and their performance in activities of daily living. So what we hope to go through, just briefly, what occupational therapy is, also what sensory integration is, because I think there's quite a lot of confusion about what sensory processing is, sensory integration therapy, etc. We're also going to look at sensory processing disorders, because children with ASD can present with a number of different, some children are what we call sensory seekers, some children are sensory avoiders, and how that impacts on their behaviour and their function. I'm also going to briefly talk about a diagnostic ASD assessment procedure that we've actually set up in the Sunflower Clinic, and we're going to look very briefly at intervention. Thank you.
So if we're looking at occupational therapy, it's a healthcare profession, and we're really concerned with improving person's occupational performance. So if we're looking, primarily the Sunflower Clinic is looking at paediatrics, so in a children's setting what we're looking at is children who've got difficulties with their daily occupations. For example, play, school, their home activities, as well as their self-care activities. Within that, we can work with the sensory integration frame of reference. This is based on the theories that were built by Dr. A.G. Ayres. It's a specialised postgraduate training, so not all occupational therapists will be trained in sensory integration therapy. It's based on understanding of the nervous system and how it functions, and the expected motor and behavioural outcomes we will see as a result of this function. It's very strongly linked into the neurosciences and an understanding of how the nervous system works, as well as how the physiological system works. The theory of sensory integration will guide both our assessment procedure as well as the intervention process that we would use. It's very important as well that if we are looking at therapists that are working with children and working with suspended equipment, that they are trained in sensory integration therapy. This is just an example of suspended equipment we would use at the clinic. What we really focus on here is the developmental pyramid. So if we're looking at a sensory integration frame of reference, we really look at more of a bottom-up approach. So when we look at the way that we process information, you can see at the bottom there we process all our different sensory information. And those sensory systems help us develop our gross motor skills, such as your balance, ball skills, and your postural control. Then you can develop your fine motor skills, such as your hand function, and then we're looking at your perceptual processing. If we take a sensory integration frame of reference, we're really looking at improving those underlying sensory processing difficulties and how that impacts on our activities of daily living, the functional skills we were discussing beforehand, and as well as how that impacts on your behaviour, your emotional responses, and your attentional responses, as well as the organisation of behaviour. Sensory integration is a process whereby we receive information about our bodies as well as the environment through our various senses. and then we integrate this information in the central nervous system in order to produce purposeful, appropriate, graded, and goal-directed responses. The process of sensory integration is an unconscious process which happens in the brain, and it's how we organize the information that we detect through our different senses. It helps us to give meaning to what is experienced by shifting through all this information and, very importantly, filtering out the irrelevant sensory information. If we look at a lot of the children that would be on the autistic spectrum, this is where a big part of the difficulty lies, as they have a lot of difficulty with that whole filtering process. If the process of sensory integration will allow us to respond appropriately to particular situations as well as environmental demands. If we look at sensory processing disorder, this is based on the new nosology by Millers, and what they've done is they've broken it up into 3 different subgroups that we would see. The children that have got sensory modulation disorder, we're really looking there at the quantity of information that they're processing through their sensory systems. We're going to go into a little bit more detail about that with you now. The people that have got sensory-based motor disorders, this quite often see as well with children that would be on the autistic spectrum, that they may have the concurrent motor difficulties, the dyspraxic type symptoms that you see with their postural control as well as their volitional movement. And if we look at the sensory discrimination disorders, it's looking at the quality of information that you receive. And again, quite often we can see that there can be perceptual and processing difficulties with the individuals that might be a little bit more high functioning. If we look at sensory processing disorder, it occurs when we're not able to process sensory information effectively. Okay, what we tend to see is that there's quite often a physiological response, emotional reactions, behavioral responses, as well as motor responses. Within the autistic spectrum, in terms of sensory processing disorder, research is currently showing that there's 70 to 80% of children that are on the autistic spectrum would be presenting with a sensory processing disorder. Recent research findings have suggested that children with the autistic spectrum show early indications of atypical sensory processing and social responsivity. And research findings using the sensory integration and praxis test, which is a standardized assessment of your motor planning skills as well as your sensory integration abilities, shows that children on the autistic spectrum demonstrated significantly lower scores on all tests of praxis, as well as poor tactile, vestibular, and proprioceptive processing when compared to children who were developing typically. If we're looking at a sensory modulation disorder, like I said, this is really looking at how the nervous system interprets the quantity of information. So modulation is the process whereby the central nervous system regulates the neural messages about sensory stimulation. Modulation disorders occur when an individual has difficulty responding to sensory input with behavior that is graded relative to the degree, nature, or intensity of sensory information. So quite often what we see is that the response that we see from these individuals is out of context to the challenge of the environment that they presented within. As a result, they can be quite inflexible and rigid behavior. Research study has been done to examine the physiological responses that we see. They used electrodermal responses in a control group, as well as children that were identified to have sensory modulation disorders. This research study showed that there was a constant physiological difference between the 2 different groups. Some of the children within the sensory modulation disordered group failed to respond at all to any types of sensory input. And then there's another part of those groups that responded to the sensory input, but their responses were of a greater magnitude and they responded to a greater intensity as well. If we look at Dunn's model, this is really looking at sensory modulation disorder, so it breaks it up into the different subgroups. So we've got children that have got low neurological thresholds. These are the children that we would describe as being sensory hypersensitive. So they've got an increased sensitivity to sensory stimuli, which can result in quite unusual behaviors, and then also sometimes they can also be avoiding sensory stimuli. The children that have got high thresholds for sensory stimuli would be the ones that we refer to as the hyposensitive children, and this can result either in low behaviors, which are quite passive, lethargic behaviors that we see, or poor registration but sensory seeking in order to try and get that information that they're looking for. Julie's going to go into a little bit more detail about those 2.
Basically, we're just going to try and make it a little bit more practical. So this is what we'd actually see in the children. So there's 2 main types. There are the sensory seekers. These are the children that are constantly touching things, putting their hands in their mouth, putting their hair into their mouth, constantly moving in their seats, constantly on the go. It's like they're trying to get as much information into their nervous system so that they can actually regulate it and listen and maintain their attention span. And then we also have the children that are passive with poor registration. So they're the kids that just look zoned out, that are just flopped there on the couch. Sorry. Yes, that's where the modulation piece comes in, and you can actually find the children could be sensory seeking in one system, say the vestibular system, where they're constantly moving, but avoiding in another system where they're very tactile defensive, hate getting their nails cut. So you can actually have the 2. They're a little bit more difficult, I suppose, to treat, but again, we would strongly emphasise that proper assessments and actually doing gets it by therapists that are actually trained in sensory integration is so important in actually looking at the overall profile of the child. Sorry. So this is kind of our sensory seekers here. So they seek input from their environment. They have a high activity level, so they're constantly on the go. You're kind of going, oh my God, where are they getting all this energy from? But it's like the minute they get up in the morning to when they go to sleep at night, they're just going. You can also see if they have to sit still that they might be engaging in self-stimulatory type behaviours where they're biting just to try and get that deep pressure input because they're not able to get it, say, through their vestibular system where they're actually moving. So their high thresholds suggest that their more intense experiences are desired. And when we think about it, these are just children. They don't know how. They're trying in the best way that they can to get that information into their nervous system. They don't really know what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. So sometimes I think we need to look at the whole picture and really look closely at what that child is doing and see how we can actually get that into their nervous systems or get them into what we call a sensory diet in a more appropriate way. So this would be kind of your typical sensory seekers day. So they might wake up in the morning where they're okay, but they seem to get constantly higher and higher. So a lot of parents will report that at bedtime they don't want to go to bed. I mean, they're probably at their highest level that they've been all day. So that there's a huge amount of time then has to be taken to try and calm the child down so that they can actually self-regulate and are actually able to hopefully go to sleep. So then we also have the polar opposite or the reverse where we call our lazy Lucies, where the child is just poor registration, where they're just zoned out. Where a lot of you guys are probably at this stage in the day whereby you've been listening to people talking all day and there's only so much that you can actually take on board. They're the type of children that have high thresholds with decreased sensitivity. They have a delayed reaction to input. They seem to have a flattened effect, so even their facial expressions and stuff seem quite flat and just, I suppose they kind of lack that connectiveness that you'd see in other children, and they need a high amount of input to get their arousal and their attention levels up. Janita spoke about Dunn's model, which is a model that's used a lot in sensory integration theory and research. So there's some children that we call it the sensory seekers who are they're kind of acting against their neurological thresholds, so they're actually actively trying to get the information into their system so that they can be organised and function and listen and do everyday tasks. Where the other children, like with the poor registration, they act in accordance with their neurological thresholds, so they're just constantly kind of just zoned out and zonked out. So this would be kind of their typical day, so they never really get to just that calm, just right state at all. And a lot of times parents would think, God, I just wish I could put a bomb under them just to get them moving and get them up there. So then we also have the sensory modulation disorders, as we're talking about. So the children with the sensory hypersensitivity, they register information too intensely, resulting that these are the children with those high anxiety levels. They're the children that if you touch them slightly, they might react like a big spider or something is on their hand, on their shoulders, like this overreaction to the smallest of things. They can be, as other people have spoken about today, they can become quite rigid in what they will do and won't do because experiences of what they've had in the past haven't been very nice or very pleasant. So the only way that they can actually control that environment is by being really rigid and stubborn and deciding they don't want to do it at all. They can have poor organisational skills, may react to the slightest touch or movement with increased anxiety. We see children as well that they have very poor body awareness of where they are in space. So actually even just walking up the stairs or getting onto a swing or getting onto a slide can be hugely threatening for those children because their awareness of where they are is quite poor. They can react negatively to the changes in routine. I think a lot of that is because they've had bad experiences and we all have memories of what has happened in the past, and they seem to have low levels of frustration tolerance. But these children, like the research is showing as well, they lack inhibition within their nervous system, so basically there isn't enough dampening down, so they overreact. So they go into that whole flight, fright and fight type mode very much quicker than what a typical child would actually do. So these are the children that are up on this high level, hyper anxious, and as well as that they mightn't move very much because they don't want to move, so they can be quite stiff. So they're, if you can imagine, I was just describing it to parents there when we had the bad ice. It's like if you're driving in your car and like get into the car and you know there'll be black ice everywhere, your whole system is on high alert. So if you actually come, even skid a tiny little piece, you're like, ah, like your whole system acts out of response to what it would typically or normally do. So what we call then, what happens is we have the meltdown. So the autonomic nervous system response, the body automatically kicks into that whole flight, fright or fight, and children react in different ways, and it's just their way of coping with what has actually gone before. They seem to have a narrow range of emotions, so they're children that can actually have a meltdown much faster than what another child would actually do, and there's an inability to tolerate change or to self-reason with them. So at that stage, or this stage, handling is vital. So I know that there's kind of been twos, the pros and against about having assessments done on children, but we work in an occupational therapy clinic, and we have clinics in Cork, Kerry and Limerick, and we've found that we kind of tend to be working a little bit in isolation, so now we're trying to make links with other professionals that are also working. We work with a whole range of children as well, not specifically with children with autism. But we've talking to other professionals and talking to parents in particular. It seems that they might go to one place to get an occupational therapy assessment, they go somewhere else for a speech and language therapy assessment, they go somewhere else for a psychology assessment, and there's no pulling or marrying or getting that material actually together. And also, best practice suggests that if a child can be looked at from a number of different professions, it definitely helps with that overall diagnosis. So what we're trying to do in the Sunflower Clinic is we're looking at doing autism-specific tests as well. So the clinical psychologist does the DISCO, which I'm sure you're familiar with. I myself am trained in the ADOS, so this is part of what we... and we're trying to use, as I said, the autism-specific tests because they're the ones that are recognised internationally and for best practice in an actual diagnosis. And then we have a procedure for the diagnostic assessment. So step one is the interview with the parents and the clinical psychologist. First of all, to determine the appropriateness of the referral. Sometimes parents might think their child might be a little bit obsessive about things, or they might be showing that they might be having a huge social connectiveness with other children, just to see are they going in the right way, or if this is where they want to go, to explain the whole multidisciplinary process and to discuss costs, timeframes, etc. I know the costing thing is coming up again and again, and I don't know what to say about that. It's just, I suppose, we are providing an alternative for parents if they've been on waiting lists for years, and especially for the children that weren't falling under the assessment of need. It is recognised. It's recognised by the regional agencies because we're using the autism-specific tests. I know there's other professionals in Ireland. There's one that aren't, and then it's just one person giving a diagnosis, and that's not recognised. Whereas ours is, because we are going through exactly the same procedure as they are. And then the other thing is that we actually, I mean, if a child already has an occupational therapy assessment, well, we'll recognise and honour that if they already have a speech and language therapy assessment. So we are looking at the bigger picture, but we are also looking at where the parent has been before and where they're going afterwards. And I suppose we can also bridge the gap in that if they do come through the service, they'll obviously be prioritised for intervention, which I think is where parents want to go in the end. So.
I was just going to ask, is there a best practice for how often they should have OT?
Yeah.
Per week or...
Well, I'm coming on to that. Ireland, kind of, all countries follow America. I suppose America is the leader in the whole research and development. And I mean, in America, they say, from a best practice perspective, a child should be in therapy between 12 and 18 months before you would actually... Once a week, between 12 and 18 months. So it's not like a quick fix and it's going to happen overnight. And I suppose in the States, everything is... The whole private healthcare system and all that is developed a lot more, so that's a lot more reasonable for them to be able to do. And as us as professionals, we do try very much to empower the parents as well and the schools. So we get what we call school and home sensory diets. So we do try and look at the child's overall day and try and educate. And that's why we're here today as well, is to try and just provide some education on what is out there and what we can do. So, this is just basically what we're. How the whole procedure goes through. So it is quite reasonably thought out, and it is actually so the multidisciplinary team process conforms with international best practice. It uses the autism specific diagnostic instruments. It provides a substantial diagnosis which is recognised by the regional autistic teams. It allows immediate intervention to OT and SLT, and it's a direct referral process as well. I mean, we do accept referrals directly from the parent into the clinic. Janita, I was just going to speak a little bit on
It was really just what you were saying there in terms of the intervention. So what we really are looking at is that there is the clinic intervention if a child has been diagnosed with a sensory processing disorder, where we would be using the sensory integration frame of reference. It is again based on the premise of neuroplasticity, so that we're trying to get an adaptive response and change those motor pathways and change those sensory pathways. And just to answer the question there, that the best practice is currently indicating 12 to 18 months of ongoing intervention before we see the improved sensory processing abilities. We do see changes before that time period, but if we're looking at kind of neuroplasticity, that's where they're seeing that the changes that are being made are kind of being sustainable changes.
And maintained, which is
quite important. We also do the environmental adaptations, like we're saying, the home and school visits, looking at sensory diets, looking at recommendations we can make in those environments, and then also home and school programs, looking at the difficulties that are often associated with sensory processing disorders. It's just if anyone's got any questions.
Just there, you brought up the sensory issues, like sound wasn't brought up at all, like sound very big in my daughter, like.
It would be, so if we look at the modulation disorders, it's in all the different sensory systems, and it's really looking at the question that was asked earlier on, is some children might over-respond in one system and under-respond in another. That's what the sensory integration therapy is looking at. We also do offer at the clinic's therapeutic listening program, which focuses quite well on that auditory processing system if that is an area of difficulty.
I mean, when we do, we were limited obviously to time, so we were only able to put so much in. But yes, that would be something that would be addressed. We look at all the sensory systems, including the vestibular system, which is the child's interplay with gravity and movement, and the proprioceptive system, which is your awareness of where your body is in space.
What kind of cost is involved in OT sessions?
It's €90 a session.
And then we've got the clinics, like we said, in Kerry and in Limerick, as well as the clinic in Cork.
How long does the session last?
It's an hour.
And is it subsidised at all by the state?
It's subsidised if your health insurance, so depending on which health insurer you're actually with, it is subsidised that way.
It would very much depend on the reason that the meltdown started. So it's again having a good understanding of what the sensory processing problem is and what triggered it.
Sorry, normally very small when she's 4.5 years of age, normally she has meltdowns. They go shopping now or going to the park and things, so she's trying to get away. So normally she has her meltdowns, I distract her with something else. This usually works. It was hard at the start, the first few weeks, alright, but once you got, not to be stressed out, whatever, you just got distracted with something else, like get her to say, let's go feed the ducks, and I'm like, yeah, no problem, she'll go down and feed the ducks. Like chopping down, normally distract her when I'm chopping my peace and quiet sometimes. I normally get her a magazine, so those those CBeebies magazines, something, get her in the trolley, read a magazine, do my shopping peace and quiet, and she's happy out.
But normally what we would try to do, that would be part of the sensory diet, and is to try to teach the child self-regulation, basically, so for the parent and the child and the teacher to see what triggers. There's usually a build-up, so it's to try and get in there before the meltdown actually happens, would be where we'd actually hope to be moving towards.
One of the aims of therapy would also be to kind of decrease the intensity and the frequencies of those kind of nervous system responses, so that we're kind of just getting smaller meltdowns and having them less often when they're kind of being overloaded by sensory stimuli.
How much cost-wise is it for an assessment?
For an occupational therapy assessment, or for?
No, just in general. Where you were saying you do different diagnoses for autism and things like that. If you were to go, like you didn't know what was wrong with your child, there was sensory issues and things like that, and you wanted to get a diagnosis and you were to go privately to you.
If you're looking at the autism assessment, the initial screening assessment is €100 with the clinical psychologist. And then at that stage, going forwards, depending on what the outcomes are, it'll depend on the level of intervention going forwards from there.
I know, it probably sounds a bit silly now. I have a 5-year-old that has autism, and I have a 16-year-old that has an anxiety disorder, but I have an 8-year-old and she's showing problems as well. So initially I went to the anxiety people who said, no, you've got your GP, and the GP said, don't go back to the autism clinic. She sent me somewhere else. So I've been waiting like 2 years for a diagnosis, and I'm thinking of going private, and I was saying, because I'm not sure what's actually wrong, I don't know where to go,
If you want to call through, we've left out business cards, if you want to call through at the clinic, and I can maybe just discuss through with you what symptoms you're seeing, and then we'd have an idea as to where best to refer on, because like I said, would know if it's a clinical psychology referral that's best or a speech therapy referral or if an OT assessment would be best. So we'll give you a card there and you can give a call and we can have a proper chat through it then.
Sorry, my son was 14, he's only diagnosed since December. But the lady that has the 5 kids, my son was diagnosed with every one of those before we eventually got to autism at the very end of the scale. But do you deal with older children? I mean, he's waiting now for intervention.
Yeah, we do.
Where they say he's functioning in society.
We do. The clinic runs from 0 to 18. We've had some teenagers that have come through. What we're doing in the Limerick clinic at the moment, which we can extend to the other clinics dependent on how effective it is that we are running groups for teenagers and things because they also have difficulties that they're trying to face. So we're trying to make sure that the services extend out to what the need is. The only thing that we find with teenagers is sometimes they're not as keen on coming through to therapy as what the younger children would be, but we're keen to give it.
Went from school for children with learning disabilities into mainstream school because they deemed that he would be suitable for mainstream secondary school, and meltdowns are coming every Monday morning. You know, he's gone to the point where we don't think he can go to school.
Which is, and when we've spoken about neuroplasticity and stuff as well, I mean, obviously early intervention is kind of the key and that's why it's pushed, it's best practice, etc. But I mean, a person is developing, their nervous systems are developing all the time. So it's not like, oh, he's 14 now and he hasn't had any intervention. It's just, I suppose, when you're looking at a child's inner drive, like smaller children, their inner drive is to play and play is their main occupation. So when we're using suspended equipment and stuff like that, you can engage the child in that type of occupation easier. But it's not to say that you can't with them, a teenager as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Okay, sorry, can we just, sorry guys, we're 45 minutes over, so I'm very conscious. Maybe you can kind of touch base afterwards. And apologies to the girls, I just wish they were earlier in the day because even I'd have 10 questions for them, you know. But look, that'll be for another time. Now we're going to have a very short few minutes with Aaron Smiley. Aaron, 10 minutes max, is that okay? Absolutely. Okay, and then we'll have the final closing by Leanne, okay?
Stick into this thing. Yeah, I'd be as quick. Yeah. Okay, can I thank Eric, first of all, for his invitation. Why is this slideshow title not playing? I'm going to be very, very brief indeed. I'm very conscious you've all been sitting here since 10 o'clock this morning, and I'm sure apart from anything else, we've got sore bums, so which is a syndrome in itself. The last time, I'll just spoil it, Eric. That's great. That's fine. That's just something.
Do you?
Yeah, just a click.
You can go just click and click.
Yeah. The last time I was down in Cork was 36 years ago when my best friend from Belfast was marrying a girl from Cork, and I'm happy to say 36 years later they're still married. So I was best man, so I must have done something right. So good to be back again, if somewhat belatedly. I'll not leave it another 36 years, I don't think. Basically, all I'm going to do is to look at the aspects of the ASDAN programme that I spoke about very briefly before lunch that might be of interest to you, and I'm going to whiz through this very, very quickly. So it's 10 minutes literally from now, okay? We're the award scheme development and accreditation network. Bit of a mouthful. Started as a charity. We are a charity based in Bristol. It was set up in 1980 by a group of very concerned teachers and lecturers who was very concerned that Mrs Thatcher's national curriculum, which was introduced in 1979, was doing absolutely nothing for children with intellectual disabilities, whether it was autism spectrum disorder, behavioural problems, Down syndrome. Totally, this idea, that all third formers would, at 11:30 on a Monday morning, would be doing GCSE maths and so on. A one-size-fits-all curriculum. It was started by a man called Roger White, who decided that Thatcher's national curriculum was totally inappropriate. We really are an international organisation. We operate in 44 countries across the world, including the Cayman Islands. We have over 100 centres now registered in Ireland. It splits about 70 in the north and 30 in the south. And we are a non-profit making organisation. Our maximum bank balance is 80,000. Every penny we make over that is ploughed into reinvestment in developing new education programmes, particularly for the special educational needs. Our special education needs programme are called Preparatory Awards. I'll go through them very quickly. Just to say to you that if you do become a registered ASDAN centre, you can apply for small sums of money from ASDAN. Because we're a charity, we do give out sums of money to registered schools, whether you're registered in the UK, the north or the south. I want to go back. That must be on a timing loop. The person you apply to is Sally Murphy at asdan.org.uk. She's a lady from Cork. She's great sympathies with any application from Ireland. And as I said to you earlier, I've just been appointed to look after Irish ASDAN's interests in Ireland. And if you become a registered centre and want to apply for grants from us, they are grants. They're not repayable refunds. So now, we're not talking thousands of pounds here, but we're certainly talking hundreds of pounds for any project that your centre might want to run. We have 4 preparatory programmes for special educational needs. They cover all aspects of the education spectrum. Sorry, this is on a timing loop which I thought I had knocked off. But basically, New Horizons for 11 to 14-year-olds, Transition Challenge 14 to 16-year-olds, towards independence from 16 upwards. We have a lady in 85 years of age in New Zealand with Asperger's syndrome who is doing towards independence. So we sort of look after you, as Aaron Bevan used to say, almost from the cradle to the grave. The Work Right programme is specifically for those who are going out into work experience, which in the north is compulsory, but I think it's optional in the south. We grouped all our preparatory programmes under personal social. They're designed to develop your personal skills, your social skills, independent living skills, and ICT and work-related skills. So they cover learners with mild, moderate, complex, profound and multiple learning and intellectual disabilities. So they cover the full spectrum. We have 6 levels of support for those, and this is shown on the certificate. Those who require no help, those who only need signed or gestural help, those who need physical help, and those who are just sort of in the classroom and can only experience what is going on. I thought very quickly just to let you look at some schools in Ireland, local and not so local, who have recently signed up to our programmes. St Vincent's Secondary in Cork are running Transition Challenge towards independence. Maria Immaculata College in Dunmanway will be coming into our programme from September. St Paul's and Beaumont in Dublin, who specialise in ASD, are running Transition towards independence. The Daughters of Charity in Dublin on the Navan Road. And so I'll not go through the list, but we have quite a substantial. We have now 28 registered centres in the south. I'm sorry, I'm really horsing through this. It's like the Grand National with somebody behind me. So It's okay. No, it's okay. 5 modules in New Horizons: personal, social, health, citizenship, and relationships. That's just a page from one of our workbooks for citizenship. You can see the person. Here's the sort of activity that they were asked to do. Find out about occupations of people who help us: police officers, firefighters. Tick the box. And then the teachers written in. Ellen showed using signs and symbols that a policeman is needed where there's a road accident and a fireman puts out fires. So even the most sort of basic, simple stuff for that can be achieved. Transition challenge, 14 to 16-year-olds. 5 modules, again, taking the lead, knowing how, moving forward, feeling good, and making choices. Those are based on the following subject areas, but you'll see that some of them are not so much school subjects: sport and leisure, family, community, recreation, work-related, expressive arts. Some of them are subject-based, but some of them are more non-subject-based, and you can do any of those. For Transition Challenge, you can get a certificate at the end. If I just go back, when you've completed one of those modules, you can be certificated, and the 6 levels of help will be shown. Whichever level of help you got will be shown on the certificate. So the pupil can be awarded for very, very small units of work. You could complete one of those modules in about 5 or 6 weeks, and the pupil then goes away with a certificate from us. There are no less than 50 different modules towards independence, and this is a page from the sort of Transition Challenge module. Again, it's very similar to the New Horizons one. The Towards Independence is grouped under creative, cultural, independent living, leisure, recreation, sport, PSE, citizenship, and work-related, so very similar. There's only one of the 50 Towards Independence modules that is compulsory, and this is a sort of diagnostic module. Everybody must do the starting out one. It's mandatory, and then based on that, people would be given an individual education plan. Do you have those in the South? So then the individual education plan would describe which of the other 49 modules. The starting out module diagnoses the strengths of the pupils and, if you like, the shortcomings, and then the teacher, based on consulting with the parent, would work out which of the other 49 modules would be most appropriate in the IEP for that pupil. And that's a sample. There's one on meal preparation and cooking, so you can see that this person went out and got the ingredients for planning and cooking a meal. And then it said Sarah with a partner, and together they went with a partner and they bought 3 items on their pictorial shopping list. Sarah needed reminding to wait for her receipt. Everything was stored appropriately in the college. So that was a comment that was made on that by the tutor. Work right is simply for those who would be you're preparing for the world of work, and they'd be going out on a week or 2 weeks work experience from whatever school they happen to be in. Made up of 4 units: health and safety, responsibility in the workplace, working with others, which we all have to do, and then you yourself, the pupil at work. And that's what's involved. Then they simply keep a record of their workbook. Learners required to demonstrate the knowledge and skills that they're based on. We have, for penultimate slide, we have 3 events coming up in the South very, very soon. With the 2 new centres that have registered with us, St Patrick's in Kilkenny and St Bridget's in Mullingar, are hosting our workshops on the 18th and the 25th of May. Those workshops are primarily for teachers, but also for SNAs and for SENOs and for NEEPs, and there's nothing to stop individual parents coming along to those workshops. St Paul's School in Beaumont have very kindly agreed to host our moderation meeting. We hold 2 or 3 moderation meetings on those 4 programmes in Ireland every year. St Paul's specialises in looking after pupils with autistic disorder, and they're also letting us run an open day in the school where displays of pupils' work who are doing those 4 ASDAM programmes will be on show, so you're more than welcome. There's absolutely no charge at all for coming to that open afternoon. All you need to do is let me know that you're coming. Thank you to all of those who took the trouble to speak to me at lunchtime, and think you've all got my business cards. Now, I've really raced through that, but if you want a copy of that presentation and you leave your email address with me after in the next 5 to 10 minutes before I leave, I will happily email that to you, because I am conscious that I probably haven't done it justice, and I know you're all tired and your concentration span. They say even the most intelligent people can only concentrate for 20 minutes at a time. My wife has spent the last 2 hours concentrating on shopping in the Merchant Quay. I'm terrified to work out what damage has been done to the plastic cards, which is why I'm desperate to get back to her to see what the bill is. But thank you very much for your talk. And if you haven't got my card and you would like a copy of that presentation, get one for me before I exit, and I'm happy to email that presentation to you. And I'd love to see some of you either at Mullingar or Kilkenny or up at St Paul's at Beaumont, and I've finished 1 minute early. So that's excellent. That's impressive. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, Aaron, thanks very much for
You're
that.
very
I'm
welcome.
sorry for rushing you.
That's okay, no problem.
Now, that was our final speaker now, so we're just going to have the closing thank you by Leanne O'Donovan, Secretary, okay? Thank you.
Hi, I'd just like to thank you for coming today and for making an effort to come to this very special occasion, which is the Let's Connect conference. I would like to thank our sponsorship of the 9 city councillors. Without this, we wouldn't have a good conference like this. Also, I would like to thank Eric Isherwood, who was in charge of this conference and who started this good idea, and to the committee, who did put a lot of hard work into this. So I also like to thank Mahon Shopping Centre and Ernest J. Cantillon Solicitors, who also sponsored us. We are just parents trying to make a big difference, and we strongly believe the only way coming together is to let's connect. Thank you very much for your support, and please check out our new website, www.autismtrustireland.com. It's a free membership, and also we're also on Facebook, Autism Trust Ireland. So thank you very much again for coming today. I know it's such a long day, but we do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Aaron.
You're welcome.
I did bring forms today, and I said I had put my name on it, and I'd say I must get it to somebody else, but maybe I have my name down on one. You mightn't have the address though, you see. I'll see if you have. I know exactly. So you saw one day, so when did you? 10 God. Did you see a person? No, very good. Excellent. Isn't she brilliant? So come here, will you do this now? And then you see, we'll have your email address and all, and you'll be able to send you out information and everything. Shouldn't we all? We're all the same word. Thanks again anyway. You're very welcome, and I'll talk to you soon, okay? Thank you. Oh, God. Are you going? Listen, see you Tuesday morning, 10 o'clock. Thanks, babe. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. See you soon.
Bye. Right. Not the word. No, but it was good though. No problem, bye. Thanks for volunteering. Appreciate it.
You're great.
Good luck. I see you, Leanne. Oh, I thought you were going.
He was great. He was great.
He was, yeah. Fantastic.
My neighbour now.
Just take it.
Did you say?
I said I'm home.
No, that I'm very tired.
What time you have to get the train, Mary?
There'll be a train every hour, no matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's a train every hour, I think, that's on CORK.
So it doesn't matter what time Eric's going to drop me to the station. Because I couldn't be trying to find the buses now to get back in again and all that. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, lads. Do you have
My hat.
do you have stuff that you have to
Clenched
take
this
here now?
morning.
Do you have to take any of that with you?
No, that was all there. We'll just turn it off.
Leanne, we will be talking again, girl.
So,
Very
Leanne, have you
soon.
ever lift, Leanne?
What?
Have you a lift?
No,
No, you come with us. We'll drop Mary down first to get the train.
No bother, we'll do that.
You going off, Fee?
Yeah, you're all good, Mary.
It's in your grade. Thanks very much indeed for your help.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Thanks for coming.
No problem. I hope it went well for you.
It did, thank you.
It went very well.
Good.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
Jim, we'll talk to you soon. Yeah, of course, Jim. No, you're kind of concentrating on your
Yeah.
As long as it went well, it's all right.
It's my turn, other myself. It's Anne-Marie Wiesel, and it's 8099-343.
Eric?
Yeah?
Sorry about that. I just looked, there's a bag underneath the table. It's
there?
a bag. I don't know if it belonged to one of the other girls there or is it empty, just in case. Ryan's bag or something.
Alright. There's our leaflets.
Oh,
They're actually handy. There's carers leaflets. Did you get them?
yeah, I did.
They're handy leaflets. There's
Yeah,
everything on them.
there's a lot of good information on
Yeah.
It's easy to waste them.
Huh?
Easy to waste them.
Yeah.
Somebody left an umbrella.
That's there. I just.
I got the lift all the way home.
Have you?
Yeah. Is that alright?
Yeah, yeah.
Eric, I will leave bananas. I will, no, wait, I'm going to walk home with it.
Well, that's brilliant.
I could drop you off.
No, it's not good.
Come here, William. Do you still want to pay?
Come here, I have to give you some. I have to give you money
What?
for the raffle.
Oh, God, yeah. Do you have no, have you?
Yeah.
Give it to me some.
Well, there was €150 raised.
I
I owe you money as well.
I know.
That's the bottle of champagne.
God, you should give that to me. You should have given that to me.
My son Mary walked on across the
Oh, but I owe you, yeah.
Friday this morning because I got the current. Yeah. It's white, you know. Was that did you go with? Listen, I will let you go there and I'll talk to you.
Listen, I'll talk to you
No,
tomorrow.
I said Michael got something to take this
Oh,
time.
listen, I'll forget about my tonight. I don't think that's a
I have one more now. Talking to fairly over there.
Was that 65 page now? Nearly make sure 70% of that one.
Yeah, that's right.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll be able to.
One second, I've got 750. 65, 70. Yeah, I've got 70 here now. Listen, thanks very much. Oh dear. Oh dear, glasses and umbrellas. I think I know who the umbrella owns the umbrella, but I don't know who owns glasses.
Oh, well, someone's probably going to ring you.
Will you hold it down here? Leave them outside. I know that's Grails, but I don't know.
I didn't check the other tables, but...
Well, hand them to security.
Perfect, that's what you do. Eric, thanks a million.
Listen, thanks for all your help, and I know I've been...
You have not. You have not.
I'll talk to you again.
I'll give you a